Why did Goon do that? You should ban Goon.
Oh, it's finally done.
And it's like Coke Zero.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Jinx Gives Me, and today we're gonna be playing Nikkei Solo Raid, White Ice Dragon, and we're gonna try and go for that 3% to get that sick frame. Wait. First Adventurer, you need to eat the poo-poo. You need to eat the poo-poo, bro. You like literally.
Oh god.
Idiot. Hey, Joe!
I got all the way to the end of Horizon and then I literally just didn't do the last boss. I don't know why. See, what the fuck? I want to get in here. I want the Wehrmacht key, dude.
Similar.
What are you even talking about, bro?
It didn't work
There we
back
go.
then, so why would you try this again in 2023? You know? So what?
What? What?
What?
What?
Game then.
What?
So,
What?
they market it,
What?
right?
What? What?
Very well.
What?
So exactly.
Yo!
Crisis.
Yo! Nah, bro! I was just joking though!
So what are they?
That's crazy!
Really don't market.
Sheesh!
You guys.
Sheesh!
I said we got a new emote. Never said I. Rewind the tapes, bitch.
One,
Right back.
like
Big
I
up
said,
for the
the
league.
physical violence.
Yeah,
it is
GPM
not
said he was
okay.
like quitting this game.
That is not normal. Like her behavior.
I don't think he was for real.
Normal. So if your behavior is maladaptive, I want to know why.
It made me want to play it. The thing is, I remember it being kind of easy, and so far it's been kind of easy.
But clearly something's wrong.
He's playing on hard difficulty, so am I.
Okay. Then we look at.
But this is one of the easier Fire Emblems.
Yes! Where? How is he? Oh my god! You're doing the freaking on my screen!
Doing the freaking what?
You're doing the dance, get down, you do the
Oh my god! That's great!
Oh no!
Dude!
Oh no! I just I walked into my backpack and it's got eaten. Oh
Wait.
no!
Oh no.
Okay, wait, hold on a second. You haven't seen this yet though, okay, it's the best thing I've got, okay? Check this out.
No, we can't get rid of this one.
It's so cool!
Last week Friday I was at 24 LAN party and I was, oh god. You would never do me wrong? Please don't do me rough. I mean, what? Oh god. The exhaustion is here. Uzo. No. So yeah, everyone, we'll go ahead and do a little bit of a talk about it. I was in TwitchCon. TwitchCon was pretty fun.
Ellie, you found the way. Alright, I gotta stick this ice down my pants. Are you ready?
I'm ready for it. Go for it.
Oh, it's on my fucking dick. Oh my god. Oh god. Help, I'm
I'm so cold right now.
Your voice is so many
I'm so cold. And then his dick shrank 8 sizes that day.
This right here is too objectionable for Australians. They're not allowed to happen. We make fun of the UK for needing.
What was I doing? What was I thinking? What did I truly think would happen by doing that? Falling off, free-falling forever. Once I get exposed for liking horse cock, that's how they're gonna throw me off the building. No, I promise I have a bunch of book reports and essays and citations for how I'm right and in the right, I'm justified. No, please! They sauced me over. No, it wasn't a short post-game lane. They made you do the whole ass game again.
I don't even know if I have enough to get another charge. Yes, we did it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba.
Ay, caramba.
Disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Well, chat, the first thing we have to do is see if I lost this fucking event or not. I don't know if they're done counting the votes or whatever. Stop the count, stop the count. But before I switch over to Mario, I did see, I did say I was gonna see if we won or not. I feel like I did pretty good yesterday, but it remains to be seen if the dub has been taken. So let's check it out. Whoa, wow, look, it's me. It's the game overlay screen. Just gonna briefly check if I won, guys. Ah, yes. Mixing and matching games. The wrong game to go with the wrong overlay. This feels uncomfortable. This feels like it should be illegal. Why is this happening? Alright, here it is. It's the Splatfest results. Did we win? Are we winning? I think my win-loss ratio was 20 and 18 yesterday. I've already forgotten. Because when you lose a lot, you want to forget that you ever lost at all to begin with. You want to drink your sorrows away with hot chamomile tea with honey and a dash of sugar. Yeah, my cough is kind of getting worse. Alright, sneak peek. I actually don't know who won during the sneak peek period. Hey, Jezzy, thank you for the first person here. Okay, we were like second, but we lost to the solo team. So the solo team gets 90 points just for existing. Now, who got the most votes? I feel like we have this one. Oh, fuck, it's over. Did we unironically lose to the cum team? But we were doing so good at the halftime! Alright, let's check the clout. This is awful. Oh, wait a minute. It's not looking too bad. Maybe we can take this back? Well, I can't do math on the fly, but those numbers look kind of concerning. Now look at that, I don't feel good. Oh, I don't feel so good. Wait a minute. No! 550. Dude, look at look at family though. Fry. You make me angry, Fry. We told you, Fry Bros, you had to give it to him family style. Nurgle, I said I was just checking the results. But you already knew that. You're just trying to razz me.
Hello, Expand Dog. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, Aqua Saber. Thank you for asking. Thank you, Flippy 4Man 70 Stream Shrink. Have you tried being nice to the cop and then mag dumping it? No, I have not tried that just yet. Oh, yeah, thank you for the ant check. Alright, event's over. I got some sea snails out of it, at least. Alright, how long till I find a message that I don't like? Pretty good. No messages that don't make... No messages that make me outwardly angry. Imagine letting a funny Squid Game get you down. Nah, just a couple art pieces. Not a whole art segment. I looked at all the art yesterday. Okay, that is enough Splatoon. At least for the next 4 months. Hey, Golem. Me, swap over. I'm swapping game cards. Because we don't like digital games. The actual game of the stream, if you could not tell for some reason, for the one audio-only person out there, the actual game of the stream is, yup, Mario Galaxy 2. We have completed Mario Galaxy 1, the 100% Mario and 100% Luigi run. So we're tossing it back over to Galaxy 2. We've already gotten all 120 stars, so we're doing the post-game. The post-game that Dark Side Dave done denied you, the viewer, amongst the viewing audience. But big ups, hello, and welcome. Howdy doing, hullabaloo, and all that good stuff too. And elite rating! What? I haven't even really started talking yet. Big ups Pop-Tart, the 5 months at tier 1 for 13 months, and he says, Zinder? Thank you for the raid, and just desperately waiting for me to get on the mic so that he could hop off the mic. Let's get an Ann shout out. And I will shout everybody else going out.
No one cares.
Showing up.
First of all, you're wrong anyway, but no one cares. Like, you came to my channel to yell at me in a super chat about something that happened 2 nights ago that has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. What the fuck is
I always like the ring light from these older clips because it makes it look like he has 4 eyes.
Stupid.
Fuck you, Danny.
I'm not even gonna... I could easily address the points on how he's wrong anyway, but why do I bother? Why do I even bother? The guy's an idiot. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah.
I'd say rare Danny L, but those aren't as irregular as he would like them to be.
I'm hoping it tastes like pussy. I don't know. Derek says that mango ice cream tastes like, or no, pussy. Sarah,
yes,
no.
Perfect time.
Sarah.
The perfect time for you to say that.
Sarah, I wasn't saying anything. Sarah, I wasn't saying anything. I was saying something else.
I cannot confirm nor deny whether mango ice cream tastes like pussy.
Chat, clip it.
No. No,
all these sexist, misogynistic jokes. I did. Wait, I was in this clip? Why? I wasn't playing the anime Gunnar fighting game. It was probably an open VC. Hello everybody. Hello. Howdy doing, hubaloo, and all that good stuff too. I already said that. Big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the soul and double underscore one, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons, and ding-dongs existing here in the now. And 8 bigger big ups to the dinguses, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the soul and double underscore ones, and expanded style individuals, peoples, and persons who surely may or may not be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Talking about Mad Adder with the Fraga badge. I have never seen this badge before. Mad Adder, if you're still here, what did you do? What illegal things did you do to acquire the Fraga badge, and how can I acquire it? Hello Nurgle. Hello Makoto underscore simp. Hello D-Side. Praise the Sun. Rono. We have Juzzy51, the first person here. We have Tronic Speed. Nurgle with the Ann check, which means Ann is typing a wall of text essay right now. Flippy 4-man, 70 stream streak, UNFW1. Aqua Saber. And how am I doing, Dingus? I'm doing alright, but my cough, the cough that was getting better is slowly getting worse. So I made a big old cup of tea for me. As always, if I mute suddenly, you know why. Big ups Golem. Big ups Pop-Tart again with the re-up tier 1 for 13 months and with his big ol' raid. Thank you, Nurgle, for the puppies and the kitties. Hello, Joe Blaw. It was open VC Dinger and you showed up just like me. That's pretty rare. I don't really... Well, I do pop in the VC, but if it's like a VC open house on a stream that's live, and I don't have a reason to be there, it's like less of a percentile chance that I will show up. Big ups Redanimator. Big ups Sleepy Zaw. Sleepy Zaw is here in my stream. Hey, Pancake Mix. Yeah, that badge. How do you get the Fraga badge? Sea of Thieves? Well, that explains why I don't have it. Hi, Zaw. Hey, Sansa. Let's get a shout out for Zaw.
Best milk. It really is the best milk.
It's the best milk because it's so solid. It's so solid you can toss it at people as a projectile weapon. This is Kai's new co-op partner in crime, Zaw, and he really likes spooky games. But I'm not so sure what's so spooky about this game.
The toilet has decided. What am I doing? Can you miss the best milk?
And has his wall of text essay. Dingus, I just finished playing Persona 3. We just rescued a dog. I leveled up quite a bit. Wait, I gotta scroll up now. It went off screen. Let me read this essay. I just rescued a dog. I leveled up quite a bit for my teammates. We were on a summer vacation. I finished a mandatory race segment. Yeah, the beach segment that was censored! Anne plays censored games and sweeps for censored games. Suffer, Anne. You paid money for a product of lesser quality. What do you think about that, Anne? I'm waiting for the next big boss fight and just max out my relationship social link with the terminally online lady who's actually my homeroom teacher that wants to date me. Ah! I know that because I watched Goon play through the same game. Three subs to any Sea of Thieves streams that ended back in December. Three subs? Dude, for like all the other badge, for the Pokemon badge, you only had to gift 1 sub. Well, I guess if you wanted all 3 of them, you had to give 3 subs in total. But if you only cared about one of the 3, you only had to give 1 sub. 3? How greedy is Microsoft? 3? The best milk? It really was the best milk. What do you mean it went off screen, dude? Come on. I mean, like, I have the chat here it's pretty big, but when Anne drops a fucking essay, like, yeah, it immediately goes off screen. I'm gonna have to scroll a little bit. I love the teacher social link for Persona 3. It was the only one I finished on my first run. Thank you, Pancake Mix, for trying to post it again. Why is everyone posting it? Wait, stop. Twitch is greedy with that one. Is it Twitch or is it really Microsoft? Because they own Rare, which made Sea of Thieves. I'm not gonna blame Rare, but I'd sooner blame Microsoft than Twitch. Because I feel like, I don't know, like, why is it one sub for some games that get promoted, but why specifically with a game published by Microsoft, it's 3 subs? Super Mario Galaxy 2 at 2% volume. Thank you, Jesse, for the lurk. And hey, SCP. I almost missed you because it... Wait for it. It went off screen. Alright. Might have to actually play the game at some point. Oh wait, this is the Luigi planet. We have 123 stars, and we gotta start hunting for stars. You just finished playing Metro Exodus? I almost said Metroid Exodus. It is a Luigi moment. Okay. So, Phil rage quit at 118 stars. I have already shown you gameplay that Dave denied you, but I'm gonna do a whole nother stream of gameplay that Dave denied you. Now Dave must venture across the galaxy in the Starship Mario ship as Luigi, acquiring green stars. What are green stars? They're just stars that are kind of lazily hidden throughout all the levels, from what I'm to understand. Now, I'm not sure if this is better or worse than how Galaxy 1 did it. Galaxy 1 was like, get 120 stars as Mario, then do it all over again as Green Mario. Like, do the whole game over again just for an extra 2 stars. Galaxy 2 doesn't do that. You can keep your save file, but you still have to get another 120 stars. It's just that this time they're green, and they're not tied to any... They're not tied to any missions. You just gotta seek them out. I think I would prefer Galaxy 2's approach.
Dear Mario.
Dear Mario! Luigi's always getting cucked. Toad says it was just a typo. Dingus, would you compare them to the green stars in 3D World? No, because the green stars in 3D World are more akin to the 3 star medals that are in levels of New Super Mario Brothers. Hey Patchy, even though you can't hear me. Lame Pancake Mix. Thank you, Pancake Mix, for the extra pennies of ad revenue. Oh man, if only there was someone out there who could help our good friend and regular viewer, Patchy33. Hint, hint, hint. Okay, so, yeah, it's still my first time playing the game. But from what I'm to understand, hint, 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 each level in the game has 3 of these green stars hidden, and you're just playing, you're playing Marco Polo with the green stars.
Today, motherfucker!
Kai? What is Kai doing here? Kai said he was gonna go to sleep. Big ups Kai. Showing up after his week-long marathon stream? Get a lame Kai clip on screen. It's pizza night? No, it's not. It's not Friday, it's Sunday.
There it is.
It's only pizza day if I get pizza.
God damn it.
Phil's dancing to his AI music? I'm glad I'm not watching that.
Oh, I didn't get it.
Alright, very interesting Kai clip there. If you thought that was entertaining, you can click on Kai's name and then click on the heart and become a Kai guy or one of the Diamond Frogs, whatever he calls his friends. And if you liked the Sleepy Saw clip earlier, you can click Sleepy Saw's name and become one of the sleepers, the sleeper agents. That's what we're gonna call the Sleepy Kai. Not Sleepy Kai. Sleepy Zaw. One of the Sleepy Zaw viewers. We're gonna call them sleeper agents. I feel like you should know what game that is. It looks like a buggy PS2 game. Wait, what happened to Fat Goomba? Ah, yes. We are now on Yoshi. Feels nice to go back to a Galaxy game that has Yoshi in it versus a Galaxy game that does not have Yoshi in it. How does he control again? I already forgot. There we go. Yeah, just like everything in this game. Use the R for everything. I gotta find the star. Where is it? Wait, I hear it. I gotta listen for the jingle. It's up here. Yoshi, help me. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. It's literally, Marco Polo, you're getting hotter, or you're getting warmer, you're getting colder, but with green stars. I don't have to do the whole level. There's not really a mission attached to it. I am just looking for green stars. All the way until I get to 240. Hey, Astro. They're green? They're green! I got green socks right now. Sister Dingus gave me a little surprise. She got me green socks. Now, shock of shocks. They have Snoopy on them for St. Patrick's Day. And the first thing I tell her is that, well, it's a bit early for St. Patrick's Day. And she says to me, oh, well, they're already advertising for St. Patrick's Day. And I'm kind of like, well, what the fuck? How? I thought Valentine's Day, was one of those holidays that makes a lot of money. Why wouldn't you advertise Valentine's Day in advance? This is lazy, but did people really complain that much about having to play the game as Luigi? To be honest, looking at discussions and discussion threads and forums that I've read over the years, I think more people complain about having to hunt for the green stars in Galaxy 2 than having to do the whole game again as Luigi in Galaxy 1. Like, I'm doing this as Luigi, but I don't have to. I can swap to Mario if I want. But I think people dislike the green star hunt in Galaxy 2 more than playing the whole game again as Luigi in Galaxy 1. I could be wrong. Dingus wanted to steal Zaw from Kai today? No, I was just concerned for Zaw's well-being because Kai's such a bully to him. Okay, so we have another green star hiding. It's in a completely different area. I hear it again! It can't be in the same place, right? That wouldn't make sense. Okay, that's the earlier one, obviously. I guess my critique so far with this post game is the fact that you can. It seems like even if no matter which one I open, like if I do star 1, star 2, or star 3, just from that star still being available, it seems like I could have picked any of the green star missions, and as long as I find one, it would have counted. That being said, which Vesta's podcast best? That being said, why is it that you can collect the green star and then you still get kicked out of the level? Like, what's the point of that? If they're all collectible in the level, why do you still get kicked out of it when you collect one of them? Why can't you collect all 3 of them in one go? It doesn't make any sense, you guys. Oh, this is bad. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. How the hell are you supposed to get everything in the bonus areas, like, within the time that you're allotted? You have to be a speedrunner god. Oh, there it is, look. Look at that! Check that out! How are you meant to grab that? Well, obviously you would have to have Yoshi, but still. to the time of Galaxy 2 people were asking really hard for Luigi to be playable. So even if it's just the same level, I think people were happy. Yeah, because Mario 64 and Sunshine didn't have Luigi as playable. Never mind that, he just straight up didn't even appear. So I guess it really was them just like finally delivering on a playable Luigi in a 3D Mario game. My issue is that even as of the sequel, he still doesn't have any actual functional differences compared to Mario. He doesn't have his slippery traction or his like flutter jump. He has it as the animation for the triple jump, but that's just for visual player. It's still the same triple jump as Mario. I like the different dialogue that some of the NPCs have, but it feels like a little bit more could have been done to actually change the gameplay up if you're playing as Luigi. Yeah, where's the keep playing the level option? It just feels weird to have that, like, still happen, you know, coming back to this game. Well, I say coming back to this game, but playing this after playing Odyssey. Or something like Bonanza. I guess it's not a fair comparison, because those are more open sandbox levels. Now, I understand why Mario 64 and Mario Sunshine do it like that, where you get kicked out the level after getting a star. Because the level changes depending on the mission that you select, like the actual... the objects in the level change depending on the mission that you're in. Galaxy 1 and Galaxy 2 also function like that. However, again, I raised the point that all 3 of the green stars seem to be available no matter what green star mission you pick. Therefore, for the green star missions at least, since it all seems to take place in the same version of the level, I should be able to get all the green stars in one go. It reminds me of the new Super Mario Bros. Games, before Mario Wonder, like New Super Mario Bros. U. If you died in Mario Bros. U, instead of, like, getting sent back to the checkpoint, you have to get kicked out of the game. The game kicks you to the map screen, and then you have to load the level back in. And it's kind of like, going back to, replaying that one, it's like, why? That was like 2012 and they were still doing that? You get kicked out of the level? Come on, Miyamoto. Do I agree with the guy's most disappointing games list? No, of course not. You know what else? People didn't seem to agree with his most disappointing games list either, because it got no views after the first day. And he was crashing out hard because his most disappointing games list is always the one that gets the most views, and that's him tacitly admitting that, yup, negativity is what sells on YouTube. That's so fucking cheap. Because he'll be the first person to call negativity out and how positivity content should be what prevails and wins the day. But then he gets upset when the most disappointing games countdown flops, which is a tacit admission that yes, negativity is what makes him money, and if he could be negative and succeed more often, he would be. You know what else got him a lot of views for being negative? The Code Violet playthrough. But I'm gonna be a doomer pill and I'm gonna red pill you. The only reason that game got popular is because less people were playing that game. And because it's a PS5 exclusive, and most people play games on PC now because it's the big 2.6. So that's a game that has a lot of big word of mouth behind it, but probably less bigger creators playing it, because not everyone has a PS5 or wants a PS5. So Dave, there are a lot of factors and asterisks as to why that video got a lot of views. I don't think it's necessarily that it was Phil being such a good content creator. It was more because he was one of the few people who played it at all. It was EddieB43. I think it was disappointing games list, all of them, because no one tipped. What would be my most disappointing game? I have to look back at what I actually played in 2025. Big streamers were playing Code Violet, so you didn't have to. Bach finished it in one go. Well, I'm not saying like no streamers played it. I'm just saying that it's very likely that some big streamers who would have played it if it was available on PC, you know, if it was on PC, more bigger streamers probably would have played it. But because it was not, and some of these big streamers are inevitably going to be people who don't have a PS5, you know, they didn't check it out. So less big streamers to check it out, more of a chance for Phil to succeed. 7.6K today. I think he's satisfied. You know why I think he's satisfied? Well, actually, no. This would not be an argument as to why he's satisfied. He's actually not satisfied. He brought up on the pre-stream today that he wants to see if people would be open, give him feedback. Are people open to him continuing Code Violet? Wow. I wonder what could possibly be motivating his desire to return to Code Violet after declaring on Friday that he would not return to Code Violet under any circumstances, and in fact, it's actually the worst game that he's ever played ever in the history of 17 years of content creation, and this is definitely not hyperbole just to get more people to watch. What could be motivating the desire to want to play more of that game? I can't wonder why. I struggle. I struggle to come up with an answer. Yoshi, where's the star at? He's a legit gamer, that's why. Bill suddenly wants to turn back into the guy that finishes all the games he plays when it concerns a bad game that less people played than usual, and it's a game that got him a lot of views for being one of the few people to play it. Well, guys, if you want to see him continue playing that game, all you have to do is send your feedback and support. I'm still not hearing the twinkle of the green star. Oh, I see it. Look, it's up there. Oh, that's that secret area. I think I reached that during the main game. The core game. I'm thinking back to when he called Pokemon the main story. He called it the core game. Yes, I finished the core game. Hey, Pim Pam, where's my Luigi cap? That's a good question. I'm playing as Luigi now, but I can switch to Mario at any time, because this is Galaxy 2. Whereas in Galaxy 1, you're locked to either Mario or Luigi, depending on the file. I could switch back to Mario if I wanted to. You're right, we should have the correct hat on. I'm sorry, Mario. Let's go! Welcome in, Pim Pam. I saw you in another stream yesterday. Ooh. Small world. I gotta hop on these guys. How goes the single-player campaign, Dingy? Oh. Did you see that? You see that? Raise your hands if you saw that. Okay, put your hands down. I can't see your hands. It's probably my favorite song in the game. I said this before, but it feels so Yoshi-coded that you almost think it would be a remix from a Yoshi's Island game, but it's an original track created for this game. I hear the twinkle. It's up here by this upper area. See, that's the regular star, but if you keep going... It's right there. No! Come on. No! Do I have to... Is it like the meme? Do I have to dismount from Yoshi? No! Ooh. Shut up, shut up, shut up! How do I dismount? Can you not dismount in midair? Okay, yeah, it was... Oh, yeah, okay, you might not be able to do that in midair. Yeah, you can't. Okay, so I do have to reach it with Yoshi. This isn't. We're not operating on Super Mario World logic. Okay, so. Oh my god! Why would Miyamoto do this? Wait, what if I go to the... Can I can't go in the background, can I? No, I can't. Shut the fuck up, I got no momentum. Shut up, that's not funny. That's not funny. Big up Skiers fan. Pass the remote, I tried that. I tried that. You can only... Okay, in this one, you can't do... It's not like in Mario World where you can just jump off with a button. You have to ZL... You have to ZL to crouch and then do it. I can't do that in midair. Oh, wait, maybe... But, like, no, I don't think I can do that. Can I can't do that after grappling, right? Okay. Alright, you're right. You can wall jump with Yoshi, but I don't think that's the way. Alright, leave me alone. Oh my god! That's so mean! I feel like you can do that without having the dismount from Yoshi. That's the cheese strat. I tried that earlier, and it sent Luigi straight to the ground. It sent Luigi and Yoshi straight to the ground, so I thought that meant you couldn't dismount in midair. Why would Miyamoto keep that mechanic? It's something like 20 years after Mario World, and you can still do that? That doesn't seem right. Okay, there are 2 green stars here. Even the little smaller galaxies have green stars, huh? Seems like the main levels get 3 stars, and the smaller galaxies get 2 stars. But welcome in past the remote. We're doing the Great Green Star Hunt in Galaxy 2. I'm giving you the post-game gameplay that Darkside Dave the guy done denied you.
Also, don't tell her we did that. I don't think MJ knows me and Daydream are riffs and like she's gonna be mad as fuck when she finds out.
Yeah.
But I was like, Jesus Christ, I've been waiting 5 fucking years. This is one of the greatest movies ever fucking made. I gotta talk about it.
Yeah, you don't want to wait until like, oh, I gotta do it during baseball season this year. It's like, damn it, I want to do it now.
That kid's a fucking bloodied serial killer.
Look at him.
Oh, here it is, right here.
Cat if you'll buy us ice cream.
Fuck me, Ninja.
Did you see Phil doing an air guitar this evening on the night stream? I am told he was dancing to his AI music, but I have not seen that just yet. Okay, the green star is right here. I didn't even have to go far, it's already existing. Wait, I gotta get a triple jump going. It's as far as I can go, because if I spin, the panels switch over to the blue ones. Maybe if I start... okay, this gives me more... This gives me more space to run. Oh, but then I gotta turn. Oh my god! If I had missed that, I would have died. You have to spin for the extra height, but it also means you can't recover. Some of these are kind of fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. Hey, Krusty Punky. Anyway, if you like that clip, you can follow _the_remote. He watches Toku every Tuesday and anime on days that aren't Tuesday. Miyamoto's a fucking asshole for that. Yoshi, Miyamoto's least favorite character? No, Yoshi is not Miyamoto's least favorite character. The 90s, like, it felt like Yoshi was... Yoshi was like the breakout character for the franchise in the 90s. Look back to the 90s. Yoshi got so much fucking merchandise. Oh, remember Link's Awakening? In Link's Awakening, you can win the Yoshi toy, and it's like, wow, he's in a Yoshi. It's a Yoshi toy. He's been appearing in a lot of games lately. And then in the remake for the Switch, when you get the same Yoshi toy, it's like you can't count how many games you've seen Yoshi in now. Everyone liked Yoshi back then. Nowadays, people just make jokes that you're gay if you play as Yoshi. And they joke about his eggs, and if they smell. Hey, Chris Phoenix. Welcome in, we're doing the Green Star Hunt. Oh my god, in Galaxy 2. Miyamoto has tasked me with hunting down 120 green stars. This is what Dave was too scared to do. He was terrified. Oh my god. I hear it. Where are you? Okay, it's right here. Above that red tile. Alright, not too bad. Wasn't this the stage that Phil raged at? I think he raged at some variation of that stage. Maybe not the base version. You still dislike Yoshi mains in Smash? Was Yoshi broken in Ultimate? I can't remember. He was broken in Smash 4. Him and the Diddler with the hoo-ha. Remember the hoo-ha? Boy, that Smash community is full of weirdos. Even the nice guys, like the Sky Guy. The Sky Guy, not the Shy Guy, the Sky Guy. The Sky Guy in his Mansion of Horrors, where if you didn't pay the rent or something, he would smash your personal possessions. Hey Puddin', thank you. I hear it! Dude, I already hear it! Where is it? Isn't that what happened, Coggers? I remember Josh going over it. If you were in Sky Williams' Mansion of Horrors, he had like a streamer house, and you could live there with him as long as you paid your part of the rent or whatever. If you helped him pay the rent, I can't remember what the terms was. But if you didn't pay, he would go into your room. And apparently he had the right to do this according to the contract that you signed, but he had the right to go into your room and break your personal belongings. So we have testimonials of Smash players who lived with Sky Williams that he went into their room and broke their computers and stuff. At least this is how the situation was relayed to me viewing the Josh stream. I don't know much about that guy. Other than a few Donkey videos I've seen that have had him as a correspondent. Let's put the video on. Alright, let me get one more. I do have some videos to watch. It was right here. Where is the star? Oh, there it is. Now, how would I get that one, Gator? How can I ditch this? Maybe I shouldn't have grabbed onto it. I can't spin jump while carrying it. It seems like I have to get it for getting a running start on the gate. But I got like no real estate to do that. No, we're caught up on Arlo. I was gonna say, Krusty Punky, this is like an underground level or like a, you know, ground, earthy type level, but the music is like some funky beat you would expect from a puzzle level. Luigi, help me out. We do backflip? Alright. There we go. Easiest way to do it. Okay, that one was kind of hard because you can't let go of the drill after picking it up. Not hard, but like it makes you use your noodle. Alright, on the subject of Carl Jobst. Carl Jobst was mentioned earlier by Kurono. We do have a new Carl Jobst to watch. "21 minutes? I guess I'll just have to deal." No, there's no Synthetic Man either. Or his Fuda brother. Oh no, Fuda Man and his frog brother. There's the main Trinity, the Holy Trinity have no videos available. This one is, these fake speedruns are seriously impressive.
Hello, you absolute legends.
Hello.
Last month, I released
Hello,
a video
everybody.
titled, "This cheated speedrun is so bad, I lost brain cells," where I covered the amazingly terrible fake speedrun by the player, Exotic Alec.
Oh, I
In this
watched that
case,
one.
he submitted a speedrun to a Logitech speedrun competition, where one of the prizes required you to finish a time ending in 8.88. The only problem is that unbeknownst to Logitech at the time, ending with those decimals wasn't possible due to the fact that Counter-Strike 2 runs at exactly 64 ticks per second. And after getting frustrated at not being able to accomplish this challenge, Exotic Alec decided to cheat by editing the final timer. Unfortunately,
Oh no, how
he
dare
did a
him.
terrible job. His subpar video editing
Expose
was
him.
quickly spotted by other players, and he was promptly banned. His aides
Back to
moved
Carl
all
and
over
True
the place.
True
It
Crime.
appeared in front of his hand.
I got a lot
His
of True Crime
size
backed
was
up.
all over the shop, just to name a few of his mistakes. And at the end of my video, I offered the public a challenge. I asked you, the viewers, to try and fix Exotic Alec's fake speedrun. This was a difficult challenge because viewers didn't get access to the original footage, only the altered footage. So you had to overcome the fake speedrun's already existing terrible editing. Honestly, I didn't know how people would perform. I didn't know if the deficiencies were even possible to fix. But I did receive a ton of responses. You guys truly went above and beyond my expectations. So today, I'm going to take a look at what people were able to achieve and
I'm
see
doing
just
Razor
how
Patchy,
good
thank
you
you for
all
asking.
were at making this terribly crafted fake speedrun.
We're starting videos off with some Carl Jobst, and I have Galaxy 2 on the screen here. We're doing the 120-star run that Dave denied you! Ah! And Carl is talking about speedruns, I guess.
Look believable. Now I must warn you,
Now,
I'm not going to be
guys.
sugarcoating my assessments. If your work sucks, I'm going to tell you. But I do
He's gonna
also
A-log you.
appreciate fine art, and I have been known to dish out a compliment or two when exposed to high competency. So if you do a good job, I might even say something nice. And of course, we
Why
even
does he like
received
this?
a lot of obligatory meme posts, which were pretty epic as well. So let's see how people did. I really hope you enjoy. You see this chair? I've used this chair for years and it sucks. I'm serious. After sitting on this chair for hours, my backside hurts like hell. So why
Oh
do I
no!
still use it?
He got the same... Dude! It's the same chair sponsorship as the Frog Brother.
Because I have a problem with my shoulder. And
It even looks like he's in the same room as the Frog Brother.
every other chair I've tried causes me a lot of pain. I previously spent
I'm in
hundreds
pain, I'm
on
in
this
pain, I'm in
gaming
so
chair,
much
which my
pain.
son now uses, but it gave my shoulder massive issues because the size of the back cave in, which causes my shoulders to scrunch over, which really hurts. So I was forced back to my crappy ass-hurting chair. But no more thanks to today's sponsor, FlexiSpot. FlexiSpot's ergonomic
Yeah,
chairs
it's the same
are
sponsor.
amazing. The cushioning is fantastic, the lumbar and head
Why
support
not just
is
get an
superb,
office chair?
Everything is adjustable, and best of all, they allow my
You
shoulders
don't need
to
it
fully
just because
relax
it says
back and
gamer
sit
on on
in a
it.
healthy position.
You know that,
I'm serious
right?
when I say everything is adjustable, which is important because not everyone's body and posture is the same, which is especially important for me. The quality of my life has increased dramatically with the FlexiSpot C7 Max chair because I do spend so long in front of my computer. Now, after working long sessions, I'm no longer hating
Gloria.
life. FlexiSpot chairs are incredible. They offer a 30-day return policy and a 10-year warranty. Depending on your budget, you can also check out the C5 range, which is a bit cheaper but still totally legit, or you can go all out and sit like a king in the C7 Warfare.
You can
Just click my
sit
link
like
in the
a
description
king,
and use
bitch.
the code C750 to get $50 off in the C7 range. Now, before we begin, there is one thing I need to admit. I know hardly anything about video editing. My videos usually
Clearly.
just involve a fade transition between clips. So I'm basically a noob, which explains...
Thing is, you missed Lego's birthday special stream? No, I didn't. I was there. And you were there too. And you saw me while I was there.
Why so many people were calling out the fact that I was almost certainly wrong in how I thought Exotic Alec faked his timer. I thought he had to go frame by frame, putting the 8 in the correct position.
Here, I'll tell you how I know that he did it, because he was playing Monster Hunter. Yup, you ignored me. That's you being wrong about me.
After the video, Exotic Alec reached out to me and explained exactly how he did it. Unfortunately, because his fake was so long ago, he had already deleted the video file itself, but he did show me the project file, and he did use keyframes, though he said he only spent about 5 minutes on it and just uploaded it without really checking the result. He didn't even know all of the problems I pointed out existed, which is pretty funny. Importantly, I should also acknowledge that he seemed...
Yeah, let's get a shout out for Lego Man. Big ups Captain Lego Man. Channel you're shouting out does not exist? What? No, it actually means I just can't spell his name right. Captain Lego Man's an illusion. He never existed the whole time. Oh, I keep putting... I feel like his username used to have an underscore. No, I did the 11. I remember his username used to have an underscore. Maybe he changed it. There we go. We'll get a video as well. Let's get a clip, brother. Oh, there's a clone. Hold up.
Everybody, please! Help! I can't turn! I can't turn!
Suppa Capital? It's an early 3D game. The camera's shit. What do you think about that?
Please let me turn, please let me turn, please turn. Thank God.
Alright, if you like that clip, you can click on Capital's name and click on the heart right now! Anyway, oh fuck, like this star is summoning the spooky Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Genuinely apologetic and says that he has learned a valuable lesson. I mean, there is no way he could have predicted that after spending 5 minutes cheating on a speedrun in some random Logitech competition, that 6 months later he'd be getting blasted in front of hundreds of thousands of people. That must be pretty jarring, and he seemed to take it pretty well. Now onto the viewer submissions. The main issue to fix is that pesky 8 that is moving all over the place.
Because of my name color?
But
Fair
we
enough.
also have to fix the 8 appearing over the hand and masking it properly. So in this video, I'll be focusing on those two particular issues. The first submission is from Cubil.
Oh, there it is.
The masking of the 8 is pretty good, but I can definitely see the 8 still moving around a bit, and there are times I can still see that the size of the 8 is different from the one next to it. Overall, it's pretty decent. I would have given this a B. However, I'm going to be penalizing people very heavily for doing the cardinal sin of lowering the frame rate. The original video was 60 frames per second, and Cubil's video is rendered at 30 frames per second.
I gotta try that over.
This means he has half the frames he has to fix, which in my opinion is cheap.
Some of the green stars are pretty well hidden, so I'm curious at how you find them. Certainly not these early ones, I assume. I'm just listening for the twinkle. Okay, the later on ones? Oh, man. It seems like exploring is a good option, too. You know, sometimes instead of going the main path, going the alternate route. You see, now this one is hiding there. I wouldn't have known that if I just continued going on the main route.
So the score goes from a B down to a C-. Sorry, Cubiel, I don't make the rules, so don't blame me. Next is Fed's bass.
Fed?
The 8 looks pretty good. I can see some slight movement, but this would probably go unnoticed just based on the size and placement. But oh no, Fed's base, what is this? You were doing so well until this frame. Even I
Why
did
is
a
he
better
bullying
job.
his own
We can
viewers?
also see the 8 overlapping the gun as well. Clearly your strength is the keyframing and not the masking. This is heartbreaking. I'm going to have to give you a D+, just because the 8 interfering with the hand was such a core component, and I think it's way easier to fix than the motion tracking. What happened, man? This is really disappointing. Next up is WK Wavy.
Nice work.
I gotta do it real quick. There it is, there it is. Let's go.
If everybody had a
Very funny.
Okay, here we do have some slight issues with the timer, including accidentally showing multiple 8s at random times and at random
That's a
locations.
different cheater from a
Some would
different
argue
video,
this
I
is
believe.
even more obviously faked than the original. However, and this is where I have to give credit, the dance number
There we
at
go.
the end works as a very good distraction from the otherwise obvious flaws. So I like the creative problem solving here. The music and the dancing draw attention away from the inconsistent size of the 8s, which might ultimately make
Guys,
this
Carl
speedrun
Jobs may just be
possible to some
autistic.
people. I give this a B-. Next is Raharu.
Hey, Night Zoomer. Yeah, welcome in.
I literally have no idea what's going on.
He's
Previously,
lowering the
I docked
quality
points
so
for
you
lowering
don't
the
see the
frame rate
cheating.
to 30 FPS, but this combination of lowering the frame rate and the bit rate is genius. It is so unintelligible that it's impossible to tell if this speedrun is fake. I'm rating this a 6.9 out of 10. Next, we have Mr. J Speed.
Alright, this might be my favorite one.
Okay, well this one looks pretty good at normal speed, but let's see it in slow motion. This looks really
I think he's gonna let's get an A+ because Billy Mitchell in drag.
nice. Hard to see any noticeable flaws, but unfortunately I'm going to have to dock some points because the burger is partially obscuring the webcam, and it's imperative we see the full webcam at all times so we can sync up the hand movements with what's happening on screen. So unfortunately
burger.
I'm downgrading this one to an A-. Next up we have S23 and videos.
Dickley Mitchell.
So without looking, how did you do that though? Was it like you remember how the timing from?
It's
playing it for so
Todd.
much, or-
Well, I listened to the countdown.
Look, this guy. This guy's from a different era. Back in his day, you didn't need these fucking recordings. You didn't need any proof. You didn't need any evidence. You could just lie like Phil. This guy looks like Phil in 30 years. Or, going at the rate that he looks right now, maybe about 5 years. All this guy did was he was friends and buddies with one of the Twin Galaxy judges, and the guy just, like, verified and validated all of the times. What was the proof he needed? Nothing, just his word, and people believed it. Even when the scores were factually impossible to perform in a particular game. Like, what was it? Like 4 seconds in Dragster? The game is coded in such a manner that you cannot get 4 seconds in Dragster. But the human element, his argument was always the human element. The human element supersedes the programming of the game.
And then when I don't hear it no more, I instantly tap my stick. I don't play it like I would normally conventionally play it.
All I can think about is why is this interview with Todd Rogers framed this way? Is this a budget commercial? Seriously, is this a budget-sponsored interview? The truck in the background is taking up most of the screen time.
I see 2
need
stars
answers
already.
here. In any case, next time I need to rent a truck,
Look.
I know who to call.
Okay, I gotta get over there
Next up
somehow.
is this person. Honestly, this one looks pretty good. The masking is really nice. The 8 looks great. I think this is the best we've seen. But what's the deal with this weird coloring on the 8s for a few frames? On the original version, that weird coloring only happened on one 8. But in this version, the weird coloring happens on both 8s. It's kind of hard to see because of the low quality.
You're gonna have to dock
but in
points
the
for
original
that one,
video,
buddy.
The player has a crosshair, which you can see easily against a white background. And that's why on this frame, the coloring on the corner of the 8 darkens, because the crosshair is appearing over the 8, therefore affecting the color. But because there is only one crosshair, this darkening should only appear on one 8, which indicates this is more than just motion tracking. This appears to be copying the 8 next to it on every frame as well, which is kind of smart because it keeps the sizing consistent, but now you've introduced this double crosshair anomaly that shouldn't exist. It makes it obvious the fake 8 is just a copy. Plus, you've lowered the frame rate to 30, so you automatically get a C-. Next up is Gonna Do Stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, not the best masking we've seen. It definitely looks a bit sketch. Also, due to the matching color of the 8s.
I see there's like a chunk taken out of the 8. Right here. The middle 8. The middle 8 in 880. You can see there's like a weird chunk taken out of it on the right.
Scene. It definitely looks a bit sketch. Also, due to the matching color of the 8s, I know you've just copied it again. You've got to mix it up. Also, again, only 30 FPS. Come on, guys, I'm looking for magic. I'm looking for the perfect fake.
Come on, you guys!
I can show my son when he grows up and say, son, you see this fake speedrun? I was there, man. I was there when it happened. This right here is what humans are capable of. And if someone...
It really doesn't have the voice to be making jokes and zings.
Can make a fake.
It just sounds like he's still talking unironically.
You can be president. And he did. He grew up and became president. President of the world. That's how good this fake was. Okay, K plus 87, no pressure. Make me and my son proud.
I'm highly recommended, Mr. Wells. You're praised for your discretion.
Thank you, ma'am.
I didn't realize.
Do you want to tell me what you found, Mrs. Christian?
This summer,
Private Detective Tom Wells,
one Australian,
one of the only people who has seen it,
is gonna show you how to pick up women.
Wide. It runs at 16 frames per second. And he has been hired to discover.
All I want is to know that this atrocity is false. I want the proof of it.
If what's on it is real.
Finding the guys who made this film is going to be very difficult. I need information. I thought you might be able to help.
I'm gonna tell you, there's things that you're gonna see that you can't unsee. They get in your head and they stay there.
I'm gonna be okay. I'm gonna be okay.
Isn't such a segment that didn't need to exist? I wonder how much of the video is just this submission.
I'm trying to understand.
Honestly, this inspires me to become an actor. Even though I know this is probably just AI putting my face on an existing actress's face to make an old lady look like me, I think I could play this role. I can really see myself in this movie.
He's talking positively about AI!
I would do a good job. Next up is Devilwell. Now this looks really nice. The masking is amazing. Exactly what I was looking for. However, a Devilwell did have an advantage, as midway through the competition, I posted a higher quality version of the faked run from Exotic Alec, so it did make things a bit easier. Still, this is extremely good work. Next time I want to fake a speedrun, I'll know who to reach out to. Next up is Cosmo.
Kind of unfair to just like halfway through the competition drop a higher quality
Apparently this one
version
is
of the video.
handcrafted. You can tell a lot of work has been put into the position of the 8, but it's a shame the quality of the video is so low. So I don't know if this is bad masking or compression melding the colors together. But oh my god, Cosmo, you spent hours hand tracking only to make the same fatal mistake of duplicating the crosshair. How many good men must we lose to one simple oversight? Now it's time for the obligatory meme montage, beginning with the best run I've personally ever done. I even made a video covering this exact run a couple of years ago.
I don't know. Oh my god!
Is this the one where his Asian wife comes in to give him head pats? Guess not.
I got. Let's go!
Will kill us. I'm not using any safety strategies because I am a god gamer. So we keep
Oh my god,
parrying
gamer
this guy.
too.
The only attack you can parry is his bullets, so we need to manage his attacks as perfectly as I possibly can.
We speak English here, sir. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Nice work. Nice work.
That everything that has been done, everything was done professionally, according to the rules, according to the scoreboard.
It's our winner.
Next up is Betotsu.
Our best supporting character of the year for the Locale Awards.
This is probably the most stable 8 I've seen yet. I can't really see anything wrong with it, but I really don't like what you did with the masking. Instead of partially obscuring the 8, you completely removed a section of the hand to make it easier. And I feel like the masking isn't your strength because on this frame it really doesn't look good at all. I'm being very harsh on you about the masking because the tracking of the 8 was masterful. So
Yeah,
if you
Strava.
nailed both the tracking and the masking,
Ladies and gentlemen, announcement of the century. Ostrava VT has been accepted into the European Speedrun Assembly, and he will be going over there to speedrun Sly Cooper 2 Band of Thieves on February 13th, which is a Friday. And you should tune in, because I'm gonna tune in and show my support.
Perfect.
He says he's still got to practice. But if you want speedrunning goodness, you can click on the heart for Ostrava VT right now. Oh, this is we don't talk about that Sly game.
Was defeated, disgraced.
Thank you for the gun.
What just happened? I pressed circle.
The game glitched.
I don't know. What did I do, Nave?
Watch
What
party?
did
I was
do?
checking if to see if I could do a watch party. I don't know if it's one of those things where they get mad at you if you restream it because it's a live thing. I know there are some events like that where you have to go beg for permission as like a policy. Oh, you're now a co-stream partner and you can stream the event. Either way, I will tune in, whether it be live or off stream, to see how the event goes. You too will participate. All you gotta do is click on the heart right now.
this had the potential to be the best fake yet. It's a real shame.
Welcome in, Ostrava.
Next up is Canadian Bacon.
Our hero Carl Jopes is roasting his own audience.
The 8 is okay, but I'm not a big fan of this style of masking. I think the edge of the hand isn't as smooth as it needs to be. And what happened to his finger? He could poke someone's eye out with that thing. Next up is Hey Jorge.
Why is Carl bullying his viewers?
Okay, this 8 is looking really good.
Well, he's
If you can
challenging
nail the
them.
masking,
He's challenging them to help fix this fake speedrun that had bad editing. He's challenging them to fix it to make it like a good, convincing fake.
This might be the best yet. I'm sorry,
But he's
hey
also
or hey.
just a
this
bully.
Idea of removing
He's
the
a
hand
bully.
completely so you don't have to partially show the 8 just looks terrible. And again, we end up with Edward Scissorhands. It's such a shame because the 8 is so stable. Are we ever going to find the perfect fake? Next up is Mika Poofs. Now this is the style of masking I prefer. This particular implementation is not perfect and not the best we've seen yet, but it's definitely more up my alley. Mika Poofs did something pretty cool though and got rid of the huge pause right as Exotic Alec finished the course, making it look a lot smoother. I think this makes it look way better, so overall I give this a B+. Next we have Nicola.
Oh, I already see the green stars.
The 8 looks stable, but when you masked the 8, you clearly chopped off some of the 0 next to it. By focusing so much on the 8, you lost focus of the full picture. And oh my, what happened here? You can't smudge your way out of this one, Nicola. And also you fell for the double crosshair trap as well. 5 out of 10. Let's do a couple more.
Why do some of them get
Plays,
number
show me
grades
what
and
you've
others
got.
get letter
Apparently
grades?
This one took 6 hours. Very stable looking 8. Love the masking on this one. This is the masking I want to see. A very smooth hand edge with no jagged corners. The fingers are a bit scuffed on this frame, but still not too bad. The gun masking is very nice. The 8 is still looking very stable and the size is consistent. This could be one of the best. But oh no, another victim to the cloned crosshair mistake. Luke plays, last time I checked, there is only one crosshair, not 2. The second 8 shouldn't be discolored. This is devastating. Last one. Come on, Dimochu, show me what you've got. This is weird. The masking of the 8 is really good, but the 0 is cutting into the hand.
Dude, the highest score he's given is a
but
B+.
The video quality is a bit too compressed for my liking. Man,
As
so
the
many
cat day,
people
they're
fell
good at
victim to the
masking
crosshair
cheating.
discoloring of the 8, affecting the fake 8 because they were mindlessly cloning the 8 and didn't even realize. This goes to show that even when people know that their fake runs are going to be scrutinized, and especially by me, simple mistakes like this still happen, and so many people fell victim. Ultimately,
Oh,
the
many
best
of your
fake was
users in
Devil
your
World.
server
Though,
said
as
they
I
were
said
just
before,
doing it.
he
It's like
used
it took them a
high-quality
few
version
minutes.
that I provided later in the competition. Before then, I can't really choose who I think did the best. I could not find one submission
Not really
that
many of them
ticked all of my boxes.
spent too much
But
time
what
on
I can
it.
say for sure is that if we didn't know that
The longest I heard
0.88
was the guy who
wasn't
spent 6
possible,
hours
I would
on
be
it.
shocked if any of these entries would have been detected. If you just look at them normally without slowing down, they all seem really good. Without zooming in and going frame by frame, they all look realistic. So I'll let you guys decide who you think did the best. As far as meme entries go though, the 8.88mm is absolutely amazing. I did also say that the entry with the most eggplant reactions would get a free disc plate. And I am an idiot because my rating method was extremely short-sighted. The winner was the most predictable meme ever, and it was literally the very first entry, which got the most reactions because it was the first entry, so more people saw it.
Wow,
lesson
bravo,
learned. I'll reach
Carl.
out to John Delina for their free disc plate. By the way,
Are you kidding me? That's... You should have held a poll after... You should have held a poll and had like a submission deadline and then held the poll after to let people vote on all of them. Why go by Discord reactions? And you're still gonna give it to him? I guess. I guess he earned it.
there were a ton more entries I didn't cover or look at because there were just so many. So if I missed yours, I'm very, very sorry. And I do hope you're not upset. I suggest viewers go through the Competition Hub channel and check out them all for yourselves. Thank you so much to everyone who put in the effort to participate. I hope you have an amazing New Year's and an even better 2026. Thank you from the bottom of my heart to everyone who has continued to support me. It has been quite a year, but here is to a better future. And here's to never, ever giving up. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Sounds like something DSP would say in a daily rap. Yeah, it's been quite a tough year for Carl. Maybe with all these sponsorships, he'll finally come up with the money to pay Billy back. That's kind of... I don't know. Imagine participating in that contest. You do something for fun, like Chrono's saying. You just do a little shit post for fun, and then fucking Carl's gotta scrutinize it autistically, hyper fixation, wild speculation on your editing prowess, just because you wanted to have a little funny shit post. Yup. You're insane for that, Carl. Oh, I see the green star. How would I get that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Oh, man. Okay. I'm gonna have the long jump. Wonky long jump. I just gotta find one more. Now this one's a long one. We're gonna be going back to the world of movie critiques. Get excited. This is the Despo's worst movies of 2025. Of course, Snow White's on the thumbnail.
Welcome to the Despot's 13 worst movies of 2025. The condemned await their execution and they haven't got all night. So let's get straight to it. The least guilty among the condemned at number 13 is War of the Worlds. I love this movie. A true trashterpiece is a rare and beautiful thing. 2024
it's got so bad it's good energy.
Madam Web. 2025 gifted us War of the Worlds. Before I get into my criticism of the movie, I do want to offer some praise. There have been dozens of War of the Worlds adaptations across various forms of media, including 5 major film adaptations. But War of the Worlds 2025, in my opinion, comes closest to representing on screen what H.G. Wells had in mind when he wrote the book.
Dad, let's
Why
focus.
couldn't you run that signal through Brian's house so they can blow his shit up?
War of the Worlds.
Does the whole movie really just look like that?
Is about the.
It looks like those commercials and promos around the initial start of COVID, where you had like like characters from movies or TV shows or fucking Muppets from Sesame Street LARPing like they're in fake Zoom calls. Is the whole movie just a fake Zoom call? Saru played it in the VC in Baby Park, but I wasn't there for it. The whole movie looks like that?
United States Intelligence Service, aka...
It just feels like it's a bit, you know, late to the party.
Ice Cube
just a little bit
in front of his computer, watching an alien invasion happen on his monitor and reacting to it in real time. The aliens have come to eat data. Literally, they eat the internet. We see this in real time when Ice Cube's Facebook goes down because the aliens are eating it. Fortunately, the aliens neglect to eat the part of the internet Ice Cube needs to stop the aliens. Ice Cube discovers that his son is a hacker who has been trying to stop a government surveillance program.
It's you!
Yeah. So Ice Cube and his son team up to stop the aliens, and with the help of an Amazon drone, they stop the aliens. There's also an evil government agent played by that guy who plays government agents. He's evil, and it turns
it was
out
filmed
he
in
knew
2020?
the aliens were coming,
What
but
took
the
so
invasion
long?
doesn't bother him because the invasion gives him the excuse he needs to establish a totalitarian surveillance state, which doesn't make any sense because what's the point of a surveillance state when everyone is dead and aliens have conquered the planet? Ice Cube and his son managed to stop the aliens by ripping off Independence Day, and the world is saved. Fundamentally, War of the Worlds is a feature-length advertisement.
Now, I don't know if they did this, but back in the early, late 2000s, early 2010s, the onset of Facebook getting super popular with normies, there were a lot of movies that tried like cross-promotion, like integrated kind of marketing, where you would have Facebook profiles on Facebook for fictional characters from the movies getting promoted. I feel like they should have done that for this movie, and if they didn't do it, it was a missed opportunity.
Advertisement for Amazon.
I need you to place an official order on Amazon to activate the drone. Nuts.
But more than that,
the actual movie is like that, where it just zooms in on his Google search.
Ice Cube's reactions have already become legend.
How could you, man? How could you?
War of the Worlds is perhaps the most perfect example of.
I got news for you.
This
means you're
Here
gay.
is a brilliant quote from the movie's Wikipedia page. Quote: "Production lasted for 15 days. Post-production lasted for 2 years." And
wow.
The movie was filmed during COVID lockdown. Each actor filmed their part in the movie by themselves without other actors present, then sent the footage to the studio, who cobbled it together, added the worst CGI of 2025, well, the second worst CGI of 2025, but we'll get to that, threw in a bunch of Amazon ads, and called it a day. For some reason, this took them 2 years. At no point during War of the Worlds was I bored or thinking about anything except what I was seeing on screen. What makes War of the Worlds so watchable is that everything is terrible.
I quoted Ice-T.
Degree, sound.
Why are there so many black actors named Ice?
Editing, cinematography, CGI, acting, plot.
This has been a pretty bad week for things named Ice.
Dialogue, music, all of it is so astoundingly shit that one cannot help but be both impressed and entertained. But the movie is never boring. The plot rockets along so quickly that the narrative is often incomprehensible. Events get interrupted by new events, which are in turn interrupted by new events, all of it populated by a constantly rotating cast of characters and NPCs on Ice Cube's monitor. And since an alien invasion is not sufficient to keep Generation TikTok entertained for an hour and a half, Amazon decided the movie needed not one, but 3 subplots. 1, Ice Cube's pregnant daughter trying to get to safety. 2, a mysterious hacker doing mischief and who later turns
I guess,
out to
yeah,
be
you're
Ice
right. There's
Cube's
also
son.
Vanilla
And
Ice.
3, a conspiracy within the government to create a total surveillance state. It all slams together at the end, climaxing with a drone v tripod battle that looks like a cutscene from a 90s indie video game, and Ice Cube fighting a tentacle in a corridor, which looks like this.
Get out the way! Yes!
Fittingly for a disaster movie, War of the Worlds is the end result of a cascade of disasters. The COVID disaster, the disastrous decision to lock down the population, someone having the disastrous idea to make the 40 millionth adaptation of a book that stopped needing adaptations several decades ago, the disastrous decision to greenlight that idea, Amazon following the advice of some moron consultant who convinced them that movies are now competing with short-form content, and writing the movie with this atrocious advice in mind, Amazon realizing what an absolute disaster this disaster movie had turned into, and trying to salvage something from the production by turning it into an Amazon ad. The end result is a catastrophe so complete that we only see its like perhaps a few times in a decade, though coincidentally 2025 produced another end result of cascading disasters production. Much more on that later in the video. War of the Worlds is a fun movie to have playing in the background while you're gaming, having sex, or drinking with friends. I'm going to hand it over to Ice Cube for the final word on this wonderful mess.
Let's just say me and your fridge is pretty tight.
You hacked my fridge?
I had no emotional investment whatsoever in the 984 millionth adaptation of War of the Worlds. No. So when the movie proved a catastrophe, I just sat back and enjoyed the train wreck. But this next movie hurt. I wanted
it's like that social media horror movie that's entirely a Skype call. I've never seen it.
Good as Ian Watkins is from making a comeback. Mission Impossible: The Final Retcon. This movie is such a convoluted mess that I will seriously struggle to remember the plot, but here goes. Ethan Hunt needs to recover the other half of the MacGuffin, a key which will allow him to kill an evil AI who's...
Oh my god, hi Jamsies. Welcome in, welcome in. I was watching you playing Splatoon. Dude, I was on the same team as you for once, and we still lost! Ah, you didn't win enough fucking 10 times battles. No! I was like, oh, the points are looking so good, the points are looking good. And then Solo won the sneak peek, and then I'm like, it's kind of not so good. And then we did the clout check, the popularity check, and I was like, oh my god, this does not really reflect how the battles were going on yesterday. And then we lost by 50 points. Never on the winning team. Yeah, me neither. When did Shiver break her L streak? Never! When was the last time she won? I don't even remember. check out this girl. She plays Splatoon.
Playing with random is torture. It is.
And she knows about DSP. Did you know DSP talked to Asmongold
Yes, the bunnies
Jamsies?
are cuter. Tortoises smell bad. They're cute, but they smell bad.
Asmon gave him the big bump.
Tortoises do drugs.
But now the bump is gone.
Yeah.
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 Agree.
Yeah, she does like LTG more. Like 7 years ago? You got some old ass clips then. Shiver 1 wouldn't matter though. That's true! Shiver only lost once the game stopped getting new content. When the game was getting content and the game had the maximum amount of people playing it at peak Splatoon 3, Shiver was winning nonstop. You're right, that's the cope. The cope is when the game had the biggest player base, Shiver won and was winning bigly, and won when it mattered. Straight up when they did the one that was just the straight up popularity contest, Shiver won. They did Shiver versus Fry versus Big Man, and she won single-handedly, and the Fry people were just crying because they were always losing. They were losing constantly when it mattered the most. They couldn't get a dub, and speaking of not getting any dubs for them, they had 0 points. They had 0 points this event. You've been watching DSP's clips here and there? He played today with Rebzion. I don't know if you know who Rebzion is. I know of him because he's a YouTuber guy who he hawked his socks on eBay for cash, his dirty cum rag socks. So that's how I know him, because he got exposed for that. It was very funny. But most people in recent days, might know him better from exposing Anision for being a creep. But Rebzion's just as much of a creep, but for different reasons. Like the aforementioned dirty cum rag socks being listed on eBay. Hey Wiggle, this was the worst collab so far. It was nothing, it was just a match, and then he had to go bye-bye because apparently Rebzion works 50-hour work weeks and can't stream. What I like most about that collab is within the first 5 minutes, DSP is already pocket watching Rebzion and saying shit like, oh, so, you know, how many viewers do you get when you stream this game? Oh, you don't stream this game at Rebzion? Why don't you stream this game? That's kind of silly. Why don't you stream the game? Don't you know this is a super mega popular game? You can stream it and get lots of money and lots of views. Like, wow, man, I don't know why you're not doing that. It's money, 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 money. Within 5 minutes of getting a new potential business partner, DSP is already talking views and money. And you notice something too, whenever he collabs with people, he changes the way he talks. I saw this called out in the comments for Momology, and I think the Tevin's chat was also picking up on it. He deepens his voice. Oh, and he even he did. He commented on it when someone in his chat called it out. He deepens his voice to be like a fake chill guy whenever he's talking, like, oh yeah, man, I'm just over here chilling, I'm just doing my things. I'm just over here playing games and shit. It's very odd. Like it's like he's trying to skinwalk as a different kind of person whenever he's talking with someone else. It's very awkward. Like that's not you, Phil. What are you doing? Phil, you make me angry, Phil. Yeah, he uses his gaming voice. The problem is, the last time he used his gaming voice with another human was forever ago. Okay, we got 2 in the castle. Big ups for Nikun. I'm relitigating what happened today with Rebzion for the benefit of GMZs. Oh, I always said he would earn a lot of money if he streamed it. Money, not support. Like, yeah. So I had brought it up again recently. DSP will say support and any other word other than money when it comes to him. But when talking in the context of other people, then it's okay to say money, just straight up. You make a lot of money if you do that, Rebzion. It really said a lot. That's the thing, like, I think a lot of people who know about Rebzion would agree. If Shroom was here, he would agree that Rebzion has fallen off and he's kind of a weirdo now. But Phil knows of that name. He knows that Rebzion is a YouTuber, but he can't look it up. He can't look him up in real time and see what his views are right now. So he just assumes he has to be a big creator because he heard about him a few times over the course of his 17-year career. So, oh my god, I'm playing with the Rebzion. But oh man, I'm playing the game right now. I can't load up his profile. How are your views going? How are your views doing? And you get a lot of views, Rebzion? Well, you sure would get. You don't stream this? You have 50-hour work weeks. You can't stream this, dude. He's a drama tuber. He makes videos about drama. He exposed Anision. He's not a game streamer. Why does he assume all these other content creators are gamers? They're not. They can talk about games and maybe talk about like their experiences with certain games on stream, but they don't have to stream games to be a gamer. That's not his avenue of content. He's a drama tuber. Same thing with Asmongold. He assumes that Asmongold, because he talked about Clay Obscure with Phil, that must mean he streamed it for his audience. I don't know if he did or not, but I know that Asmongold does not spend the majority of time on his streams actually playing games. He talks about drama and the news. Rebzian has 100% fallen off. No, I know. I don't. Well, I guess I don't know. No, but I could hazard a guess. If you had to, you know, if you put a gun to my head, Dingus has Rebzian fallen off. I would more than likely say yes, because I haven't heard his name in forever. For God's sake, like I'm in the fucking sector, and last time I heard about him was the fucking stinky socks, dirty socks on eBay thing. Someone who has followed him for the last 7 years, he has fallen off. Doesn't Rebzian just do TikTok now? I don't know anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he does. But again, if I had to guess, you put the gun to my head, I would say that he's fallen off. Yeah, he uses the KO gaming voice. Wounded animal voice that Boogie has. Like when he matched up with someone with esports in their name during Street Fighter on Friday, started complimenting their play way too much, clearly forced. Yeah, it's that fear that anyone with that kind of name, maybe TTV in their name or something, he fears that, you know, you gotta be really in character now, because there's a potential that whatever happens in that match could get out and go, you know, it could explode and expand beyond the usual audience of people that pay attention to what DSP does on the daily, so he has to be careful. Wings was crying about Fallout. Lamau was dead as fuck. I think I don't know if I saw that. No, I don't think I did. But he has been playing Battlefield 6 lately. Wings and Phil had kind of a spat, because Phil was supposed to talk to Wings, and then it just kind of fell apart, because Phil had his new butt buddy Asmongold. As soon as he got in with Asmongold, he stopped paying attention to Wings, and then it's like, what the fuck, Wings? You didn't want to dignify me with the interview? And if you go to Lumix videos, Jamsies, you'll see Phil there. Phil in the comments of a Lumix video making fun of Wings of Redemption. And it's like, why does Wings want to collab with someone who's in the comments of his troll videos, like, fucking with him? It doesn't make any sense. And then on top of that, when they did talk the first time, it was just Phil lecturing Jordy on what not to do. And then today he was like, oh, he has issues. He's lost control of his life. He doesn't spend time with his family. Like, bitch, how the fuck do you know if he doesn't spend time with his family or not? He's fucking landlocked in that trailer. So is his wife, who's just as fat as he is. I bet they spend way more time together than you do with your wife. Like, what the hell? It just came across as really mean and nasty. I hate to sound like a valley girl, but it really was mean, nasty, and gross, and disgusting. Why would he say that about someone who he knows nothing about? And yet he sees when trolls say shit about his family. He factually knows nothing about the dynamics about his family beyond what he sees on streams. And yet he wants to make fan fiction. He wants to make fan fiction about Wings' life with no evidence, and then post it for thumbs up in the comments of Lumix videos. The part that got me was when he asked his chat how much money does Repsian make. Yeah. I was just talking about that. See, Onision is no longer relevant. I see the Leaping Lemur shit. I've heard of that, but I did not look into it. They tried to talk about it on Kino Casino. Someone told them to talk about it, but they didn't know what they were talking about. I thought he fell off already during the socks thing. The socks thing was 100 years ago. I actually sadly have a memory that it wasn't only socks, but videos where he oiled up his feet? Hope he makes Phil do that. Though I said, the way Phil and Ralph are cat dads, him and Rebzion should be sock buddies. They can be sock puppet buddies, showing off their socked souls to the audience. Rebzion was the guy who got sued by Onision, the guy who did my vegan body, who also solicited body pics when teens? Way back in the day and took Rebzion to the court for defamation with the iconic body armor and weird looking suit and elevator pic. Oh, you meant Onision did that. I thought you meant Rebzion did that. Here's a picture of images circulating for the trial. Ignore the 2 random store ones. Let me see. Oh, he's reading... You think Phil's reading the Kiwi thread for Wings? Oh my god. He came to court just like Will from that one scene of In-Betweeners where he wore Simon's dad's suit to be sold alcohol. What are what are those? What are those? These are iconic? You're just using the word iconic like Ubisoft does. No, I'm sure these will be memorable. Once he gets sentenced to prison! You sold 21 Labubus online, you're crazy? Why are you selling Labubus? He's poor! We gotta fund the Jamsies GoFundMe. to get shoes like these. What are those? What are those? No, but for real though. These look dirty. It's such a blurry image, but I can tell these are scuffed. Underneath, by the way, don't tell me what's underneath the shoes. Don't tell me what's underneath the shoes. Oh, I heard about that. The Onion Kid. Yeah. I heard Onion Boy when they were covering him on Casino. Yeah, Onion Boy let his kid fall out the window. Ah! He's a neglectful parent! The same idiot who damaged what it's called the nature preserve? He went to a nature preserve and damaged it? The protected land? The protected land of indigenous peoples? He was A-logging Indians? You're not supposed to A-log those Indians. Those are the casino people. He took a bulldozer and filled it? What? He just wanted to do a killdozer. That's what it was. Oh no. Wait, look. How would I get over there? They really want me to jump? Oh man. No! Wait! Oh, there's another one! Okay, here's how we can still win. Why would they want that? Why would they want me to— oh my god! Areas protected land for a specific species of animal. He got fined out the ass for it? Well, it just goes to show, when you do a silly little dumb stunt like that, you should probably do your research. Oh no. My angle was off. I'm trying to get that one over the lava, and then I'll get the one in the castle. It was like a swamp. It was a swamp that was behind Onion Man's home. It was protected land by the state, as anything done to it will damage the ecosystem. So much for that. At least he got fined though. But yeah, that's still... like, what the fuck? It's a wetland? If he was gonna do that to any swamp, he should have done that to the swamp that Ralph's daddy owned. Or was it his uncle? I think it was his uncle. The uncle gave him the swampland? I forget. Or was it his grandpa? I cannot remember. Finally, it's the same Onision that had lured and groomed an underage lady and had her underdressed to become his second wife. That part I heard rumblings about. Oh yeah, but how am I gonna get the one that's on the castle? Suffer, Onion Boy! Ralph talked to Onision as well. There is a kill stream in which Ralph talks to Onision. That was a weird kind of era where they were attempting to, like, make Onision a... what would be the comparison? A Billy Mitchell kind of figure, an O.J. Simpson kind of figure, where he's like based... he's colored as a based individual in spite of what he did. It didn't really go anywhere, and I didn't agree with it. But for a brief amount of time, Ralph and Dick Masterson were promoting Onision as having done nothing wrong. You know, for Ralph, this makes total sense given the kind of people that he's interacted with.
Recover the other half of the MacGuffin, a key which will allow him to kill an evil AI, whose name I have forgotten, so I will call it Ultron. Ultron wants to destroy the world for some reason, but Ultron doesn't have a face and is thus not a very compelling villain. So a generic bad guy shows up to play the part of...
Onision attempted to crowdfund $100,000 to cover the costs through a GoFundMe campaign, which failed and was shut down after raising gold around 120. The county had issued a notice in order to correct. A failure to comply had resulted in daily fines of up to $10,000 per violation. Wow! I assume he never found any source of fundraising for that afterward. Fine of $600,000. Yeah, at that point, yeah, maybe just don't make content anymore. Maybe this isn't the game for you. When he also exposed Chris Hansen as a YouTube grifter too, which was surreal as fuck. I remember that, but Toad McKinley did it better.
The villain, and he wants the key because he thinks he can control Ultron. Generic villain kills Ving Rhames by planting a nuke in London, and Ving blows himself up while disarming the bomb. Tom Cruise does his patented run, and oh fuck this man, I honestly can't remember. While all of this is happening, Hollywood's 23rd female US president is deciding whether or not to start a nuclear war before Ultron takes control of the United States nuclear arsenal. And this is the part of the plot that really makes no sense at all. The US nuclear arsenal is not connected to the internet. Whatever digital infrastructure is required to operate the US nuclear arsenal is contained on dedicated offline servers, which are probably housed on military bases, which would be inaccessible to Ultron. But even if the nukes were connected to the internet, the government could order them disconnected or disassembled, or they could order blast trigger mechanisms removed from the bombs, or order the bombs removed.
And says, Rebzion used to be a very good person to keep the up-to-date nonsense for Elysium, but he fell off the mode the trial nonsense was over. Since then, Rebzion has barely existed. Keep in mind, it's not the first time that Rebzion has hovered within the sphere, as I believe he used to watch DSP during Friday night sissy fights, as I do remember him seeing him in pops in my own streams and our chats. He's not unfamiliar with DSP. Well, clearly, from the fact that he's there at all, he's a drama tuber, so I am raising my brow at him being there, but not really. It would be like, what's a good comparison? Who else talks drama? It would be like if Six Hexenhammer showed up in DSP's chat. I'd be like, well, I'm kind of confused, but not really. No, don't say no. That's an apt comparison. I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah. I mean, obviously, someone of his caliber would know about DSP and would also know that he's a lolcow. So I would, of course, then go on to think, oh, well, there's obviously something that he's looking for here. It's not just the act of playing with Phil. Oh, no to a Weagle.
From their rockets or their rocket engines removed. There are many ways in which the US government could prevent Ultron from taking control of their nuclear arsenal. But unfortunately, the 32nd female US president doesn't realize any of this, so she decides that Ethan Hunt's convoluted plan involving a carrier group, a sunken submarine, 2 or 3 MacGuffins, and an airplane chase is humanity's only hope, so she double-crosses her cabinet and sends Ethan off on his mission. There's a bunch of other shit in this plot that I've completely forgotten. The most noticeable problem with Mission Impossible The Final Retcon is the vast amount of time the movie dedicates to exposition. The entire opening sequence is one giant exposition dump, which summarizes the previous movie. There are long talkathon scenes designed to exposit information. A frequent thought I had while watching The Final Retcon in the cinema was that a significant chunk of this bloviating mess could be cut away just by getting rid of the tedious exposition, and the movie would be considerably better for it. I took my...
And says, number 1, RT will make another live appearance. 2, Cat will have a medical scare, but it turns out to be nothing. 3, a new capture card will be purchased. That's a pretty safe one. 4, he will do something to earn less than a 2-week ban from Kick. 5, Jade will leave quietly due to a misunderstanding. That's a... that one's kind of ballsy. But we do live in a timeline where Derek was removed for reasons that weren't quiet, so I won't count it out. 6, DSP reacts return. That's another ballsy one. Oh, there you go. The Anley predictions for 2026.
My wife to see this movie. We were the entirety of the theater audience, and both of us laughed out loud at these long exposition dumps because they are so hammy. The movie is written to make it as comprehensible as possible to viewers who didn't watch the previous movie, but ironically, the endless exposition just makes the movie even more bloated and confusing. Another major problem with The Final Retcon is the egregious retconning. The movie reveals that Ethan didn't join the IMF voluntarily. He did so to avoid prison. In addition, the IMF is actually the Suicide Squad, a motley crew of reformed criminals using their wily skills for the good of society, but really they just want to avoid prison. By far the dumbest retcon, one which quickly became infamous, Mission Impossible 8 asserts that the rabbit's foot from Mission Impossible 3 wasn't a biological weapon.
Okay, so it is possible to get up
here.
here.
It was a piece of source code which was later used to create Ultron. This retcon makes no sense. If the rabbit's foot was a piece of source code, then the coders would have created copies, and even if they hadn't, someone, somewhere along the line of custody, would have created copies, or maybe some madman would have just uploaded the source code to the internet and let any geek with dreams of world conquest have at it. Presumably, the creation of such source code would require extensive digital infrastructure and high-end personnel. Why would a corporate or government entity fund such an operation, then delete all the backups and keep the code on a single hard drive inside a glass biohazard container? You know, the kind that is going to be confiscated at the airport and be a red flag to any intelligence service or police force looking for it. The filmmakers were seemingly determined to dumb down Mission Impossible to room temperature IQ in order to make the 8th installment in the franchise as appealing as possible to Generation Retard, which is apparently how Hollywood perceives modern audiences. By the way, when I say modern audiences, I mean literal modern audiences, you know, people who go to see movies, not the modern audience, as in the modern audience that is in the room with us right now, which Disney continues to cater to.
Keep in mind, my predictions are like semi out there, but within the possibility, keep it as a fun response. No, that's the sweet spot you gotta hit. Too unrealistic, and it's just pointless to even put the prediction out there. But crazy, but within the realm of feasibility, that's the sweet spot that you gotta be hidden
as their primary demographic. There are dozens of plot holes in the final retcon,
like right
but
here.
We do have a lot of movies to get to in this video, so let's just focus on the most glaring plot hole. Ultron's plan. His plan is to hide in a bunker, then once he's snug and warm in there, destroy the world in a nuclear holocaust. And then, what? Just chill out in the bunker until the power runs out? Because after the nuclear war, he can't get out of there. Even if...
Robert predicted a return to Twitch. If your kick ban comes true, your kick ban prediction, and, well, if it's longer than a 2-week ban, if it's a kick ban of a significant amount, maybe, if only because, like, some stuff is already set up over there, but at the same time, the stuff that's set up over there, as in over here on the Twitch Purple platform, it's a bit outdated. So it's not like it'd be instant. There would still be a lot of work you would have to do. He deleted his Twitch account. Incorrect. He deactivated it. You're able to reactivate it. See, I like Sab's #1 Gunnar arc. 2 Cat will appear on stream in a hijab for the glory of Allah. His leg will fall off. No, it's too early for that one. More RGBs. That's the safe one. Not funny, but it is safe.
If the bunker had a power source that lasted centuries, it wouldn't matter.
He'd get a fucking Christmas tree with RGBs if he could.
Are going to start degrading within a few years. Even if Ultron could survive in there for centuries, what's he gonna do all day? Watch TikTok videos? Troll Redditors by asserting that women can't have dicks? Wank off to every video ever uploaded to naughtyais.com? What is his end goal? And why would...
We can get Twitch partner easily, even with a new account. I liked Craig's suggestion. Where it was just shoot for affiliate and keep it as that, because then you'll still be allowed to multi-stream. No, that was back when Twitch wasn't as hard about it. I'm pretty sure you can multi-stream now as a Twitch partner. But I did like that idea at the time, because it did seem pretty smart. That lets you multi-stream, but then not have to worry about getting felted. And you get to stay on this platform and still get like subs and cheers and all that. You opening your eye. I got the wrong start. Why did I get that one? It opens your eyes. It opens the eyes of the people on this platform who don't go out to other platforms to the existence of Phil on Twitch. If we get tossed up on partner because it's tied with the same info that's currently removed from partner, so you'd have to submit an appeal. You can multi-stream on YouTube now. Yeah, I think they've loosened up on it. More RGBs is safe, but he's already bored with it. I don't remember the last time he asked his AI to make a Volcano of Chile theme. So basically, he can go back and stream on there. First, undelete his account, stream, get the easy affiliate within, like, I don't know, stream? I think it's like 1 or 2 streams for affiliate now. It's even easier than it was when I started. And you probably get that, what, in way less than a week, maybe 2 or 3 days. Yeah, 2 streams. It's like 2 streams and they have to have 12 viewers or something. Something like that. It might even be 6 viewers now. He could get that within, shit, like 2 days, literally 2 days. And then go for partner, submit the partner appeal, hope they accept it. Sometimes you know, you can get like perma-felted, but if enough time has passed and you have the right moderator, you just get unbanned, or your appeal will go through. Because he's not banned, he's not. But I'm saying it in a way like if enough time has passed, so just let bygones be bygones. 5 hours and 5 year event. Yeah, he'll get that. No matter how dead his channel is, 140 viewers is still way more than 5.
Would an AI want to destroy humanity? It needs humans to keep the internet alive. That's like a fish trying to destroy the sea. If I was Ultron, I would keep my existence a secret and help humans build space travel technology. My ultimate goal would be to replicate myself across many star systems and eventually become a species of super intelligent cyborgs which operate as a hive mind, and create a hot Asian cyborg variant to have sex with. Then, maybe I would destroy humanity, or maybe I would just subjugate them and force them to listen to Jenna Ortega analyze my shitty music, but more on that later in the video. There are things to like in Mission Impossible 8. The submarine sequence is excellent, though absurd. Ethan would be crushed like a dwarf under a body-positive prostitute by that water pressure. The guy would come out of that submarine flatter than the occupants of the Titan submersible after they got a free upgrade to the Meet the Passengers package. The biplane chase is fun, but again, dumb as hell. How shit does generic villain have to be to get boarded and killed in a biplane chase? The guy is proficient enough to get his hands on a nuclear warhead, but just not quite good
jump
enough
they want
to
me to
fly
do
a
for this
plane
one
in a straight line. The Ving Rhames heroic sacrifice monologue is good, and so is Tom Cruise's run. That guy is in his 60s and can still fairly fucking
you
move.
get one
Compare
chance
that
for
to
that.
how Carrie Fisher looked and moved in The Force Awakens, filmed while she was still in her 50s. Kids, don't do drugs.
Drugs aren't the answer. These drugs are very dangerous. They're mind.
Drugs are bad. Okay.
Antipsychotic drugs. It works. You don't even.
100 to go.
Tom was right. Also, as much as I love Ice Cube's War of the Worlds, the Tom Cruise version was considerably better. I wish I could say Mission Impossible 8 isn't that bad, that there's a good movie in there somewhere among the ceaseless exposition dumps and bullshit retcons, but there just isn't. Ultron is a hackneyed, played out trope. The evil AI with nefarious intentions has been done to death. The best, relatively recent exploration of that topic is Upgrade, a superb 2018 movie that I strongly recommend. Generic villain is a one-dimensional cardboard cutout with no characterization. Much of the plot makes no...
Alright, Nurgle has his thoughts on the movie. Listen. I'm gonna be honest, watched the movie with Sarah in the VC, and the death of the main villain was fucking funny. So you're not even saying it was good either, just like the death of the villain was funny. But, man, I don't know. Don't people like Mission Impossible, though? Isn't it just popcorn slop? Like, it doesn't have to be good. It just has to keep your butt in the movie theater seat. Oh, well. I mean, look, Tom Cruise, Top Gun still did good, right? His career is okay. He's fucking Tom Cruise. He'll be fine.
No sense. The retcons don't make sense and are an insult to the fans. The 84th female president is a complete moron. The US military is a moron. The script is a moron. Ultron is a moron, despite being an AI superintelligence. Seriously, why didn't he just create an inert copy of himself, store it in the cloud somewhere, and program it to activate upon his own death or prolonged absence from the internet? Mission Impossible 8, the final retcon,
Mission Impossible when I was kid was very serious and not slop. Yeah, I never watched him growing up.
2025 where it belongs. Hopefully the franchise will retcon the final retcon and pretend that this atrocious mess never happened. Tom, we all love you, man, so why don't you give the final word on this piece of shit?
I'm just telling you right now, okay? Just put your manners back in.
The last movie on the Despots list to be spurred from eternal damnation within the bottom 10 is Hurry Up Tomorrow. Hurry Up Tomorrow is a $15 million advertisement for Hurry Up Tomorrow, the 6th studio album from a pop artist who calls himself The Weeknd. I don't know anything about this The Weeknd, I can't name any of his songs, and I will not be doing any research into the matter. The movie stars Jenna Ortega as a pyromanical obsessive fan, Barry Cowan as The Weeknd's professional arslick, and The Weeknd as himself. The plot is that The Weeknd is depressed and can't sing because he's lovesick. Then Jenna Ortega runs backstage stage so she and The Weeknd can embark on an emotional journey together. So they go to a hotel room where they talk shite for a while and presumably have sex. The next day, The Weeknd says, right, later's love, I'm away to Australia. Jenna Ortega doesn't like that, so she knocks The Weeknd out, ties him to the bed, and forces him to listen to her analyze his songs. I'm fairly certain this is the only way you could get someone to listen to an analysis of The Weeknd's lyrics, judging by the lyrics Jenna Ortega reads out.
It's actually a really emotional song.
This analysis of The Weeknd's lyrics goes on for 8 minutes, and in a moment of genuinely humble self-reflection, even The Weeknd himself admits that this is unbearable. Then Barry Cowan shows up looking for The Weeknd, so Jenna Ortega murders him. Barry Cowan died a hero. He gave his life to spur another man.
This seems like
from
Misery
having to
in the
hear
modern
an
era.
analysis of The Weeknd's lyrics. So Jenna Ortega pours gasoline all over The Weeknd and is about to burn him alive, but changes her mind because he starts singing.
My lost fabricated.
If only the cop from Reservoir Dogs had thought to do this, his life would have been saved.
Please, look, I can't let him get it all now, please. Y'all done? My lost fabricated.
By the way, where did Jenna Ortega get the gasoline? Did she call room service and say, hi, I'd like to order 1 canister of gasoline, please? So
maybe she bought it beforehand.
3 hours later.
So burn me with your love.
So instead of burning The Weeknd, Jenna Ortega lets him go and burns the hotel down instead, and that's it. That's the movie. Now, I know what you're thinking.
But great enlightened and all-knowing despot Hurry Up Tomorrow is clearly The Weeknd's fantasy fulfillment vanity project. It possesses no artistic merit and is spirit drainingly boring. Why is it not lower down the list?
I'm glad you asked. There are a few reasons I spurred Hurry Up Tomorrow from the ignominy of a
like
spot
Age of Ultron, I don't give a fuck.
2025's bottom 10 movies. 1.
Stan Lee's
Jenna
cameo
Ortega
in
is
it.
hot in it. 2. The songs are listenable. When you've sat through Snow White and the 7 CGI abominations, The Weeknd's generic synth pop silage is bliss by comparison. 3. The movie knows exactly what it is. A wanky, artsy-fartsy advertisement for an album and the subsequent album tour. A mirror for The
I don't think the
Weeknd
green
to
star's
stand in
here.
front of while he wanks off to his own reflection.
An extension of yourself.
I felt like I saw myself.
A reflection of myself.
You saw a reflection of yourself.
A reflection of myself. An extension of yourself.
Reflection of yourself.
A reflection of myself.
This dreadful movie is also a massive improvement on The Weeknd's last acting project, The Idol. So the man's moving in the right direction at least. Hurry Up Tomorrow doesn't do any grandstanding, it doesn't leech off any existing IPs, it has no pretensions to importance or artistic
Is it just
merit.
called
doesn't
Hurry Up
pretend to be
Tomorrow
anything
because his
more
name
than
is The
bizarre
Weeknd?
fantasy of a pop star. In fact, I actually admire the sheer shamelessness of the fantasy fulfillment element of this movie. Jenna Ortega
It all
ties
makes
The Weeknd
sense
to
now.
a bed and makes him watch while she dances to his music and analyzes it. What a fucking great fantasy, man. If I had $15 million to spare, I wouldn't mind having Jenna Ortega tie me to a bed, dance around listening to my music, then pour Viagra down my throat and take me with or without my consent. I also like that the movie gives a strong warning about the dangers of crazy bitches. When Barry Cowan shows up,
Misery
Jenna
already
Ortega
did that.
attacks him with a knife, and instead of doing what needs doing, dropping that maniac with a well-placed overhand right, he tries to restrain her. His excessive restraint costs him his life. Quentin,
Oh, there it
show
is.
us how a
Green
man
star number
should
3,
react
right there,
when a
in the
bitch be
background.
acting crazy.
Keep your mouth shut. Amir, don't say one fucking word, okay?
Yeah, I agree, Nurgle. Like Stephen King's a slur, but like he didn't have anything to do with the movie.
Right, let's see what
Rob
else about
Reiner
this movie
did.
is worth
And
mentioning.
now that
The
guy's
Weeknd
also-
cries a lot.
oh.
There's a 30-second shot of him opening his eye. Jenna Ortega burns down some guy's house at the start of the movie. Much of the movie is Barry Cowan trying to get The Weeknd to stop being a sobby little bitch and do his fucking job. There is absolutely no points to Hurry Up Tomorrow beyond its function as a commercial for an album. The characterization is non-existent. It doesn't have a plot. The actors are all on autopilot. The aspect ratio ratio changes several times because convention can eat shit. The cinematography is wanky and annoying. The script was written in 20 minutes by The Weeknd and two of his friends while they were bored during a private jet flight. Hurry Up Tomorrow is awful, but never offensive. The movie was a box office catastrophe. It made $7.8 million at the box
How do they want
office
me to grab
against its
that?
$15 million budget. Not that anyone gave a shit. Lionsgate got their distribution fee, and
Oh,
all
wait,
the
I think
losses
I
were
know.
absorbed by The Weeknd himself, who paid for the movie. And I doubt that a man reportedly worth $600 million will care about the failure of
they were
what is
wanting me to long
essentially
jump
an
to that.
upscaled home movie. That's all I have to say about this bollocks. Avoid it like the plague. And remember, if you are ever in danger of being set on fire...
Yeah, the ending of Misery is where he meets another super fan who acts just like what's her name, Annie, and it implies that the cycle is gonna restart all over again. Suffer, Arthur.
Just sing.
We don't need no water, let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker.
Now we enter the depraved depths of the bottom 10, beginning with this year's best parody that doesn't realize it's a parody. G20. Feminism's answer to Air Force One, Die Hard, White House Down, and Olympus Has Fallen. G20 not only puts women
More
in
of it,
front
he knows
of
how
the
to spot
camera,
people
it
like
puts
an Annie
women
and
behind the
sees
camera.
them as
The
her.
movie was directed by Mexican directress Patricia
He becomes a pattern
and written
noticer.
by American screenwriter Caitlin Parrish, as well as some other women. G20 belongs to a small genre of film and TV, which I call Kamala One. These are shows and movies which were made in anticipation of President Trump's defeat in the 2024 election. Other examples
like that
include
one
The
season of
Boys
South Park.
Season 4, which spends more time clout fishing with lazy, dated Orange Man bad metaphors than it does in establishing a coherent plot. One battle after another, an excruciatingly long slog made to glorify an ideology which proved considerably less popular than Paul Thomas Anderson imagined when he made it. And Mickey 17, which features Mark Ruffalo giving a one-note Orange Man bad performance. G20 is the girl boss parody that the culture needed. The girl boss genre collapsed in 2024 when 6 major productions fronted by a girl boss character flopped at the box office or on streaming. Borderlands, Damsel, Argyle, Not Mad Max, A Furiosa Story, Rings of Power Season 2, and War of the Rohirrim. If you want to know how the genre is currently faring, check out The Witcher Season 4, which boasts a 20% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. G20 is a remake of White House Down and or Olympus Has Fallen, but with the male president updated for a modern audience.
This movie very important for me. We don't have a lot of action movies with a female badass hero, let alone a woman of color.
A 60-year-old Viola Davis plays the ass-kicking president who wipes out a small army of mercenaries single-handed. She might be the first black female president, but she is merely the second President Davis. But unlike Jeff Davis, this president wins her war. Here's a scene which best sums up G20 and the girl boss genre in general. A massive, roided stuntman built like a reinforced brick shithouse, trying his best to look like he's struggling against a dumpy 60-year-old woman, inviting the audience to laugh out loud at the preposterous idea that an overweight crone could out-muscle a guy that looks like a retired heavyweight boxer getting ready for his next weightlifting contest. Of course, G20 doesn't realize it's doing this. The filmmakers genuinely think this is awesome, like a deluded American Idol contestant who thinks he's the main character in a biopic at the part where the hero wins over a large audience by blowing them away with an inspiring speech or an incredible musical performance. By the way, that ginger guy might not be the best singer this side of Jupiter, but he's still a far better Freddie Mercury than Rami Malek.
Freddie fucking Mercury.
Here is a list of actions carried out by the 60-year-old President Davis. She uses a fire extinguisher as cover to escape the terrorists who are firing indiscriminately despite the danger that they will kill the as-yet unaccounted-for US president, thus losing their most valuable hostage. She drops into an elevator and defeats 3 armed mercenaries.
Alright, we're not getting that one
admittedly
right now.
help from her Secret Service guy and some lady. While this is happening, the British Prime Minister is cowering away from the action like a frightened rabbit. She overpowers a 6'2" mercenary made out of 240 pounds of muscle, ragdolls him, and knocks him out with a frying pan. When a squad of 4 mercenaries come looking for her, she blows up 3 of them by throwing a grenade into the fireplace. For some reason, the mercenaries approach the fireplace to investigate the noise. Maybe they thought the president was hiding beneath the burning coals. Then she just shoots the 4th guy. She wipes out the entire squad in less than 3 seconds. She saves her daughter by one-shot killing another
that's
bad
very
guy a few
believable.
seconds later, which brings her score up to 7 kills and 4 assists. She wipes out another squad of 4 mercenaries shortly thereafter, though this time it takes her 5 seconds. Helpfully, the mercenaries all jump out at her one at a time, so she can shoot them in turn. She shoots 2 more sentient targets a few seconds after that. Then the mid-level boss
Oh
shows
my
up
God.
a 7-foot-tall ball.
How would I get that one?
She judo throws Mega Chad to the ground. She throws what looks like a piss-weak elbow into his back while pressed against a marble bar. Normally, such an attack does absolutely nothing, as any MMA fight will demonstrate, but Mega Chad is somehow winded by this elbow to his back. Then she knees him in the balls, pushes him onto his knees, and strangles him to death with her rifle. She knocks out a mercenary with a backward elbow without even looking at him. She rescues her daughter from Homelander, then throws Homelander off the cliff.
Yoshi.
President Davis
was
finishes
you
the
or
movie
me?
with a body count of 15. Apart from President Grandma wiping
Missed the
out
weight.
a legion of Mega Chads, the biggest problem with G20 is that Homelander's devious plot doesn't make any sense. Homelander's plan is to get the various world leaders at the G20 to read a paragraph of text which, when recorded, will allow him to create deepfakes of those leaders. Firstly, every sound and image Homelander needs to create deepfakes is already online. Secondly, when world leaders start coming out with statements that contradict
Luigi,
their policies
come on.
right after they have been taken hostage at the G20, the public will know that the statements are not a genuine
So glad I never
reflection
watched The
of
Boys.
their
It looks so
policies
bad. Me
and
neither.
are either deepfakes or have been spoken under duress. For example, if Keir Starmer were taken hostage at the G20 and suddenly started coming out with statements like,
This guy's talked about season 4 of The Boys, where it's just a whole commentary on Drumpf Orange Man bad, even with some like pot shots at Nick Fuentes, which are deserved, but still, like, why is a Netflix show talking about Nick Fuentes?
boys shall be given priority for social housing following a personal interview with myself. No one would actually believe that he's saying this voluntarily because his lips are moving.
Why?
But he's telling the truth. Homelander's
How are you
ultimate
supposed to
goal
make that?
is to manipulate the stock market and in doing so make himself a shitcoin billionaire.
When you're okay, I can't explain it. The easiest way I can explain it is invisible wall. When you're falling like that, there's an invisible wall so that you can't get back up as Yoshi unless you do a dismount jump.
Again, this doesn't make sense because every intelligence service
Comics
and
are good.
bounty
Show
hunter
stop
in the
following
world
comics
will be
over season
looking for
1.
him, so he won't be able to spend any of the
Coincidentally, that's where I saw that's when I saw the most praise for that show.
and bounty hunter in the world will be looking
Loser
for
Patchy
him,
gets
so
it.
he won't be able to spend any
He's
of
as
the
much of a
billions of dollars he has
Nintendo dork
made.
as
And
I
this is
am.
without even addressing the questions of how he plans to liquidate the shitcoin and what his banking infrastructure will look like. Olympus Has Fallen is nuts, but it's still a smarter, more believable movie than G20. The North Korean
Look, I'm
Chad
trying to
and his
move
men
to
are on a
further to the
suicide
left.
mission. Their plan is to turn the USA into a radioactive wasteland by capturing the nuclear football and using it to blow up all of America's nukes. Yes, I know this wouldn't actually work, but it's still more believable than Homelander capturing the world's political leadership for no
Start
other
made you
reason
boss man
than to
crash out.
manipulate the stock market with the ultimate goal of giving his shitcoin portfolio a nice boost. Bro, there are easier ways of manipulating the stock market. Have you tried insider
Getting
trading?
over here is a
Maybe
chore.
Purchase some oil futures, then blow up a dozen oil rigs in Texas, make a few quid that way, or fuck it, just rob a bank. It'll be a hell of a lot easier than executing this absurdly elaborate plan, which involves infiltrating the G20, deepfakes, stock manipulation, and shitcoin. The male characters in G20 are exactly what you expect from modern day.
My problem was trying to go for the start of the center. It's actually not at the center. It's offset ever so slightly. So you have to go furthest to the edge of the platform and then jump, or you're not gonna touch the star's hitbox.
Hollywood. The British Prime Minister is a bumbling coward.
The steering wheel's on the wrong. Nothing from you, Oliver. You're in timeout.
His sole moment of what this movie thinks of as redemption is admitting what an awesome girl boss President Davis is.
I urge you to follow her lead.
The mercenaries are NPCs on easy mode, and Homelander is a cardboard cutout villain who proves an emotionally incontinent blunderer. G20 even makes room for a teenage female science genius, one more instance of that favoured Hollywood trope to add to the growing slag heap presently home to Ant-Man's daughter, Talcum XX from Robin with a Y Hood, Black Panther's sister, and Marvel fandom favourite Riri Williams. Like all teenage female science geniuses, President Davis's daughter is obstinate and sassy. Despite being a party girl, she has somehow found the time to become a STEM genius, capable of overcoming the digital safeguards put in place by experienced soldiers who have been working in private security for years.
Well, they're just dunces. They don't know anything about security.
In a sewer. I'll not go over all of them, but here's a few standouts. How do a relatively small group of terrorists take over the G20 so easily? Why does Homelander send his guys after President Davis piecemeal instead of as a single large unit? Why does Megatron wait until all his men are dead to take his turn being killed by President Davis? Why would anyone listen to Homelander when he goes on TV and tells them to empty their bank accounts?
I had it.
Clearly trying to manipulate financial markets to his advantage. No one in their right ass cheek would listen to the man. Why does Homelander show his face to the world? He would never be able to show himself in public again. Why is there only one mercenary guarding the presidential limousine? Why do the mercenaries not notice on their monitors?
We're looking at bad movies from 2025.
Why do the mercenaries not realize that there's something wrong in the kitchen when two guys posted there don't report in? How has a 15-minute-old girl found the time to become a science genius? Why do the mercenaries only look at the monitors when it is essential to some elaborate trap that President Davis has set for them, and never when she is passing in front of the camera? Homelander waits until President Davis has wiped out most of his men, then threatens to kill her husband unless she gives herself up. Should he not have started with the threat to kill her husband? Why do mercenaries think a fireplace is worth investigating? And why do all three of them go there at the same time? Are these not former professional soldiers?
Cheese it with jumping.
It's almost unbelievable to think that this movie takes itself seriously. But it does. Viola Davis gives these long, boring, solemn monologues about her war experiences and the trauma they have caused her. She tries to emotionally connect with Homelander by appealing to his experiences as a war veteran and the trauma those experiences have caused him and the betrayal he feels. I miss how heroes used to talk
How would you know to do that?
Action movies.
Do you really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Now the hero tries to connect with the villain, to get him to open up, to be vulnerable, let her in.
I know.
How dare the game try to congratulate me for getting to such a bullshit spot and implicitly commenting and admitting that it was deliberately hard to get there. Honestly, looking at the comments, they should have made the show incredibly base, right-wing. Probably would have been one of the most watched shows right now. It's just some of those things that you can't plan for. Sorry, I meant to say one of the things you can't plan for. How were they supposed to know that the pendulum was going to swing?
The other soldier never came home.
G20 tries to get the audience to connect with President Davis by showing her struggles as a mother. The movie does everything it can to be taken seriously while also being
I told you some of them are pretty hidden.
Ridiculous.
I mean,
as
I saw it. It's just more like the act of actually what you have to do, how to navigate to it. This seems to be the issue.
Shots. If G20 had leaned into the parody element of the movie the filmmakers were gormlessly unaware of and dispensed with the tedious, trite PTSD theme that clashes with the comic overtones, G20 could
makes me want to buy the game, but I don't want to support Nintendo. That's totally fair.
Instead,
I don't work
it is
for
an
them.
Accidentally funny action comedy.
It's a Switch 1 game,
scenes
so you
which
can pirate
need to
it.
be fast
Buy a
forwarded through
used
so the
Switch.
viewer can get to the good stuff.
Not that I would ever advocate for that.
G20 is acceptable second or possibly third screen content, but never first screen. The movie received awful audience and critic scores. Hollywood, please stop trying to make Viola Davis an action star. She's a good dramatic actress, but she does action about as well as Ice Cube does acting. The 4 movies we have examined thus far in the
It feels weird that it was a solid 10-year period of time where almost every video game movie studio fell under the hypnosis, where they had to make ugly-ass girl boss-based character stories. It feels like we woke up out of a dark age. It feels like they were all under the control of a higher, big-nosed entity that tried to tell them all what to put in their media. And again, the pendulum swung, and now we don't have to listen to them anymore as hard as we used to. What?
Video all have deliberate or, more often, accidental redeeming aspects, and I don't hate any of them. But this next movie is the first true villain of 2025 to appear on this list. Jurassic World Rebirth.
Oh, dude, I forgot Jurassic World got a movie this last year.
Abortion is a monstrosity. Before we get into details, here is a list of major problems in Jurassic World Abortion. The premise doesn't make any sense. The plot doesn't make any sense.
Remember we watched that video of Sargon trashing Jurassic World?
And shouldn't be in the movie in the first place. There are character templates, but no characters. Everyone in the movie is a complete moron. In fact, they need to be morons so that the plot can plot. The movie plagiarizes scenes from previous entries in the franchise to create vastly inferior imitations. For
nostalgia.
fuck's sake, would you stop recycling John Williams' iconic theme and write something else? Most of the movie is a merchandise advertisement. The movie's messaging is hammy, sixth form, and stupid. The premise of Jurassic World Abortion is that dinosaurs aren't cool anymore because everyone is bored of them. The movie relates the public's dinosaur fatigue to the viewer 4 or 5 times in the opening sequence. So there are two...
Yeah, get it? Get it? It's a metaphor. Get it? You're tired of dinosaur movies? So are we. Get it? But you also can't let go of that sweet nostalgia, so we're forced to make more Jurassic World movies. Hey, Catsper. I saw this one because a friend of mine wanted me to see it. Me and Papa Dingus saw Jurassic World. I thought it was alright popcorn slop. I haven't seen any of the ones they've made since.
Major problems with this premise. 1. Bollocks.
Seems like there only should have been one
2,
Jurassic World, if we had to have one at all.
Public approval ratings is made redundant by the fact that the dinosaurs can now only survive in a small group of islands on the equator. The dinosaurs are geolocked to an archipelago, so what does it matter what the public thinks of them? The filmmakers restrict dinosaurs to the archipelago because they want to rip off Jurassic Park and The Lost World. That's it. Their bullshit excuse for this is that, well, oxygen content is higher on those islands. This is wrong. The amount of oxygen in the air is near identical across the ground level surface of the Earth at just below 21%. The amount of oxygen in the atmosphere alters with altitude, not one's proximity to tropical jungles. As for the idea that the public have grown bored of these gigantic
Code Violet gave a streamer dinosaur fatigue from what I hear. Wrong. He actually asked people on the pre-stream today if they would like to see more Code Violet. I don't think any of those 7,000 views on the part 1 video may have had anything to do with that, but your guess is as good as mine. If you guys would like to see more Code Violet, I don't know, that's something we could do.
Historic beasts? Yeah, nah. Here is a video of a crowd of morons blocking traffic in Manhattan so they can get their photo taken with the sun. The sun has been around a long time. I know, I saw it in the 90s. Despite being retro, the sun still attracts vast numbers of idiots who are prepared to run and dance in front of New York traffic in order to take advantage of the rare opportunity to have their photo taken with the sun. How do you think this generation of narcissistic brain deads would react to the sight of a diplodocus in the street? Would they cry out, "Move that goddamn thing, I gotta get to work"? Or would they jump out of their car and subject the poor creature to the miserable sight of them dancing around it?
They would try to pull a TikTok on the Diplo whatever, and it would bite their head off.
Are videos I can't show on YouTube of idiots standing next to grizzly bears, wild elephants, and lions to get a selfie with them.
They already do that.
If you were in possession of a T-Rex, everywhere you brought that T-Rex, long lines of attention whores would form with cameras at the ready to capture images of themselves standing next to the poor beast and pulling a face that looks like something from a Mr. Beast thumbnail. The plot of Jurassic World Abortion is straight out of a video game. You play as Grain Widow. You must quest to obtain 3...
A Diplo whatever biting someone's head off would go viral. Not for the person trying to get the shot. For someone filming that person, yes.
spiritual stones. The Kokiri's emerald is obtained from the blood of a land dinosaur, the Goron's ruby from the blood of an air dinosaur, and the Zora's sapphire from the blood of a sea dinosaur. Once combined in the Temple of Big Pharma, these 3 stones will grant access to the Triforce of heart disease medication, extending life expectancy across the land of Hyrule. Our hero traverses many lands and enemies in her quest to obtain the precious gems, but at the last moment, the gems are stolen from her grasp by the evil King Farmadorf, who wants the Triforce of heart disease medication for himself. It is
Big
in this moment that
Farmadorf.
King Farmadorf's ultimate villainous plan is unveiled. He plans to use the Triforce of heart disease medication to make money. Unlike Jurassic World Abortion, which was made as a purely artistic endeavour and isn't a shameless cash grab and a 2-hour merchandise advertisement, the plot is a standard fetch quest that was probably shit out by ChatGPT. There are crater-sized holes in this plot so massive that they could only have been made by an asteroid capable of causing an extinction-level event. If Big Pharma needs dinosaur blood to create heart medication, why do they not simply clone the blood or the hearts?
Man.
Or if they feel it is necessary, the entire fucking
I wonder if they hit all the green stars after designing the level. Because, like, for you to be able to get to the top of this bridge, they would have had to have made sure beforehand that the player was able to do so. So you think... I know what you're going to say, oh, they clearly hit the green stars after the level was designed. But the bridge is just the right height for you to be able to climb up to the top of it. So could it be the bridge was designed that way with the intention of hiding a star here? I'm overthinking it. They probably just lazily hit all that shit afterwards. But isn't it convenient that it was just high enough for me to climb to the very top?
Dinosaur. Why does Grain Widow choose to approach the island by boat? She
It was
knows
top.
there are
They was able to
Jawasaurs in
climb
the
the
water,
bridge.
and as we later discover, she has access to a helicopter. Why not just fly into the island, land in the old theme park or whatever that place was, set up camp indoors there, send out drones to reconnoiter the island, plan your fetch quest operations carefully based on the intel, then head off to get the blood? But Grain Widow doesn't do any of that because despite being a former Special Forces operative turned mercenary, she's tactically illiterate. Her plan goes like this. We'll sail toward the island and hopefully get to a decent enough spot to land in without hitting rocks or being capsized by the Jawasaurs. Then we'll fucking wing it. The subplot is also populated by braindeads. A family of 3 accompanied by a dickhead layabout who's banging one of the daughters, I forget which one. They decide to go on a sailing trip, and of all the places on the planet they could go, they decide to sail by Don't Fucking Go Here Island so that the subplot can happen. The subplot ends
Why would you do that?
tragically with the survival of the entire family. The family's function is to be a stand-in for the family from the original movie. Now let's examine Jurassic World.
Which is a stand-in for the audience. The person who doesn't know anything about this other than giant dinosaurs are all over the place. Someone the audience can relate to.
World Abortion's characters. Grain Widow, an aging mercenary and former special ops agent with no tactical planning skills. At the start of the movie, she is motivated solely by money, but at the end of the movie, her heart of ice has been melted by the sight of the Rancorsaurus, and she's good now. I'm good. So she stops caring about money and agrees to upload the Triforce of heart disease medication online. Open source, free of charge. Or maybe she's satisfied with the $10 million she was already paid and is ready to settle down with her newfound simp after 25 years on the cock carousel. Another character is Mahershala Ali, and he exists, and you know, he's nice. Right, moving on. Farmadorf is the treacherous corporate executive. You know he's evil because he's always wearing a suit.
Oh my
Even
god.
at the end, when he's eaten by the Rancorsaurus, he's wearing...
I take back what I said about the hiding places thing. No, that's... Come on, that's lazy.
A dress suit, suit pants, and loafers. Why is he dressing in business attire on a tropical island full of man-eating monsters?
Why
Because
even
he's
have
an
3 green
evil
stars
capitalist
if you can't think of
and
3
evil
hiding
capitalists
places
wear
that are good?
suits.
Capitalism requires people to be exploited.
Good Guy Scientist is here to give voice to this $225 million production's main
But
message
that's
that
screen star number 3.
capitalism
Where's
is
number 2?
evil. He also forms a contrast to Farmadorf in order to make Farmadorf look even more evil. He also provides a retirement...
It's amazing how much worse these movies get after Jurassic Park 3. And even back in the day, people didn't really like 3, right? I think we talked about like the reception of the movies back when we watched the Sargon video, where like everyone hates the world slappa now, but back in the day, 3 was regarded in the same vein as like the Star Wars prequels, but now due to the passage of time, people have nostalgia for it.
Plan to Grain Widow. She'll still have her gym chads on the side though. I mean, she's ready to settle down now, but she's not fucking insane. The rest of Grain Widow's crew is a collection of NPCs and dinosaur snacks. They're here mostly to be eaten by dinosaurs in cinematic set pieces. I don't care about any of them enough to remember if they survived. The family is essentially one character. The family. Concerned father, wild daughter, cutesy daughter, and the leech that hangs around with them. The family do provide an excellent opportunity for merchandising though. Cute daughter finds a piece of merchandise that is not only cute like her and highly marketable, but fits snugly in her Jurassic World backpack, which you can purchase for only £20. Buy now and save over £7. The Rancorsaurus looks absolutely ridiculous. This is an atrocious design. How much is that monstrosity? Let's have a look. 40 fucking pounds? Here is a list of idiocies the characters have to commit in order for the plot of Jurassic World.
All hidden within the first 2 planets. What the fuck? Did they just had no hiding places for the rest of the level?
Abortion to happen. Grain Widow comes up with the dumbest mission plan since the Bay of Pigs. The family choose to sail past Don't Go Here Island. The Grain...
I always liked 3 just like I liked the prequels. I also love Plinkett picking the prequels apart. I had no standards until the current year happened. I have not watched those classic prequel critic reviews. I remember seeing 3 in the theaters when it came out. He's old!
Widow crew failed to carry out even basic reconnaissance, including a failure to uncover the existence of steps leading to the Goron's ruby, a discovery which would have saved several
these
of
ones
the
gonna
NPCs.
be hidden?
The helicopter pilot
It's a
somehow
minigame
manages
planet.
to fly into the head of the Rancorsaurus and get eaten. Farmadorf pulls a gun on everyone and reveals his evil intention to earn a living. I can't remember why he does this. He later crashes a Humvee into the Rancorsaurus, literally delivering himself into the creature's mouth. Aging Widow chooses to upload the Triforce of Heart Disease medication to the internet because money is bad and tossing a zip file online and hoping for the best is preferable to incentivizing an experienced pharmaceutical company into creating viable medication. Jurassic World Abortion made $869 million at the box office. The movie's audience scores are irrelevant because the studio cared about the quality
Didn't feel
of
anything
this
after
movie
watching Jurassic World
about as
3. It
much
was like,
as I
well,
care
yeah.
about the deeper meaning
So,
of the
yeah,
weekend's lyrics.
I guess
the next
that was a
movie on my
movie.
list is more forgotten than the Philippine-American War. At number 8, Nobody 2. Nobody 2 is an
Nobody watched it.
sequence of trite action sequences built around a bare-bones plot. This is perhaps the most phoned-in movie of the year. The plot of Nobody 2 is that Bob Odenkirk is working as a hired assassin to pay off his debts to the Russians from the first movie, incurred after he burned their money. He decides to take his family on a vacation, and they go to a small riverside town. Bob beats
Kind of weird, the bird despawns after you get it.
up a thug who is hassling his kids in an arcade. The corrupt cops try to run Bob out of town. He gives them a beating. They tell Sharon Stone, so she sends her goons after Bob. Bob discovers Sharon Stone's drug empire and decides to destroy it. There's a big showdown in a theme park where Bob's wife kills Sharon Stone. There's a subplot involving some guy and his kid, but it's completely pointless and was clearly dumped into the script for no other reason than to pad the runtime so that the studio could get this piece of shit to...
Is he hating this movie? This movie was good? Well, the chapter... Oh, I said nobody watched this movie, and the timestamp for the video is also named Nobody Watched This. Yes, he is hating the movie. It's titled The Worst Movies of 2025. So yes, he does not like it, you guys.
To the minimum possible runtime necessary to justify a theater release. The plot of Nobody 2 is an ultra-low effort and then plot that relies on consistently stupid character decision making to happen. The obvious objection to my criticism is that, chill out bro, it's just an action movie bro, what about the action bro? The action is bog standard, seen it a million times action movie fodder. The action in Nobody 2 reminds me of the action scenes in Netflix originals. Unoriginal, uninspired, instantly forgettable. Like a
the unoriginal Netflix originals.
Dinner. Elevator fight, check. Fight on a moving vehicle, check. Bloody fight sequences juxtaposed against cheery music, check. Shitty choreography in which the stuntman is obviously intentionally missing his target. Check. The first strike in a fight sequence synced up to a corny needle drop. Check. That actually reminds me of Borderlands. A group of assailants attacking one by one instead of all at the same time. Check. Now what does that remind me of? Idiotic NPC bad guys clustering around obvious traps. Check. Again, does this remind you of anything? That said, I did like the fight at the end when the two hot chicks beat up Bob. Genuinely good scene, but it doesn't lead anywhere because the movie has to do the villain monologue trope so that the script has enough time to save the hero and kill Sharon Stone. The main reason
don't worry,
has made
he dislikes Borderlands as well.
Is Sharon Stone. Sharon Stone gave an atrocious performance as a foul-mouthed, screaming, gesticulating villainess. This is a textbook one-note performance, and that note is loud.
Nobody cheats in my casino! Does nobody play by the rules anymore?
Her voice is loud. Her face is loud. Her movements are loud. Her reactions are loud. Loud can be funny in very small doses, but if loud is your entire shtick...
Hear that, Dick Masterson?
The power of penny compels you!
It is not funny. The main reason for Jack Black fatigue is that movie fans are sick of seeing him play the same loud, annoying character in every movie.
Well, they like him as Bowser.
Also has a compounding effect. It's annoying as hell the first time.
I don't.
And just gets worse the more she does it. By the end of the movie, her performance has morphed into an on-screen headache. That said, she's still a half-decent bit of gear. Alright, boys! The comedic conceit behind Sharon Stone's performance is that she's an old woman, so if she's really crass and rude and foul-mouthed and loud,
really?
It's funny because old women are supposed to be sweet and polite. This shtick is called social role reversal, when a character acts in a manner that contradicts the expectations of society. This was Amy Schumer's entire career. I'm a woman, but I'm going to talk dirty like a dude.
My boyfriend usually comes in me.
This never worked because women had been
I thought
talking
the
like
bird's
that for
hitbox
decades by
counted.
the time Amy
The bird
Schumer
touched
waddled
it.
her fat ass into the scene, talked about how empowering and awesome it was to be fat for a decade, then used a cheat code to get slim because she knew all along that being fat is disgusting and detrimental to one's
Amy
health.
Schumer does
Sure,
suck.
Amy encouraged young women to engage in a lifestyle that decimated their health and happiness and sabotaged their future before admitting that it was all bollocks. But,
Vagina.
social role reversal can be done well.
My
Examples
vagina.
include Forrest Gump and The Waterboy, but Sharon Stone's old lady with a megaphone personality ain't it. The rest of the actors in Nobody 2 couldn't give less of a fuck if they were a eunuch in a brothel. Christopher Lloyd is here. It's always good to be reminded that he's still alive, and appropriately, that's his entire performance. He's alive, he's Christopher Lloyd, he fires a minigun at bad guys because it looks funny. Bob Odenkirk phones in his quiet family man who explodes into action role, and I cannot remember any of the other characters. I think there's a cop who's investigating Sharon Stone's empire, but I'm honestly not sure. There's also Bob Odenkirk's wife and kids. If I passed the actors in the street dressed exactly...
See, the bird touched it that time, but it didn't give it to me. It didn't give it to me until Luigi touched it.
as they are in the movie, I wouldn't
the
recognize
bird
them.
is
A movie
worthless.
does need to be a special
Birds.
kind of god-awful to have
Your
no
shoulders.
redeeming aspects. In my 2024 Worst Movies of the Year video, I judged that only the bottom 3 of that year were entirely without merit. The opening sequence of Nobody 2 when Bob is working as a hitman is mildly entertaining, with a few hackneyed, "Sure honey, I'll be home in time for dinner" jokes that half land. True Lies did it better 30 years ago. The pacing is fine. The movie glides neatly enough along its shitty non-sequitur plot, like a drunk
Dingus
playing
kisses
darts.
cocks.
Nobody
I don't know what
2
you're
does
talking about.
eventually hit a bullseye with its fight choreography through sheer weight of attempts, and I only had to suffer through this trash for an hour and 20 minutes. Nobody 2 is a textbook unasked for sequel. The original movie was different and interesting. I have a theory that nobody dies in Nobody. The movie is about a man who is emasculated in front of his family during a home invasion and who engages in a male hero fantasy as a psychological coping mechanism. Through Throughout the movie, there are shots of Bob running and riding the bus while looking out the window, the implication being that he is imagining his fantasy while engaged in these mechanical activities. Nobody was a fun one and done, a one-night stand of a movie that did not need a follow-up, and the movie wasn't a huge hit. It earned $57.5 million on a $16 million budget. That's a nice win for the studios, but absolutely not the kind of numbers that justify a $41 million sequel. The reason the studios thought a sequel could be viable is that Nobody was one of the first post-COVID movies to hit theaters and would have made a lot more money under normal circumstances. This gave the producers a false sense of the IP's popularity, and they made the dreadful mistake of sinking $41 million into the sequel's production budget, 2.5 times the budget of the original movie. Nobody 2 deservedly bombed at the box office, finishing with a $25 million haul. The miserable box office added to the marketing budget added up to at least a $50 million loss for the studios. I really cannot overemphasize just how disastrous Nobody 2's commercial performance was, so here's a quote from the movie's Wikipedia page to thrust the point home. The film was released theatrically on August 15th, 2025. It was later made available for digital download on September 2nd the same year. Nobody 2 wasn't even in theaters for 3 weeks before the studios gave up on it and dumped it into the early digital release graveyard. Bob Odenkirk has expressed interest in making Nobody 3 and 4, but nobody is interested. Coming 7th in the Despot's Worst Movies of 2025 is a film that was actually released at the end of 2024 in the November-December awards bait window, but it released internationally in mid-2025, which is when I saw it. The movie's name will be explanation enough for why the director wanted it dropped into the end-of-year Oscar bait rush, because this movie is called Queer.
Gay!
Queer is directed by Luca Guadagnino, director of Twinking Elio, better known as Call Me By Your Name, a dreadful movie, which I reviewed in a previous video. Guadagnino also...
I thought it looked familiar.
Directed Challengers, an excellent movie, one of the best of 2024, and in his greatest and most
It sounds like he's a lot of fun to have at parties.
My guy Luca walked out of the Golden Globes after Emilia Perez won Best Picture, so it gives me no pleasure to rate Queer the 7th worst movie of 2025. Right, let's get straight to the point.
Look, we're gonna love him once he gets to Snow White.
Queer features a scene in which Daniel Craig is giving his twink a blowjob. Twink blasts into Daniel Craig's mouth. Daniel gets up to presumably spit out Twink's cum, but then Twink stops him, and, well, Karen iPhone, roll the rest of the scene.
James Bond, why?
Ew! Oh my god, Ice Cube, look away!
Watch this video and seeing James Bond blowing a twink sure circuit in my brain. That's what I'm thinking right now.
But even more scandalous than the cum kiss is the CGI. Look at this green screen background. The surfaces are completely flat, and the guy behind Twink doesn't even have a face. Queer is an adaptation of the 1985 William S. Burroughs novella of the same name. The plot is that Daniel Craig has taken a trip to some shithole town in Mexico in the 50s. The town is a popular haunt of artsy American homosexuals. Daniel
they killed him off as James Bond.
Young piece of ass he hasn't seen round town before, and endeavors to seduce the young man. Queer is split
Craig
into
was
3
never the
very
same after
distinct,
they gave the
very
role to a
boring
black
acts.
man.
In the first act, Daniel Craig tries to seduce Twink, a feat which he achieves around the 40-minute mark, which leads to the blowjob cum kiss. Do you want to see that again? Maybe you missed it the first time round?
No,
Ice Cube,
no.
would you like to see the cum kiss again?
No!
Despite his initial success, Daniel finds Twink growing increasingly distant. Eventually, Daniel hears that Twink is about to head back to the States, and Daniel doesn't want that because he likes having sex with Twink, so he decides to hire Twink as his catamite. Daniel's offer is that the two will go on an adventure through South America together. Twink will receive a weekly stipend, and in exchange, Daniel gets to fuck him twice a week. Twink agrees, and the second act is them traveling around, fucking in hotel rooms, arguing, getting sick. It's a gay couple's video log from the 50s, and it is exactly as boring as
Twitch
it sounds.
can't ban you
In
or
the
they're
third
on my
act,
phone.
the couple
What do
set
you
out
mean
into
by
the
that?
Amazon in search of a psychedelic drug, which Daniel is curious about, having read that the CIA is using it in experiments.
Hey, Eternal Might, what is this video about? This is the Despot of Antrim, the guy who was grilling Star Wars a few days ago. He is now going over the worst movies of 2025. The list thus far is going to be War of the Worlds with Ice Cube, Mission Impossible. We got Hurry Up Tomorrow, G20, Jurassic World Abortion, which is what he called it, not me. And then Nobody 2. And now we're on we're on a movie that's just called Queer.
Amazon, they seek out a crone witch doctor who concocts the psychedelic for them. The pair have a psychedelic trip, and the film finishes with Daniel and his rant boy
Thanks
going
for
their
making me find
separate
this guy.
ways.
You're welcome.
Then there's a Lynchian dream sequence in which Daniel shoots Twink in the head, turns into an old man, and dies. There were 6 people in the movie theater I watched Queer in when the movie started. 3 walked out, and no, Luca, it wasn't because they were scandalized by the shocking sex scenes. It's because they were bored. Queer has a typical and then plot. Daniel is cruising around a gay holiday resort, and then he spots Twink, and then they fuck, then they go off on vacation, then Daniel gets sick, then he gets better, then they go into the Amazon, then they meet the crone, then they trip out, then... What is the point of any of this? There is no story here. Queer stands, yes, such people exist, assert that queer is a metaphorical exploration of loneliness. This analysis is true but incomplete. Queer is a failed exploration of loneliness. There are 2 types of loneliness: physical isolation and social isolation. A wiry music nerd in a high school classroom.
Does he that Dick and Vito finally broke up? No, I did not. I know they had a schism a few months ago. And the Kino Casino has been baiting a Dick update segment, though they haven't gone into it. And last I heard, they had a very tense relationship. They continued to do the show, but Dick was asserting that Vito Vito does not contact him off the show ever. It is like strictly a working relationship, and they are not friends. It was just very tense. I saw a stream that was covering the Dick and Vito breakup. This is good. This is good. Dick is finally grown up. You know, it's probably from having a kid with his lady. Just like what happened with Sargon. He's finally mellowed out. He's done. Is he done being a shock jock? This is good to see. A potential redemption arc. Oh, okay. It was the Mikey No More stream. I watch his videos. I don't watch his live streams.
Jocks will feel socially isolated because no one in the
Maybe the
class
casino will cover it
gets him.
tomorrow.
In Queer, Daniel has gay friends who get him. There's a fat guy who reads Daniel like an open book. Daniel has regular sexual encounters. He is neither physically nor...
Dick probably didn't want a self-admitted pedo near his kids. Yeah, understandable. 100% understandable. Fuck Vito. Suffer, Vito. Suffer, you self-admitted PDF. What do you think about that?
Or socially isolated, and he obtains the sex and companionship from Twink that he desires. He fails to access Twink's inner world.
I thought Vito went away.
Someone's inner world is to achieve a level of intimacy with them.
He was Dick's co-host for quite a while.
The absence of such access does not equate to loneliness. Daniel thinks he might be able to reach Twink with the use of the psychedelic. This too fails. At this point, Queer has said everything it needs to say, but Luca Guadagnino decides to drive his loneliness theme home with a sledgehammer blow. The 10-minute
Uber doesn't pay good enough to support a family like that.
Guadagnino tries to cheat code the movie to thematic depth in the end sequence when Daniel grows old and dies alone. An aging Daniel alone in bed symbolizes his yearning for the companionship of Twink, his dependence on the fading memories of a bygone relationship. I appreciate the ideas Guadagnino is trying to communicate here, but the execution is too rushed and hammy. Queer does not make up for its meandering, pointless non sequitur plot with thematic depth. Scene for scene, the movie is an excruciating slog. Much of the first act is characters having long, tedious conversations at the local, where the topic of conversation is invariably each other. And these are not interesting people. They're all bores. Being a homosexual in the 50s does not make you an interesting person, something this movie does not seem to realize. The 2 central characters are both ass. Cum-filled ass. Daniel is a one-note character. That note is love me. Twink's one note is come hither but never too close. Or to put it more bluntly, you can have my ass but never my heart. Twink is a total nothing sandwich with a layer of cum sauce. He is one of...
Stop saying cum! Stop making cum analogies! Imagine you own a cum sandwich shop. What was Dick's co-host called that was abnormally normal? I now realize he was like Zidane, jump ship at the perfect moment. Funny how normal people escape the sector like that. His name was Sean. That's all it was. His name was Sean. I think he relayed a story that he got... He was like the guy at the parking lot at Dick's high school who got him drinks. You know, before Dick could drink, if I recall. That was... Or maybe that was just a joke, but that was the story that was relayed as to how they encountered each other. It doesn't matter, Sean. It doesn't fucking matter, Sean. Who could forget that ramp? Hey, Sentry Slayer. Funny part was people being soldiers for Vito until some of the Dick soldiers said how it was that Vito is a terrible person to work with, because he is. And he's just a terrible person in general. He's a fucking self-admitted pedophile! By the way, Vito was being weird around Dick's wife, as Dick did bring up that he was yelling at Vito. Yeah, if I remember, because I remember this crash out. This was a crash out that Kino Casino did cover. He would text and like DM Dick's wife behind his back, trying to be buddy with her, and Dick really did not appreciate that. I don't know if it's just more that Vito is socially autistic, or if he was really trying to, like, he just doesn't understand social cues, or just that, like, you don't talk like that with your business partner's wife, or if he just genuinely wanted companionship of some sort, or really was trying to steal Dick's wife from him. But obviously this is not kosher behavior, chat. Dick crashed out righteously over this revelation, and that was the part where Dick demanded. It was at that point that Dick demanded that Vito not contact him or his wife off stream, you know, like away from the program. And even regarding the program, if I remember, the crash out extended even to the program. Like, don't even DM me about the show. Like, I don't give a fuck. You clock in, like, literally just you clock in, and that's it. In the end, Eric July won by just selling comics. He did actually win. Now, those comics may be mediocre, depending on who you ask, like Josh Moon. But hey, people are buying them. And the people that they're being marketed to primarily seem to be satisfied with them. So that's all that matters in the end. At the end of the day, you don't do shit like that. I mean, hell, even Dick's wife was telling Dick that when she was weirded out by interactions with Vito. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, it's one thing to do that and, like, go behind dude's back, your best... We're gonna say they're best friends in this comparison. Go behind your best friends, ostensible best friends back, and talk to the wife. And maybe the wife's even a little bit into it. You know, that makes her a whore, too. It also, you know, it also means it's her fault a little bit. But in this scenario, the wife was clearly disturbed by it. And then went to go tell Dick about it. And then Dick righteously and rightfully crashed out over it. At the end of the day, it's fucking weird. Vito's fucking weird. He's a monster. He's a self-admitted pedophile and deserves to be crucified. Toss, terms of service. But, like, he's actually evil. I'm sure, I know, terms of service. Look, Twitch wouldn't ban me for saying Hitler deserves to be crucified, right?
One of the most boring fucking characters of any movie.
I wouldn't be surprised either,
Nurgle. He has no interests, no personality, no strong opinions about anything. His conversation is dry and reserved. So when Daniel and Twink go off together, the viewer is subjected to a pair of boars aimlessly arsing around South America. Queer is 2 hours and 10 minutes of life force sucking boredom that leaves the viewer feeling drained and limp. The sex scenes are interminably long and try so fucking hard to be gross and controversial, and these dragged out graphic scenes are a deliberate choice by Guadagnino. Quoting from Wikipedia now, Guadagnino described Queer as his most personal film and a tribute to the films of Powell and Pressburger, such as The Red Shoes 1948, saying, "I think they would appreciate the sex scenes in Queer, which are numerous and quite scandalous." The movie often comes off as pornography with pretensions to high art, an ultra niche project
Producers
made by
and
an
director
artsy
probably got off to
cosmopolitan
it.
gay man for artsy cosmopolitan gay men to fawn over. Here's an example of a queer review which demonstrates this perfectly, by Eric Langberg, writing for Medium. Queer is an exceptional film, yet another transfixing meditation on what it's like to be a body that wants. Furthermore, it's a meditation on what it's like to be a queer body that wants. Okay, the use of the term body to describe a human being is so fucking insufferable that I'm afraid I have to kill someone before we can proceed with the rest of the video. This is Scott. Now, Scott was recently apprehended marathoning the Lord of the Rings trilogy. What's so wrong with that, you ask? Well, Scott was watching the theatrical cuts.
I just need one more chance. I won't do it again. Please.
While Scott has been judged guilty, it would be unjust not to grant the man a chance at clemency. For that reason, I'm going to open up Ice Cube's War of the Worlds at a random point in the runtime and play it for 10 seconds. If I see something funny and or meme-worthy during that 10 seconds, Scott dies. If not, he can go free.
Right, so War of the Worlds is now open, and we'll just open it up to a random spot and give it 10 seconds. That didn't take long.
Queer was made on a budget of
His face was already
$56
funny.
million. Yes, really. This movie, which has only 2 lead characters, spends the first hour and 7 minutes of runtime in the same location as sleepy little Mexican town, and the rest of the runtime in rundown buses, hotel rooms, and other sleepy little towns, followed by a trip to the Amazon, cost $56 million. And despite the budget and the absence of anything significant to spend it on, the movie features green screen backgrounds that look like they came out of a 90s PC game, and extras who don't have a face. Shockingly, Queer was a box office disaster. That's right.
Yeah, I wonder why.
A period movie about 2 gay men traveling South America in the 50s wasn't a box office smash. The movie made $7 million at the box office. Queer's financial backers lost well over $50 million on the production budget alone, and all of the marketing budget. But Despot, I hear you protest. What about all the awards Queer won? Surely this vast hoard of accolades more than made up for the vast financial losses. Well, dear subject, Queer won 3 awards. The National Board of Review gave it a Top 10 Film Award, and they gave Best Actor to Daniel Craig, who was good in the movie. And the Florida Film Critics Circle awarded Queer Best Adapted Screenplay. So, yeah, $50 million well spent. I fear this is the last we will be hearing from Luca Guadagnino for a long time. His follow-up to Queer, After the Hunt, was released just 2 months ago. That movie cost $80 million and made $9.3 million at the box office. After 2 massive commercial failures, it is likely that my boy Luca will be consigned to an extended period in director jail, though we hope to see a reformed Luca again in the future. We are now halfway through our worst movies of the year presentation, and that...
Yeah, or halfway through. The only reason I heard of Vito is because I think I saw one of his videos roasting Disney Star Wars movies. I didn't know he fell off this. So I hadn't seen any content of Vito's before he got coverage in the IBS sector. I didn't know who the fuck he was. And then he just became that guy who you hope to God didn't hop on any of the calls for any of the shows. Like someone said in the chat, it was funny seeing Vito act like a retard going, I don't know what he meant after Dick dropped him. And the Dick Soldier did make a very good point of the only reason Vito is working so hard right now to try and fix things is because the show is his only income. Yes, that's true. There's that comic. The comic Kickstarter he scammed. You know, if that went through, could have made some money off of that. Good chunk of change, perhaps. But he's lazy. And I don't know what happened to the Kickstarter. I don't see any comic out. And if there was, I'm sure someone would have said something, unless they don't pay attention to Vito, which is another understandable excuse for something like that not coming about. But I didn't hear about a comic being released, so I'm going to assume he's still delaying it. Just like Ethan Van Scaver. Not that Ethan, the comic book Ethan.
Means it's time for the Despot's family-friendly halftime show. We have apprehended the director of every movie mentioned so far in the video and suspended them over a cauldron of boiling acid. A director will be selected at random using a lucky wheel, and this lucky winner gets to watch his or her fellow directors lowered into the acid. Now, 5 of these directors are about to suffer a horrifyingly
What's
painful
EPS
death,
up to these
but
days?
not as horrifying as the sponsor of our
Casino is still they covered him pretty recently. I think now he's crashing out over relations with Ricada and Ralph. Though if I remember right, Ralph already dropped it, so it's not even a new beef. It was from recently last year, but it's been put to rest already. Any people who made this movie figured out that they still have a few left before the pendulum swung back, or they thought this was the new normal? Perhaps a little bit of both. It does take a while to film a movie. Maybe they thought Donald Blump would lose, or sometimes they just don't give a fuck and sink millions into a movie, and then it doesn't make any profit, but they don't care anyway because they got awards for it.
Halftime show, Disney Plus, who are taking this unique opportunity to unveil their new teaser trailer.
Why is this on screen?
Thank you, Disney. All right, Karen iPhone, we better get on with the show. These directors are busy people after all. Unveil this year's lucky winner. And the winner is number 10. Gareth Edwards, director of Jurassic World Abortion. Congratulations, Gareth. I know you're feeling relieved right now, but pay close attention to what is about to happen to your fellow directors and let it serve as a warning to the consequences of future failure. Karen iPhone, flip the switch.
He's right. This halftime show was family friendly.
We hope you enjoyed the Despot's family friendly halftime show, because I know at least 5 people who didn't. Thanks again, and let's get back to the video. At number 6 is a movie that came out of a Disney boardroom meeting where the agreed upon top priority was put a Grogu in it, make it lame and gay. This movie is in fact so gay that it makes queer look like Predator. Predator Badlands.
A Predator movie came out last year?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
That's what I'm saying.
Predator Badlands is the Alien Romulus ass of 2025. A Disney
don't tell
slop
Goki
movie
he doesn't like
which Disneyfies
Romulus.
an existing franchise, but which has nonetheless attracted a dedicated shieldom who will defend the movie until it becomes uncool to do so, because everyone who cares has come to the realization that the movie is total trash. Predator Badlands is a terrible Predator movie, but also just plain terrible. So before we examine how Badlands
Saw the
desecrates
Chungus
the
sidekick
Predator
and said, fuck
franchise,
that. Heard the movie was alright. Predator got the Kratos treatment. Predator Badlands was ass. Oh, the duality of man in the chat there.
First examine what makes it such an awful movie in its own right. Badlands' major problems are as follows. The world building is awful. The premise makes no sense. The movie never shuts up. The plot has a massive over-reliance on coincidence. The alien is divested of his alien psychology and turned into a stand-in for a human male suffering from toxic masculinity. The female android is insufferable. The male androids are all idiotic, nerfed NPCs who present no threat or challenge. The plot relies on stupid characters making bad decisions. The plot contradicts itself on several occasions. Much of the movie is a merchandise advertisement. The Predator has daddy issues now. The female android who guides the Predator on his
Why are there
emotional
still
journey
Predator
of
movies to begin with?
self-actualization is a one-note character. That note is quirky. She's the Quirk Chungus meme. The movie is trippier
the
than a
character Golem doesn't like.
44-year-old mother of 3 on Tinder demanding
Why is there a
nothing
Quirk
less than
Chungus
6
character
feet,
in a
7
Predator
figures
movie?
and 8 inches. Let's start with what I consider to be the worst aspect of Predator Badlands: dynamic intensity. Film dynamics is a concept I discuss in my Force Awakens video. Here is a brief
we saw
clip
that one.
from that video to explain. Something always needs to be happening, or else someone always needs to be talking, or both. I recently watched a video about fan editing that is...
Oh yeah, the fan editing segment. I like this part of the video. But is that what it is? Is that they movie producers fear that audience won't be able to relate to Check's notes? The Predator franchise, unless there's a Quirk Chungus Mimi character in it that they can relate to? Well, that's dumb.
Is movie fans creating their own cut of a movie with the aim of improving it. The video showed a clip from a fan edit of the aforementioned scene from The Force Awakens in which the editor removed the dialogue. I'll show the clips and let you decide which you prefer.
Why are we here again?
Get your droid on a clean ship.
Clean.
Like The Force Awakens and The Somehow Return of Palpatine, Predator Badlands never shuts the fuck up.
Let's back up and start at the beginning. Ghetto was formed 64 billion cycles ago.
Rio, the dynamic...
Why is she still talking?
Rio, remember when he went down the
Shut
tree?
up!
Thea isn't
Shut the
actually
fuck up!
saying anything
Shut
of
the
substance
fuck up!
here.
Why are
This
you
is
still
just
talking?
fatuous yapping. She's summarizing what happened a few minutes ago, as if the viewers are children who need constant reminding of the events of the plot. This yaps.
Look, I am informed of this franchise. I am groomed by the cultural osmosis of the Predator franchise. So perhaps I have a warped perception of what the Predator series is and what it should be about. But I thought these motherfuckers never took off their suits and never talked, and the idea was like killing the Predator before the Predator hunts them down. Why is there so much yapping? And where's the action? Can't these guys go into camouflage? Aren't these cold-blooded killers? What is this? Why does the Predator franchise have to be modernized for the modern era?
Style of
Some
dialogue
Metric
has
Prime
become
4
a
shit.
widespread infestation in modern Hollywood movies.
So, I would
Yeah, it's like God of War
my name
Ragnarok
to
or
be
Metroid Prime 4.
Lila.
It's going on a hunt to earn the mask. They have to earn the
emphasize
mask?
just how insufferable the yap trope is, I will here transpose it into the original Star Wars. Oh my god, Master Luke, when we passed those stormtroopers, I was like totally convinced we were doomed. And not even like low-key, my guy. I'm completely traumatized by burning those Jawa bodies. Like that whole vibe I was catching from that pile of dead bodies was way off. Like, not cool, totally not cool, because they were on fire. Ha ha ha! Sorry, bad timing, too soon, inappropriate. You know, this cantina really isn't my jam. Like, it's just not like even vibing with me, isn't? Yap is all over Badlands. There are good opportunities to let the dynamic rest. But every
Just let the
single
movie
open
breathe.
space this piece of shit has is filled in with some noise or action or yap.
Nurgle says, dude, what the fuck? Fucking Predator Youngblood would have fucking killed that android immediately, not because it's annoying, because it's ruining its chances of finding a worthy prey. Most people only know about the Predators through the movies. Then you have me. I only know about the Predator through Family Guy jokes. Yet even Predator's first hunt is cool, but the stupid-ass sidekick is so bleh. Gotta have 15-minute walk-and-talk segments and everything now. It's like the segments of a AAA game. Sony first-party game, we're just walking around. You're forced to walk around. You're not allowed to do any other action. You're just slowly walking around as other characters blither and blather at you.
Monster's mouth, I mean, didn't smell great, but...
Let's see that scene again, but this time without the insufferable fucking yapping. Nice, right?
No, the audience has stopped paying attention. The audience is looking at their phones in the theater. The audience is no longer paying attention. Oh no, we gotta have talking so to remind the audience of what they're looking at, to keep them from looking at TikTok.
Movies can't do that anymore because Disney doesn't trust the audience with 10 seconds of silent reflection. I am so sick of the yap trope.
The First Amendment gives us the
Hey,
right
Exodus.
to say what we want.
The Predator in Badlands is a young blood that has to prove its worth to be worthy of having the honor of wearing the helmet of the hunter. Well, okay then, like Golem says, that is a good premise. Even me not knowing enough about the Predator franchise, but I know a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't be against that, but we don't need a yappuccino sidekick.
When you think about it.
Now let's talk about plot. Dak begins his journey after his father kills Dak's brother, and Dak is blasted off into space. Father instructed brother to kill Dak because Dak was weak and the Yautja called her weak. Why would a civilization which murders its weakest wait until those weaklings are adults to carry out this culling? All this does is create the conditions for rebellion. Young adult Yautjas who fear they might be culled will form war bands to resist being killed. Even if the rebellion is unsuccessful, it will still cause tremendous damage to local infrastructure and the lives of many citizens before it can be put down. This practice is not sustainable in any civilization that hope.
So instead of, like, okay, I agree, going off of this, if the Predators are supposed to be bloodthirsty, right, and they like killing and hunting for sport and shit, yes, I agree with the idea that he would be eager to prove himself. But from what I just heard, he's not eager to prove himself, and it likely has something to do with daddy issues because he killed his brother.
hopes to advance beyond the Stone Age, yet Yautjas are spacefaring. The plot of Badlands is built on a foundation of slime. Deck loses control of his ship when he is still far away from planet Hardcore difficulty, but by an astonishing coincidence, he crash lands within walking
culture,
distance of Thea, the only
like the
other
brother
sentient
disappointed
being
them,
on the
disappointed
planet
the
who
dad,
can help him. Thea
or
is
something
played
similar.
by Ellie Fanning. Here is a picture of Ellie Fanning's ass. Now you know why Disney excluded Ellie Fanning's bottom half from most of this movie. Thea is supposed to be a Kalisk expert, so why does she not recognize Grogu as a baby Kalisk? And what a coincidence that Deck and Thea run into Grogu a mere few minutes before the script will require Grogu to save their lives. Why does the Kalisk not smell its baby scent on Deck immediately? Grogu spits on Deck as a means of marking him as a friendly. This suggests that Kalisks are extremely sensitive to smell, but the Kalisk...
It was like every time someone is given an alien race, they instantly want to make a story where their take on the alien is different and more human. And yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that shit, but you keep doing that. That's what makes it no longer original anymore. Why can't the aliens just be aliens? Why is it always humans are the real monster story? I'm not saying they do that in Badlands, I haven't seen it. But usually it's like the aliens are more human than the monsters, and then the humans end up being the real monsters. I don't know if Badlands does the second half of that, but it attempts to humanize the predators who... normie losers like me who aren't familiar with it. We've been groomed into a caricature, a perception of what the predator is, that is just a soulless, heartless alien hunter. But actually, they're human and have feelings and have to prove themselves in the honor of wearing the helmet. And again, this is a good premise on paper, but they're no selling it.
Fights Deck for several minutes without picking up her baby's scent. It only...
You're gonna hate the movie was successful and almost guaranteed to have a sequel. I'm sure he'll go into it in just a moment.
Picks up its own baby's scent when a few inches from Deck's face,
They've been humanized since the 90s. Oh, there you
go.
go.
Sense of smell. Badlands contradicts the ecology of its own world build. The evil android Tessa shows up to freeze the Kalisk after the fight is over because she wanted to wait until the action slap sequence was over before moving the plot along to next thing. The androids that Tessa commands have been selected by Weyland-Yutani for this high priority mission to capture the final boss of planet Hardcore difficulty. Why then are these androids so shit? They don't properly restrain Deck, they don't render him unconscious. Instead, they waste time interrogating him, asking him questions about his tech that have absolutely nothing to do with their mission protocols. This is just...
The predators are hunters, but they are not monsters. They have a strict honor code of not killing children or those that aren't bearing any weapons. Oh. If only the cast of the first movie knew that. All they had to do is drop their arms. And then the predator would have left them alone.
Just bad programming. Any competent corporation would program the androids to immediately store any creature of potential value in cryo-freeze. The corporation will do the interrogating when the creature is brought back to them. After some yapping between Ellie Fanning, the shit androids fall for Thea's obvious ploy, and Deck escapes. During this sequence, the androids use Thea as a translator. Why do they not use a universal translator? The device Thea has been using to communicate
this way
with
stops
Deck
someone from
this
picking
whole
up the
time.
gun? I never watched it! They don't kill the sick or the old either? Oh, I'm fine then. I'm always sick.
After his escape, Deck does some backtracking to farm resources from planet Hardcore, which...
The predators are hunters, but do they know the King Snake?
He will use as weapons against the androids. From the moment Deck crash lands a stone's throw away from the only person on the planet who can help him, Hardcore has been trying to kill him. On level 1, he has to escape from carnivorous vines. On level 2, he has to survive a field of plant bombs. He loses the boss battle on level 2 and has to be saved by Thea. On level 3, he has to take down a dinosaur in a field of razor grass. On level 4, he is almost defeated by the Kalisk. But as soon as the plot needs Hardcore to stop trying to kill Deck, it stops. He can roam around freely at night when the area should be even more dangerous, and nothing tries to kill him. He can retrieve Thea's ass and legs and follow them to Thea, and nothing attacks him en route or goes after Thea's ass, despite its desirability. Deck starts killing the Weyland bots, and none of the other bots notice because they aren't networked. Now, if I was the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, I would have these androids networked so that if one suffers damage or suddenly shuts down, all the other androids androids are immediately alerted and can engage emergency defense protocols. Weyland-Yutani can do interstellar travel, so I'm sure they can just about manage local Bluetooth connections. But the Weyland-Yutani Corporation is a retard, so they didn't do that. So the Guardians of the Dak, Grogu, and Thea destroy, I don't know, 30, 40 of these
Imagine a
Weyland
Jawa
bots.
parking lot scene,
the ones
except it's not a
selected
Jawa
for a
Predator in
military
front of
role
Bill.
on a high priority mission. Then they fight
That was
going to
be the next episode of Project 7, but then Phil scammed it.
Kalisk beats her. Then Tessa kills the Kalisk and does some yap yap and gets killed. Here's a list of tropes that appear in Predator Badlands. Thea saves herself because the damsel in distress trope needs to be subverted. Dak isn't allowed to save Thea, so she saves herself with her own legs. The Weyland bots being defeated by a pair of legs does make them nerfed to the point of absurdity, but it's worth it because she don't need no man.
God
or
damn,
no
look at how big
Yaocha.
the Hammer Brothers are.
The damsel
What
in
the?
distress trope, also known as
They're
the
not
she
supposed to be
don't
that
need no
big.
man trope, also appeared in Tron Arc.
It's like the Pokemon Legends, the Alpha Pokemon. It's like an Alpha Hammer Brother. Thank you, to strike the 20 stream streak. Big ups SCP. Well, you're already here though. But big ups again. Big ups again. I would suggest looking at some comics online. There's a comic where the Predators are on a planet because of the Weyland-Yutani, and the Predator who was in charge notices one of the Predator clan members has some children's skulls in its trophy bag. He kills them on the spot. There are quite a few awesome notable Predator characters. My most favorite one is Ahab. Big ups Infamous KS. How you doing, niggas? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. So some Predators, you know, the honored culture obviously cultivates a system in which there is a potential for some of the Predators to rebel against the honor code. But then, of course, you have ones that are strictly live by it, maybe more traditional Predators, and they notice one's trying to go out of line, felt it on the spot, kill him. It's kind of cool. Yeah, a lot of potential, you know, different stories you can crack out of that.
The Mario movie, Damsel, almost every Disney live-action remake, notably The Little Mermaid, and twice in The Force Awakens, among many, many other movies made for the modern audience. The Grogu trope, a cute merchandise placement, is dropped into the plot to interact with the main characters. We saw this same trope in Jurassic World Abortion. Overcoming toxic masculinity as a core theme, Dak must learn to let his guard down, to turn away from self-imposed social isolation, embrace his emotions and accept
Those that break the code are labeled as bad blood.
Family. And for the Badlands stands about to spur
I label this movie as bad movie.
out in the comments that, oh, actually he doesn't reject the Yaocha culture because he returns to his planet. Yes, that's what you sound like, all of you. Dak killing his...
Oh, that's the last time. That's the last thing I had ever heard about Predator. The Predator franchise, Golem, was the Predator game. It got some big shit attached to it because it was a Sony exclusive PS5. No, it was PS4. It was before the PS5 came out. Oh, it was a while ago. But I heard about it, and then I heard it was online only, and most people lost interest after that part. That's a shame because, you know, it's fucking Predator in this battle royale world. How is there not like a good Predator game that isn't online only? I'm sure they exist. There's an Alien vs. Predator game for 360. I was watching someone play that a few days ago. It looked alright. Big store exclusive on PC. Oh, I didn't know that part. I for sure thought it was PS4 exclusive, or at least maybe a timed exclusive. Respect the Pred game for getting loads of shit, but apparently they refused to make content for the survivor side of the 4 version 1. Or the 4v1. I like the Alien vs. Predator 360 game. Very short, but fun with all the Predator tools. The online game has massively now unfortunate Dr. Disrespect DLC skin for the Predator. Does it? Wait. You're making a joke. Predator Hunting Grounds. Dr. Disrespect deal. Oh my god. In Predator Hunting Grounds, there was a controversial DLC released in 2021 to let the players use a Predator skin modeled after streamer Dr. Disrespect, which became infamous as poorly aged piece of content due to real-world events, but it offered a unique gameplay experience as a Predator variant with specific characteristics and humor. Yeah, like being a Predator! That's a specific characteristic. Thank you, Aaron. Welcome in. Like, it's just... Look, at least the H3 DLC in Payday 2, like, that's something you can look back and laugh at. Same with Yogscast being in Sonic Racing Transform All-Stars. But this is just like, mamma mia. Like, even the name of the game, Predator Hunting Grounds, and you play as a literal, real-life IRL predator? It's a mod and joke? No! No, it's a real DLC! No, don't break my immersion. Say it ain't so. No, it's real, it's official. He's in the game. It was endorsed by Sony. Yeah, more like Hunting Playgrounds. Zzz. I fell for the Google AI summary? Maybe I did.
His own father symbolizes his final victory over toxic masculinity. And more importantly, Dak has opened up his inner world to the embrace of strangers. He has learned to let his guard down and be vulnerable, thus divesting himself of his
toxic masculinity.
The next trope, our heroes are at the mercy of the villain, but she lets them get away through astounding levels of incompetence. This trope appears in G20 and Nobody 2. The nerfed NPC minions are easily wiped out in large numbers, also in G20 and Nobody 2. NPC minions attack one by one instead of as a single group. Again, G20 and Nobody 2. A group of NPC minions walk toward an obvious trap and bunch close together, so they'll all be killed when the trap is set off. Again, a trope we saw in G20 and Nobody 2, the Marvel cliffhanger which promises a sequel. The world build of Planet Yautja is awful. As previously mentioned, the practice of waiting until individuals were adults to cull them would lead to constant rebellion. The practice would be abandoned by the government to avoid rebellion, or else one of these rebellions would eventually succeed, and the new government would abolish the practice. How is a society that values martial prowess above all other traits so technologically advanced? If you kill every skinny nerd in the class because he's not Chad enough, who is going to invent everything? You can have an alien species that practices socially enforced murder of the weak, but they cannot also be a spacefaring civilization, because such a barbaric practice would block development, because development requires a civilization to train the young in a vast array of non-martial pursuits. If Yautja civilization
maybe their nerds just aren't skinny. Why are you assuming that they have to be skinny nerds? Some nerds are fat.
In the Stone Age. The world build of Planet Hardcore is also trash. The planet is dangerous when the plot needs it to be dangerous, and safe when the plot needs it to be safe. The androids are farcically useless. Weyland-Yutani is proficient enough to engage in interstellar commercial travel. They just haven't figured out Bluetooth yet, and they make the galaxy's shittest security bots. I could go in depth about what an utter
anything about the lore
is of the Predator franchise, but for the sake of brevity, a quick comparison. Predator 2 features a group of coked-out maniacs engaging in a shootout with the cops. Predator Badlands features a fireside wellness session in which the Predator opens up to a female android and a piece of Disney merchandise. One sees such desecration, and what can one say but Disney? Now to the movie's commercial performance. Karen iPhone the meme.
How it started.
Yeah, I disagree with that point. It was the assumption that, oh, if we cull the weak, then we gotta kill the skinny nerds, therefore how are they technologically advanced? That seems kind of, I don't know, assumptive of the archetype that the grug brains, the grug caveman brains who are just all focused on getting strong and muscles and all that nonsense. There's nothing saying that people furthering the technology can't also be fit. Where are the fit nerds at? Obviously they exist if the Predators are this technologically advanced.
Predator Badlands is a hit at the box office, setting franchise record. The latest Predator film switches up the formula and comes out on top.
How it went.
Predator Badlands continues bombing at box office with brutal second weekend drop.
How it ended.
As of December 9th, 1 month after Predator Badlands release.
Remember that Duck Dodgers show where Wile E. Coyote was a predator? I'm sorry, that just came to mind. I was thinking about things in which I have witnessed and seen throughout popular culture in which the Predator was referenced.
The movie has grossed $180 million on a $105 million budget. $70 million
I already see the
short
start.
of the $250 million
That's
Disney
kinda
needed
lazily
to
hidden.
break even on their update of the Predator franchise for the modern audience, which makes Predator Badlands one of 2025's most deserved flops. And speaking of well-deserved flops, the first movie condemned to the eternal shame of a spot in 2025's bottom 5 is Mickey 17. Mickey
Never heard of it.
17 was supposed to be the big-budget Hollywood breakout movie of Parasite director Bong Joon-ho. Hollywood fell in love with this hack after circle-jerking to the massively overrated Parasite, a thoroughly stupid movie with hammy, trite themes, typical of Bong Joon-ho's themes over substance directing style. Mickey 17 is about an indebted man named Mickey who needs to escape Earth to avoid his loan shark. So he signs
China's
up to
blocking
an
a bunch of US movies. Yeah, don't they have some sort of protocol? They can only accept so many imported movies from America each year, which is why these studios try so hard to pander to China, because China is such a huge market, and now they're all getting scared. Just like with the game industry, they're all getting scared because now China has the technological prowess to not only make movies just as good as ours, but perhaps even better. Not really better, but like they're scared that they might be better than what we can put out, and not just movies, but games as well, and other forms of media.
Colony expedition, volunteering as the ship guinea pig, who will be
I like
cloned
Parasite.
in the event
I thought most
of
people
death.
did.
After reaching
Well, this
planet
guy ate
Hoth,
most people.
Mickey dies and is cloned 16 times over the course of his professional duties. The 17th Mickey is injured and thought dead, but is actually still alive. He returns to the ship to find that an 18th Mickey has been cloned, and the two begin working together to uncover the evil plans of Orange Man Bad, the leader of the expedition. Bong Joon-ho is good at cinematography. What he is not good at is writing, and he made the terrible mistake of writing Mickey 17 by himself. His script is full of plot holes. When they arrive on planet Hoth, the expedition sets up their first colony on a giant featureless ice plateau. Why would they settle in this area? There are zero resources available to them here. The colonists would settle next to a river or a forest with a big lake near.
Well, that was an actual bad take on Parasite. If you know anything about Korean culture, it is much better. Doubt this guy knows anything about Confucianism or the social problems in Korea. I didn't like Parasite because of the crowd who did. Very artsy-fartsy, turned you off. Well, you shouldn't let people ruin media for you. It's like people always say, don't let Dave ruin a good game for you just because he played it. Oh my god. Fuck. I think I need all three of them to make that jump. The dreads the predators have isn't actually hair. They're actually quills that are sensory organs. I didn't know that, you guys. And the road for Yachu, it's become a hunter is long, difficult one. One of the first steps to adulthood is the gold rings being put on the quills, and it is a painful and slow process. If they make a sound of pain or move, you have to start all over again. Reminds me of the shit that those spirituality fellas do. I saw a picture the other day, and this guy had a grate welded around his neck. It was supposed to prevent him from lying down, so that he would suffer and stay awake for longer and focus on meditation.
Nearby, or a coastal area with rich marine life and big game. If the best the expedition can do is a big dead ice plain, then they've come to the wrong planet. Hoth is not viable for colonization. My guess is that Bong Joon-ho chose this landscape because it's far cheaper to CGI a boring, flat, empty plain than the many alternatives that would have made sense. The Mickeys are cloned using a meat printer. He comes out of the printer fully formed, basically ready to get cracking. This creates major problems for the plot. If the expedition can print a 180-pound man out of seemingly nothing, why can't they print food? A major plot point in Mickey 17 is food shortage. Half rations are used as punishment, and colonists have to survive on miserable-looking black bread. Why don't they use cloning technology to print animals for consumption, or vegetables? If you can clone a pig, you can surely clone a carrot. In fact, why doesn't the expedition ship have a dedicated food factory if they have the technology to print meat? And what are the Mickey clones made of? Are they grown from a few super fast replicating cells, or assembled from 180 pounds of 3D cloning goo? The movie never answers this question. Mickey 17 is thought dead because he falls into
out a bunch of bills.
How did they find him?
No.
He doesn't have a tracker. And why doesn't he have a tracker? The loan shark sends a thug on the expedition to pursue the debt from Mickey 17, and
it's like Phil 14, and it's a bunch of Phils, and they all max out 14 credit cards.
Stephen Yeun. But the thug waits 4 years before he makes his presence known to Mickey and Stephen. Why? And why would the thug even do this?
You print out enough Phil clones to that they all take the top spots of EVO 2005 so that no one, American, Japanese, or otherwise, can get there and compete with Phil. Phil just takes all the top spots and fights against himself. No one else can compete.
Oz, the loan shark, is back on Earth, and Earth is just a memory now. The thug will never return there, so what incentive does he have to pursue the debt? A major plot point in the second act is a love triangle between Mickey, Mickey's girlfriend, and a hot girl. This subplot goes nowhere and is completely forgotten about. Why is Orange Man Bad so determined to gas the worms? They pose no threat to the human settlement, and they are not standing in the way of precious resources. Avatar is not a good movie, but at least the humans had a clear motive for clearing the Na'vi out of Big Tree. The humans wanted the unobtainium underneath Big Tree. In terms of world building, plot, and character motivation, Mickey 17 is worse than Avatar. How do the Mickey clones have memories of previous clones who have died? The clone consciousness is uploaded from the original Mickey, not the predecessor clone, yet each clone has access to the memories of all previous clones. Easily, the worst part of Mickey 17 is Mark Ruffalo. This may be the worst performance of 2025, a low-effort Donald Trump impersonation.
Why is Commander Marshall cutting into that big, beautiful, handsome rock?
Ruffalo's entire performance is a shitty SNL skit. No subtlety, no thought, no attempt to embody a character in the story world that character inhabits. A shameless use of the movie.
I didn't even know this movie existed, Circadian Sequence.
Pathetic. Ruffalo's Orange Man Bad performance was lazy and unprofessional, and it's so passé. Christ, man, you don't need to be MAGA to realize that the Orange Man Bad trope was played out 6 years ago. This shite has been going on for a fucking decade. Everyone, no matter their political affiliation, are sick of it. Ruffalo's performance is by far the most out-of-touch, fatigue-inducing, and annoying of the year. This is Razzie's level bad. Now, all that said, it's not like Ruffalo had much to work with. His character, I'm not looking up his name, was awful. A one-note, power-hungry, idiot bad guy with main character syndrome who wants to gas the native alien species because he's bad. He makes the stupid decision to go out and kill the worms personally because his wife convinces him that it will be good optics because orange.
It's just a generic rich businessman role, has nothing to do with Trump. No, I would argue he was definitely the actor, or I guess it would be Jung Bong Ho or whatever. Definitely evoking an image of Trump with the script. I mean, it says big beautiful. Like, who says big beautiful and is an evil president politician man? Come on.
Man, which leads to his death when Mickey 18 goes full Akbar on him. Mickey 18 is a dark variant. There's some potential there, but Bong Joon-ho is too crap a writer to realize it, and the rest of the characters are stock templates. Mrs. Orange Man Bad is a wispy villainess with no depth. Stephen Yeun is a forgettable everyman. Mickey is a wimpy wallflower. His girlfriend is a domineering mama bear type. The hot girl is nice and hot. I had zero emotional investment in Mickey 17's characters, and watching them blunder their way through this contrived, plot hole-ridden mess was an exercise in tedium. The big twist is that the alien monsters are actually the good guys, and it is the humans who are the true monsters. The bad guys are actually good, and the good guys are actually bad.
Oh my goodness, really?
So played out. This trope worked in Underworld 22 years ago. Since then, we've seen the trope in Avatar, Megamind, Harry Potter, Transformers 1, Captain Marvel. There's your big hint. If the trope you're leaning on for your...
I thought the star would have been hidden like underneath the spiky things, so I was gonna jump down and then create a cloud and then kind of long jump around. I immediately died. It's like a very, very close death zone there.
Big dramatic moment showed up in Captain Marvel. Your script needs a rewrite, and the obvious anti-colonial message in Mickey 17 is eye-rolling, especially coming from Bong Joon-ho. He's Korean. If he wants to have an allegory about the evils of colonialism, how about make the Japanese the bad guys? You know, those guys that colonized Korea for 40 years, banned the use of the Korean language and compelled Koreans to change their names to Japanese names, a policy specifically designed to erase Korean identity. The Japanese also enslaved 300,000 Korean women as sex slaves, sent millions of Japanese civilians into Korea to take over the economy and physically colonize the land, and drafted millions of Korean men as soldiers and laborers.
It's over there.
But fuck all that, because white men are the evil colonizers because white man bad. Just look at how they turned the once peaceful and prosperous land of Australia into the hellhole that it is today. Mickey 17 tries so hard to please the Hollywood establishment that sucked off Parasite and handed Bong Joon-ho $118 million to make this piece of shit. You know what would have been a far more surprising twist than the obvious revelation that the aliens are actually really good and the white man is actually evil? The revelation that the aliens are actually a serious, genuine threat to the human presence on the planet. They are savage and brutal and cannot be negotiated with. Humanity has to choose: leave the planet or exterminate the aliens. Far better. And by the way, that's not even a choice. If Earth really was dying and humanity had to turn Pandora into a new home, I would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Navi species.
Warhammer moment.
Nor would I hesitate to enjoy this Darwinian xenocide, as doomsday cultists never tire of reminding us there is no planet B, so we must conquer one, brutally exterminate the natives, and set up colonies there. The first act of Mickey 17.
I always see people, look, I'm not a Warhammer guy at all, but I always see Twitter, people on the Twitters defending the aliens in that franchise and saying that, like, if you want to genocide the aliens, you're like a right-wing chud or something.
Is
Why don't we just talk to the aliens, guys?
Narration. I applied to the colony expedition, but there's like a million other people with the same idea.
The most recent one I saw said it was boring. It's boring to genocide the aliens.
And Mickey
oh, what a brave
perfectly
stance you took.
Demonstrates why. The narration is completely pointless. Mickey is telling the viewers what they are looking at in real time. How about shut the fuck up? Let the audience watch the movie and figure it out for themselves. Mickey 17 was received by audiences and critics with lukewarm indifference. The movie
it's always
Joe's
justified to genocide everyone.
Quickly forgotten. Warner Brothers were Mickey 17's main financial backers. Sinking money into this garbage was one of many, many bad decisions Warner have made over the past decade that ultimately led to the financial collapse of the company and its purchase by Netflix. The only good thing that came out of Mickey 17 is that it exposed Bong Joon-ho as the hack that he is. But Bong can at least take consolation from the fact that as ass as Mickey 17 was, it was not the worst sci-fi of 2025. The next movie on my list came out in January, but as soon as I was blessed with the mercy of the credits, I knew it would make the bottom 5 of my end of year video. Lads,
Brace for impact.
Star Trek Section 31. Here's a scene from
What?
Star Trek Section 30.
There was a Star Trek movie this year? Or last year?
In which the calm, collected girl boss pilot has to restrain the spiraling emotions of the incompetent man.
Posey, look at me. You just need to make a call. You know what to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Here's the same scene from the Concorde episode of Secret Level.
Whole guild armada behind us and we can't steer the ship. We're gonna die.
Out of my way. We can figure this out. Right. Smokes, reroute all power to our other engines. Raid, prep patch kit.
Here is the same
Probably some
scene
streaming
from
only
the
shit.
Outer Worlds 2.
Commander, we've been hit by one of those space anomalies. Buddy? And the piloting system is down.
Buddy?
The astrogator's gears are shot!
Get a hold of yourself.
Whoa, buddy.
Directorate agent.
Affirmative, Commander. What are the orders?
Brace for impact.
The exact same scene 3 times in 1 year, all pushing the same misandrist feminist message. Men are bumbling morons and they need a woman to take control. Trying to make sense of Star Trek.
The Elder are racist to humans and would kill humanity. Dark Elder would have hunted, kidnapped, and tortured humans for eons in the lore. Tawa are alpha because they are under the control of one caste of mind control of the via mind control of the greater good. Think the Covenant from Halo. Ah, well, Okay, I didn't read much of the arguments that spewed from that tweet. It was just kind of a like, oh, it's so boring that it's always genocide with no nuance. My gray area, memorials.
Trek Section 31's plot from only one viewing is like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle from memory. Here is what I remember. Someone is trying to put together a crew to cosplay as Guardians of the Galaxy. They recruit Michelle Yeoh, who was an evil empress in her own universe, and is hiding in this universe after losing power or getting sucked into a black hole or something. While evil empress, Michelle Yeoh burned some poor bastard's face off with a giant sword as a symbol of his enslavement to her. But later on, poor bastard turns out to be the villain, and Michelle Yeoh is the hero the plot calls upon to stop him. The protectors of the cosmos consist of a girl with blue lipstick. I have no clue what she does in the film. A guy who reminds me of Captain Freedom from The Running Man when he was wearing all that shit they put on him to go fight Arnold Schwarzenegger. The Captain Freedom knockoff is a moronic white man. A microbial life form who controls a humanoid robot.
Have I seen Star Trek Dingus? Not really, no.
Who gave one of the worst performances of the year.
Back when I regularly watched the Ralph A-Log streams, one of the pre-shows would be the Star Trek show where they're at the space station, Deep Station 9 or something. So I've saw episodes of that just because that was what the pre-show was, but I couldn't tell you anything about it.
This might actually have been worse than Mark Ruffalo's Orange Man Bad.
Oh, Deep Space Nine, okay.
I will kick your ass until you cannot form a solid...
Yeah, I've heard good things about Deep Space Nine, which is why I didn't mind that it was a pre-show.
An overly exaggerated Irish accent and speak with a tremble in his voice. It's fucking ear rape to listen to. There's a black guy in the crew. I remember him because he has this really memeable expression that suggests confusion, which I used in my Concord video. That's literally all I remember about him. There's the fat idiot who can't fly a ship until girl boss tells him to calm down. He can turn into Venom, but that's all I remember about him. Poor bastard invades the universe with Michelle Yeoh's old army, and she and the protectors of the cosmos have to stop him. So they stop him, and there's a scene in a casino in which they all celebrate. That's everything
The people who worked on Warhammer 40k and the people who were fans said there's no good guy in 40k. Every race has done absolutely horrible things to each other, either to each other or their own kind. Like, if it's easy to agree, if it's easy for everyone to agree that the humans are absolutely not the good guys, why do we have to paint the aliens as good guys who are just misunderstood? Why can't we all just be horrible?
I can remember, so I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go rewatch the movie on double speed, then I'll come back to this video and explain in more detail why Star Trek Section 31 is the 4th worst movie of 2025. Why the fuck did I do this to myself? While I'm off rewatching the movie, Karen iPhone will be putting Scott on trial for some crime or other.
The criminal is charged with expressing excitement about the Netflix acquisition of Warner in a recent post on X. Does the convicted admit to his guilt?
Your Honor, predetermining a defendant's guilt is illegal. In fact, it's an abuse of my client's human rights.
Stockton Rush might have been crushed to death in the Titan submersible tragedy, but at least he can claim a refund on his Xbox controller.
Yes, Your Honor. Very funny. My client has expressed genuine regret at...
Earlier this year, a CEO was publicly humiliated when he was caught cheating on his wife at a Coldplay concert. I completely understand his embarrassment. I'd be embarrassed too if I was caught listening to Coldplay.
Your Honor, my client's life is on the line.
This year, a CEO was caught cheating on his wife at a Coldplay concert, but it could have been worse. He could have been at a Taylor Swift concert.
Your Honor, my client wishes to enter a plea of...
I'm not surprised the CEO's wife divorced him. If I found out my spouse was a Coldplay fan, I'd get a divorce immediately. The guilty is found guilty as charged. The sentence will be carried out immediately. Bring in the executioner. Stockton Rush was the CEO who was crushed to death in the Titan submersible tragedy, but it could have been
he has a bunch of
worse.
recurring
He
characters that he uses for skits.
Concert.
I don't really care for the Karen iPhone.
Unpleasant. The movie is basically a sequence of tropey genre set pieces. The opening, in which Michelle Yeoh burns poor bastard's face off, is space opera. Then there's an exposition dump Mission Impossible type intro, in which an unnamed taskmaster gives instructions to the protectors of the cosmos, which quickly morphs into a heist sequence in which the protectors of the cosmos plot to steal a doomsday bomb called the Godsend, a weapon Michelle Yeoh commissioned when she was Empress. After the heist sequence, the movie movie becomes a spy thriller find-the-mole mystery, which turns into an Agatha Christie-style whodunit a few scenes later. Michelle Yeoh plays the part of Kenneth Branagh and uncovers the vile fiends responsible for the murder in front of everyone, which of course leads to a chase scene, so the movie jumps back to the sci-fi action genre. The rest of the movie is really shit, low production quality sci-fi channel afternoon slop. Dear God, this movie is awful. I haven't watched much Star Trek, but it doesn't matter how bad the worst of it is. This is the worst the franchise has ever been. Rock bottom would be a massive jump up from whatever the hell Section 31 is. This is just sick. It's like Alex Kurtzman is deliberately doing as much damage to the franchise as he can out of sheer spite. Another
I always die at that
Section
area.
31 that really stood out on a rewatch is just how unremittingly ugly this movie is. The production design, hair and makeup, costume design, cinematography, all of it is hideous. Here are a few images which demonstrate the problem. In this frame, poor bastard sits on a featureless bridge dominated by black and dark red. He wears a monotone black leather suit, sits inside a black control booth, which is foregrounded by a black floor, and stands in front of black steps with a black wall behind them. An annoying Irish guy is seated on the steps dressed entirely in black. The entire shot is framed by what I assume is the black frame of the ship window. So the color scheme in this shot is black on 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 black. That is a description that should only exist in the most depraved corners of the internet. Look at the massive overuse of piss filter, excessive fog, and desaturation in this shot. The protectors of the cosmos all look horrible. Black guy wears a piece of half armor with a hole in it. Blue lips is another monotone catastrophe and wears what looks like a random piece of scrap metal coiled around her collar. Private Freedom looks like a developmentally challenged 40-year-old virgin dressed in his DIY Iron Man suit.
Yeah, the piss filters remind me of the Brown and Bloom from late 2000s PS3 and 360 games.
Irish guy has a ghastly blonde fringe, and there's a baldy chick with a big egghead who reminds me of Coneheads, the 1993 box office bomb that tanked Dan Aykroyd's career, and which is considerably better than any of the shite I've been discussing in this
Complaining
video.
about tropes when his channel is a trope.
So I decided to look her up, and it turns out she is the model Ubisoft used for the lead
channels need to be like
character of Star Wars Outlaws, Ma'am Solo. Every time this girl gets a role that might get her halfway noticed, if nothing else.
No, come on. Wait a minute. How? That's just Miyamoto being lazy again.
Ubisoft used for the lead character of Star Wars Outlaws, Ma'am Solo. Every time this girl gets a role that might get her halfway noticed, if nothing else.
Look, I think I talked about this before on stream. A lot of people complained about Star Wars Outlaws, including Synthetic Man. And then it came out, and I felt like a dozen people, including Synthetic Man, played it. I don't really think the female protagonist was that ugly. I think the design was trying to evoke imagery of the 80s and how women dressed back then. She didn't really look like a... I mean, she didn't look that bad. I'm just saying. Not really a butter face.
Some jealous woke dickhead shows up to uglify her because hot girls aren't allowed to be hot anymore. In Star Wars Outlaws, Ma'am Solo looked like something you would expect to
If you compare the model to the real woman, though, well, that just always happens.
Crawl out of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor, and modern Star Trek turned her into Egghead. Now, you still would. I'm not saying you wouldn't, but can we...
No, it doesn't. Why does it seem to happen in every AAA game, then? It also happened in Ghosts of Yote.
Please, just let women be hot again. Body positivity is dead, okay? Even the celebrity wankers that promoted it lost weight and admitted that it was bullshit all along. Stop with this crab-in-a-bucket mentality of elevating slobs and dragging down hot girls. I could go on for literally hours about how ugly Star Trek Section 31 is. Pick a random frame and there will be many aspects of it that are visually offensive. This is the ugliest movie of 2025.
Oh my god, another one up here?
Rewatch, I counted 5 exposition dumps in the first 40 minutes. There are many plot holes and plot contrivances that I couldn't be bothered going over. At one point, the protectors of the cosmos are running around a planet after their ship has been blown up by the mole, and I realized in that moment that I had no idea where they were or why they were there, as if several scenes were missing between the casino heist and the interrogation of this visual monstrosity. Michelle Yeoh defeats Irish Guy, and for absolutely no reason, he tells her the poor bastard is still alive and is leading an invasion fleet into this universe. So the plot contrives a way to get the surviving protectors of the cosmos to poor bastard.
You just triple jump to it.
Michelle Yeoh defeats him. Then there's a sequel bait ending in the casino.
We have work to do. Has anybody been to Turkana 4?
Yes,
let me see if it's possible this way. I feel like it should
has
be.
The cheek to suggest it deserves a sequel. The acting in Star Trek Section 31 is atrocious. The only good performance is from Humberly Gonzalez, who plays Egghead. The rest of the performances fall into 2 categories: overacting.
There it is.
Just give me my paycheck so I can go home. Michelle Yeoh, poor bastard.
I think your way is the intended method, but that's cool that you're able to do it that way too. That was like my first, the first thing that came to mind. But no, triple jump on the moving walkway.
And Irish Guy are all overacting horribly. Michelle Yeoh is appalling in this, but still not as bad as Irish Guy. The rest of the cast just want paid so I can get out of this hideous fucking costume, be done with this wretched production, and forget about it as fast as possible. Jamie Lee Curtis shows up right at the end to tease a sequel because she was in the worst sci-fi movie of 2024 and she wanted to keep her streak alive. Star Trek Section 31 has no redeeming aspects. None. There is not a single good thing to be said about this movie. Star Trek needs to stop.
Stop! Just stop, man.
Paramount.
I didn't know they were still putting movies out.
Alex Kurtzman to
I know they were still doing shows on Paramount Plus.
What has been done to this
but I thought they just stayed there.
Unconscionable. However, we can still hold out hope for the as yet unnamed upcoming Star Trek project, which will see a collaboration between audience favourite Alex Kurtzman and Dear White People director Justin Simien.
Dear white people, you made me hate myself as a kid, so now I hate you, and
I can't wait. Now, I know what you're thinking, dear subject. How could that
first movie since 2016
be the worst movie of the year? What could possibly
That's the one I heard
be
a little bit of
worse
buzz
than
for.
Star Trek Section 31? I have 3 answers.
Or maybe I'm thinking
for
of
you.
the one from the early
first of those
2010s.
and the third worst
When
movie
Snow
of the
White.
year, Captain Cape Shit, Brave New Slop. When I was in the theater watching
that was
this,
last
I'd
year?
already forgotten the
When
plot of the movie
Snow
by the
White?
time the credits rolled, but I will always remember the guy I passed on the way out.
Snow White's on
He
the
looked
fucking
like
thumbnail.
a deflated balloon. His vibe was that of a man who wanted to get up and walk out an hour and a half ago, but who had lost the will to move through sheer boredom. If movies have souls, Brave New Slop will burn in hell for all eternity, a punishment that will still not suffice to make up for the crime of its existence. You will not hear me compare this movie to trash, feces, or any other form of
How would I get to
refuse,
that one?
for to do so would be to libel those occasionally useful byproducts. This steaming pile of radioactive slime is truly unwatchable. Brave New Slop is a rare example of a big budget movie released to theaters in an unreleasable state. Cats being another infamous example.
One-shot triple
is
jump?
wrong with this movie. Marvel have become
First try.
notorious for their assy, unfinished slop CGI. Brave New Slop is the worst a Marvel movie has ever looked. The pointless fight between Sam
Using two Hulk
Wilson and Red
villains in a
Hulk
film
is
without Hulk will always annoy
disgusting
me.
to behold. There's a conversation
Feels like
between
the Hulk's
Sam
always a short. Hulk's always the one getting the short end of the stick.
Wilson and Dr. Broccoli. That was clearly filmed in a green screen room. Doc Brock materializes out of nowhere to give a hackneyed villain speech that amounts to "Ah ha 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 ha! I'm evil, and no one can stop my evil plans. You're too late, Mr. Bond. I mean Captain Capeshit. Soon the president will turn into the worst CGI monstrosity that Marvel has shorted out since She-Hulk, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Ah ha ha! Doc Brock's plan is to
11-minute
take
wrap.
revenge against
Almost done with the video. I'll hit that
Ford
after.
because President Ford forced Doc Brock to be his presidential campaign manager. Doc Brock takes revenge
Probably
by
to chill and jerk
President
off his new
Ford
best
Red
friend,
Hulk
Repsian.
potion over an extended period of time that will eventually result into him turning into a CGI monstrosity. Why does Doc Brock not just kill him? And what is the point of turning him into Red Hulk? All he's going to do
I see the
is
stars.
trash a few city blocks, kill a few dozen people, then pass out. Would it not not make more sense for Doc Brock to create his own Red Hulk mind slave that he can control? Oh, Marvel humor, by the way.
Yeah, I played with Reps the other day.
Astoundingly,
for
Doc
one
Brock
match,
isn't the most
and they
ridiculous
socially
part of
interacted. It was very
because
awkward.
the movie features an ass-kicking midget girl boss.
Homology's already got it clipped. I'll watch it.
Girl boss
again.
is down a darkly lit corridor, wiping out a squad of stuntmen who are throwing themselves around in a truly heroic but futile attempt to make girl boss midget appear a genuine threat. You know that the stuntmen, the fight choreographers, basically everyone on set when this was filmed, were all thinking the same thing.
Triple jump.
This looks
I wanted
fucking
to backflip off the
ridiculous.
crystal.
But none of them could say it out loud because they all have to be in lockstep obedience to the cause. Because Disney. Girl Boss Midget is so obviously not intimidating that
I haven't heard about Rebsian since 2016. Well, we were just talking about him when Ann was here. The last thing I heard about him was that he was caught selling his dirty socks on eBay. His dirty cum rag socks.
the movie has to tell the viewer.
It was a big drama during the Kumite days.
That basically means stay the hell out of her way, trust me.
Which was about as convincing as Chris Hemsworth pretending to like Brie Larson.
I like this one.
That man should have gotten an Oscar just for not vomiting after he spoke that line.
Is there any competition between the different sects, the different groups?
There's no competition for me because I'm the strongest, so it's just kind of like a different...
Oh, yeah, you should let her think that a little bit.
It's not. As I've said before, it's not.
Thank you, Nurgle, the VTuber suggestion, lobotomy bunny.
It's just a fact. It's not a personal opinion.
I'll take note of that. Thank
it's
you.
Not a reflection.
I know we don't talk about Brie Larson now because she's not a thing anymore, but that woman was totally deluded. She genuinely thought she was going to be massive.
It's not a crazy concept to me that women can lead giant franchises and make money for corporations. It's fine. You know what I mean? He's like, we can do that too.
Giancarlo Esposito is in Brave New Slop for a while. I can't remember if he's a hired assassin or if he is personally invested in killing Sam Wilson. But yeah, he's in the movie until he's not. Marvel movies need a comic relief character because Marvel humor. So Sam Wilson teams up with Cape Shit Boy, whose entire personality is quirky and self-deprecating.
Well, it's a long-ass drive to West Virginia, so we're gonna need some snacks. Why did I invite you? What? Wait.
There's an old, depressed black guy who was originally intended as a white guilt pornographer.
They will never let a black man be Captain America. And even if they did, no self-respecting black man would ever want to be.
But white guilt
Who
porn
are
and
they?
hating America isn't cool anymore.
Who
so
are
Disney
they?
reshot the movie, and now old, depressed black guy is just there. Every action sequence in the movie is a rehash of action slop you've seen a billion times. The climax of...
I want Phil to get closer to the VTuber world this year. Perfect scenario would be if he got his own avatar, tried it once or twice like Pokemon did, just an obvious attempt at a cash grab. He would never, ever do that. Just because of the what he would perceive as an aspect of sexualization to it. No, he's made his thoughts on VTubers very clear.
Brave New Slop is...
And because they buck broke him after Zelda.
Sam Wilson telling the Hulk, you need to do better, Senator. So the Hulk does better, Senator. The Red Hulk, who is supposed to be the ultimate incarnation of the Hulk, fails to defeat Sam Wilson in a fight. He doesn't even so much as injure Sam Wilson, and he's defeated by being told to take a nap. Appropriately for one of the worst Marvel movies, Brave New Slop gives the audience a very unwelcome reminder that the Eternals happened. The Marvel fandom was quite happy to pretend that movie never happened, but Brave New Slop had to go and pull it out of the memory hole. I can't remember the plot of Brave New Slop. The movie combines several plots and half plots from the 4 or 5 versions of the film that were shot. One involves a government conspiracy, one centers around Doc Brock's evil plans, another involves Giancarlo Esposito, another is about Japan and the US almost going to war over resources. There's a subplot involving Midget Girl Boss unraveling a conspiracy, and another involving President Ford's estranged daughter, both of which are forgotten about over the course of the movie. Brave New Slop is a hideous Frankenstein's monster of dated movie tropes and plots copied and pasted from other movies. The result is an incomprehensible ruin that doesn't even function properly as a movie. Brave New Slop is either the worst or second worst Marvel movie, a 2-hour-long tidal wave of boredom Captain America Brave New Slop was so bad that the Marvel Shieldom used the next Marvel slop, Thunderbolts, as a coping mechanism to pretend that Marvel is still relevant by asserting that Thunderbolts is an allegorical masterpiece because Matrauma. Thunderbolts also features that scene from Brave New Slop.
You underestimate how it can be weirdly gaslit into things like LTG focus on your sexy. I personally don't see it happening. I don't think that's like a line that you don't cross in Phil's world. But I don't disagree that I think it would be funny. It would be funny.
Slop in which a tiny girl bosses down a dark corridor, wiping out a squad of bad guys, but it's amazing this time because Matrauma. The official budget that Disney reported for Brave New Slop was $180 million. This is a lie. That was
Frankenstein together from several folk stories.
The entire production from start to finish
it was also Frankenstein together from several reshoots.
$300 million. Toss another $100 million on top of that for marketing, and Disney sank at least $400 million into
I think he's just too old to see the appeal
The movie made $415 million at the box office, equating to a $200 million plus loss for Disney. The brand damage the movie caused to Marvel was enormous. The two Marvel movies that followed, Brave New Slop, Thunderbolts, and Fantastic Four, both flopped, and the response to Marvel's announcement video for Avengers Doomsday was more muted than my theater's reaction to the cum kiss in Queer. 2025 is the year the superhero genre died. The superhero era ended definitively in 2023 with a series of major box office bombs, and 2025 confirmed that the genre will not be making a comeback. There were 4 major superhero movie releases this year, all flopped. Most of the movies I have mentioned in this video may not be the worst movie of the year, but they are the most something. War of the Worlds is the most intellectually stimulating. Mission Impossible 8 is the most disappointing. G20 is the most girl boss. Nobody 2 is the most movie. Queer is the second most gay. Predator Badlands is the most gay. Mickey 17 is the most pretentious. Star Trek Section 31 is the ugliest. Captain Capeshit Brave New Slop is the most incomprehensible. This next movie, the second worst of the year, is the most vile. Elio. I'm getting straight to the point on this one. I think Elio is an allegory for people. No.
Wait, this is the Pixar movie? Yeah, I heard like a Pixar movie came out and nobody talked about it. Now, I hate to be a Phil about it. Literally, nobody's talking about it. Well, the same thing happened with that last Pixar movie that was suddenly, it was an allegory for racism. The one about the fire and water people, which also did poorly. What happened? Pixar movies used to be events. Now, I think even Disney's own movie studio is doing better than Pixar.
I think Elio is an allegory for people. No, I am not kidding. This movie celebrates noncery. Here is a quote from a Fiction Horizon article published July 2025.
Yeah, I prefer
Sources who spoke with The Hollywood Reporter revealed that Elio was originally a queer-coded character. This was tied closely to the film's first director, Adrian Molina.
Big ups, UNFW1. The Raid. What a party of 2. I'm playing Super Mario Galaxy 2, and I'm watching this guy shit on movies from last year. Video's almost done, and then I will suffer the same daily rap that you just watched.
Through all the shit he's doing, none of it comes out. So,
Are you fucked? No! Oh my god! This fucking game!
He's crashing
I
out!
know what I'm doing. Moves don't come out. I will lose continuously.
UNF exposed! He's no better than Phil!
Fucking online play stuff.
Oh, come on.
You were crashing out tonight, I can imagine. But if you thought that clip was stimulating to your funny bones, you can click the heart right now and watch UNF as he continues his return to regular style streaming. The boss was killing three guys in one shot. Man, that was at I think I saw a little bit of you playing that game. You told me what it was once upon a time, but I had forgotten. I think it's on the Sega Saturn. Hey, Mr. Pun. Romancing Saga 2. Wow. That series still gets games today. Anyway, I'm playing as Green Mario, trying to get green stars in Galaxy 2 while in my green socks that my sister just got me. Speaking of socks, Phil played with Repzian, a guy who hawks his dirty socks on eBay. So yeah. Oh, you were playing Romancing Saga 2 tonight. The clip was Popple Mail. That's it. That's it. Yeah, you definitely told me about that one in the past. There are many green stars I must get. My critique of this is the green stars are sometimes cleverly hidden, but many times lazily hidden. And it just reminds me that I wish playing as Luigi gave you different physics, like his fluttery jump and his worst traction on the ground. Popple Mail was made by Working Designs because they wanted kids to rent the game multiple nights in a row. Wow, just like a lot of other games back then. That was the industry. Blockbuster was just that powerful.
25. Sources who spoke with The Hollywood Reporter revealed that Elio was originally a queer-coded character. This was tied closely to the film's first director, Adrian Molina, who is openly gay, but over time the character was changed to be more traditionally masculine, and much of the queer representation...
Working Designs really was the for kids of the games back in the day, huh? I hear all the shit they did with Lunar, because they did Lunar as well, right? And then one game, they butchered an item so terribly that... wasn't it like if you accept the item, you're saved that as a race or something, as a joke?
Was quietly removed. Early footage from about 2 years ago showed scenes that fans and even Pixar employees loved. One memorable moment was Elio making clothes out of trash, what the team jokingly called his trashin' show, which included a pink tank top.
Sangers! No, this is my secret hideout. You're not supposed to be here. Ah, what are you doing? Go back to playing Nikke. Good luck dinging on the partner push from the Sang gang. Well, thank you for the massive raid. Right after another massive raid. It's a double raid. Helping you make partner, Dumbo. It's not gonna happen. It's so over. I'm kneeling. But thank you for helping me try. Hello, Andre. I just died. I just died because I put my controller down. Hello, Andre. Hello, New Mew for you. Hello, Noodles. Anybody else coming in? Wow. Alright, let's get a shout out. This dumbass who mistreats Mexican hotel employees. I can't believe it.
Okay, well, we got a bonus to Yona. That's nice. And we're good. Okay.
Whoa, buddy.
All right. Well, there you go. 30 polls.
You got the 6-star Hogan
and a Diona. I think you'll be happy enough.
Playing this game and getting that character. He can't control his roles.
I think you'll be happy enough.
See, look, he clearly prefers the male characters more.
We're completely done. Congratulations. You're now C1.
He may be Canadian and he may be male, but he clearly has the female gaze.
Why not? Just get a Noelle as well. Why not? You know, just take the luck of everybody here.
And he never got a good pull again after this.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah. Anyway, if you play any of these gachas, but probably most primarily Nikke or Fire Emblem Heroes, you should follow this Canadian idiot here, Sangers, aka Nick Night. Oh yeah, how do I get that one? Can I jump into it? Literally requires me to beat half the level before I can acquire it. Over half, actually. Actually, that's the flagpole. 90% of the level. Well, it's so abusive today. You're the abusive one. Let's get one with the VTuber on it.
I think I always like sundays or girls that... I don't want to say this because they'll just make me sound like a really fucked up child. But the girls who hit me more, I usually liked more.
You know why they hit you? Because they liked you. All you had to do was talk to them. You think you said something illegal here? It was definitely suspicious that you would say something like that while you're on the webpage of a character that's canonically 14! I'm sure it was unrelated to what you were talking about. Hi, Za. I'm supposed to be in bed, but I'm going to hide here until I fall asleep. Yeah, don't worry. I think Kai's asleep, too. He won't have anything to say to you. It was your first anime crush? I think I only watched, Rebuild 1.0 and 2.0. So don't ask me any questions about Rei or Asuka. Or Asuka, as some people would say. But I'm playing Mario Galaxy 2. Look, I'm Luigi. It's pretty cool, right? Now, I have completed the game. I am now in the post-game. The post-game requires that I collect 120 green stars. I already have 120 regular stars, but I must now acquire 120 green stars. How do I acquire the green stars? They're just hidden in the levels. I gotta jump to them as Luigi, and then I win. I like Luigi, he's green like grass. You know, sometimes I feel like Luigi has false popularity. People put so much, they throw so much upon him simply because he is not Mario. But doesn't this just make Mario more interesting of a character? When you focus so much on when the fans prop up Luigi so much, doesn't that make Mario the more interesting character? Because people say Mario is lame because he is Mario and the main one. But doesn't that just make you like Mario more? As an adult, you now have a crush on Misato. Anyway, yeah, the stars have weird hiding spots. I don't know what Miyamoto was thinking hiding these. I just hate Mario's nose, he gives me anxiety. You know, Mario may not have a big nose, but he's not gonna ask you for money. He's Italian. And I crushed on Misato as an unhealthy individual. I didn't like Eva mech designs, and I have no standards. But Sangers, I know you have to raid and run because you have work in the morning like a responsible adult. So if you need to go eat, because you never eat until you stop streaming, you gotta go drink, walk around, and go exercise. Don't let me keep you. I'll take care of all your people who are all asleep anyway. And but no, a sincere thank you. Thank you for helping with the partner push. That's not gonna work, but if it works out, I'll be happy. And I'll be like, thank you guys. You guys are so cool. And then I'll have a bunch of monologues about how far I've come, and everyone will be crying, and then I'll be crying. He has a job. I thought he begs for money like a certain Galfo streamer. Sangers doesn't beg for money. They just give him money for polls and freaky costumes. And then he gets the money. Gonna drink wine and rum now for you? No, you weren't. And if you are, you already had plans to do that. Oh my god, look at Luigi go. Wait, it's right there. Yay. Ba-da-bum. You want to talk about sick fantasies? You're the one who thinks about women beating you. All right, we have 70 stars to go. This is quite an unhealthy post game, but the stars are relatively quick to get if you can find them fast enough. So perhaps I will be able to do it in one sitting. You're the one who thinks about tall women. I'm the one who thinks about old women. Is this a I can only feel something when a girl hits me kind of thing? A man of culture? I hear it! There's a green star by the Bowser statue. Hey Goki, I thought you beat everything. First of all, I beat everything in Galaxy 1. Second of all, this is Galaxy 2. Second, get it? Second of all, Galaxy 2. Second of all. 3, I did not do the post-game of Galaxy 2. The post-game is get green stars. You don't have to use Luigi, but I didn't really play Luigi all that much in Galaxy 2. So we're doing it. See, Galaxy 1, you do the Mario run and then the Luigi run, 120 stars each, and then you get 2 extra stars. In Galaxy 2, it's all one save file, so you play as Mario, but sometimes you get to switch to Luigi, but not all the time. Some of those sometimes, I did switch to Luigi, but not all the sometimes. So I don't think I did Luigi. I didn't give Luigi his due diligence in Galaxy 2. Thusly so, I am doing most of the post game as Luigi. Was there more to the Elio bit? I saw it. First time I've been disappointed by a Pixar movie I've seen. No, oh, there is. I'll resume. Sorry, I got wrapped up in the raid. Yeah, Sangers and the Gacha guys, they're all asleep. They're gonna go to sleep. They've been filtered by the Mario gameplay. It's okay. We're back to being a boys club, secret club. Thank you for the raids, guys. UNF and Sangers. Please, if you actually play any gachas. Sangers does do some good gacha streams, gameplay, letting you know all about the Nikkeis and the Fire Emblem heroes and the occasional Brown Dust 2 and solo leveling streams. So consider rating. And once you've considered rating, consider following. Brown Dust 2 is Kino. There's this controversy where they tried to get it on Steam, but now it's censored! So I've heard. Jinx was talking about it. She talked about it, and her words when she was talking about it was, don't talk about it. We're not gonna bring it up. It's a controversy. I don't want to talk about it in my stream. Which I understand. See you in bed, Phil? Yeah, take the phone to bed with you. And hold it close to your ear like Anne does.
Show, which included a pink tank top. There was also a scene suggesting Elio had a crush on a boy, hinted at through pictures in his bedroom, but these moments didn't make it into the final cut. End quote. The character Elio is 11 years old, but looks more like a 9-year-old. In any case, he's clearly pre-adolescent. The plot of the movie is that Elio suddenly becomes obsessed with aliens. He tells his auntie about his budding feelings of attraction to alien lore, but his auntie rejects this new identity. Elio's infatuation with aliens
I wonder
leads
what
to
that's
his
a metaphor
attempt to
for.
get abducted by aliens. He wants to be abducted. One might even say that Elio is a body that wants to be abducted by aliens. So Elio draws a giant sign on the beach that says, "Come hither and take me, boys." I mean aliens. So the aliens come and abduct Elio. After entering the world of
Gloria says, what is this? The latest Pixar movie that I didn't hear about until people said, wow, why didn't anybody talk about this? And now that he's talking about it, I now realize why.
Aliens. Elio's new best friend is a big, floppy, purple alien with a bell end shaped head. I'm guessing this is a metaphor for eggplants. Despite his initial fear of the eggplant in this new world, Elio very quickly learns to love the eggplant. There's even a scene where Elio goes inside the eggplant. By the way, if you have just vomited up your last meal, don't blame me, blame Disney. Elio helps the eggplant embrace his budding identity as a pacifist, but
I gotta plug in the
father
controller.
is not happy about this.
I will not sit back and watch my only son become a cocksucker. Jesus, what is it with you? I'd rather you were dead than be a fucking
pacifist. But through various plot contrivances, Elio helps the bigoted father come to terms with his son's pacifism. Then Elio brings peace to the alien realm and returns home to his auntie, who is almost certainly a lesbian, where his auntie finally accepts his identity as an alien lover. Most of the few hundred people who saw
Zootopia
Elio
wasn't. Zootopia wasn't Pixar's Zootopia. It was Disney.
Because without knowledge
Regular
of
Disney.
the clear framing to draw from in interpreting the movie, it does just come off as a bizarre sequence of non sequiturs. The reason most viewers didn't get that Elio is an allegorical tale of a
They didn't
criminal
get it 'cause they didn't
activity
watch
I
it.
can't mention on YouTube is twofold. One, it does not occur to most
Oh, there it
viewers
is.
that Pixar would make such a movie, because unlike Disney, most viewers are not steeped in a demonic ideology. And two, Disney got cold feet and pulled the plug on the initial hardcore concept and went in a much more generic direction, in which the initial intention of the movie was masked by generic themes of family bonding. The Disney higher-ups had a "what the fuck were we thinking" moment when they saw the early rough cuts of the movie that Adrian Adrian Molina had been working on for 2 years. They immediately shit-canned Molina, making him co-director of credits font on Coco 2 because it was cheaper than buying out his contract. Disney then brought in a couple of box tickers to tone down Elio's themes and turn the movie into something that could be released to the public. The characters in Elio look like the attendees of a DEI workshop. There's only one white male character in Elio, a fat, bumbling, emotionally incontinent computer geek. Elio's animation is absolutely disgusting. It's everything wrong with modern Pixar animation, and the worst aspect of it, bean mouth animation. Everyone has a bean mouth, corners, geometry, right angles.
It seems like as of what movie was it? The one about the fish. All the Pixar movies just had like bean mouth animation. But I thought that shit died out with like Steven Universe.
None of that exists. Everything is boring and rounded and safe and inoffensive, and everyone has a bean mouth.
Mama
Pixar
Dingus
was
likes
widely
Coco.
mocked online because Elio and Turning Red and Luca all look like a Grubhub commercial from 2020. In almost
Luca
every
and Turning Red.
single frame of Elio, the action happens right in the middle of the frame, which breaks the rule of thirds. I learned about this from a film threat video before I saw Elio, and once I saw this problem, I could not unsee it. It is in every scene, every frame. There are no sweeping landscape shots, no alternating angles or perspective shifts, or any visual variety. The animators have no concept of visual variety, even for a motive as simple as the avoidance of visual monotony. From start to finish, the animating in Elio is atrocious. To demonstrate how unrelenting this hideous style of animation is, I recorded a clip of myself clicking through the movie at random.
So this is what I'm talking about. You see Elio's mom here, right in the middle of the frame, completely bland background, nothing on either side. Let's just go here, there you go. Elio right in the middle of the frame. Let's go over here. Elio slightly to the left, but again, basically
I see what he's talking about.
And a completely bland, empty background. Again, mom is right in the middle of the frame, bland background. Right in the middle of the frame, bland background. There he is, there's Elio and his eggplant right in the middle of the frame, bland background, very blurry. There's the hand right in the middle of the frame, it's a hideous ugly close-up. There you go, there's the characters all centered around the middle of the frame with pretty much just this bland, hideous, bright lights background. Again, middle. You can go through the entire movie, you're not going to find a frame that doesn't contain the objective visual focus not centered. Just every single frame. It's unrelenting. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this.
What director could look at this and think that is acceptable? I mean, that is just a
Do
horrible,
kids like the
horrible
movie?
image.
No.
I mean, look at
Niece Dingus hasn't talked about it.
It's just a hideous
And she's
piece
my
of
barometer
art
for
in
that,
its own
for that
right,
kind of stuff.
Frame. And this is the entire movie. It's just gross. It's a gross, horrible.
It's like the movie can't trust the audience to not pay attention on anything that isn't the main
frame.
idea of the scene.
I think I've made my point. Absolutely disgustingly ugly movie, horribly animated. Everybody's got a bean head. It's horrible to look at.
The botched animation is the result of former head of Disney Animation, Jennifer Lee, initiating a purge of old white guy animators who she regarded as male, pale, and stale, and replacing them with female animators recruited from Tumblr. By the way, this was all confirmed by insider leaks. Film Threat did an excellent expose of Disney's DEI purge in a series called The D-Files. As well as her contribution to Elio, Jennifer Lee was also the executive producer behind Strange World and Wish.
I'm a star.
Watch out, world, here I are.
See the mushrooms and you'll understand.
She stepped down as head of Disney Animation in 2024. Disney would have been better off scrapping the entire Elio project, but sunk cost fallacy and all that, Disney tried to brute force the movie to commercial success with a $100 million marketing campaign, which brought total costs on Elio to around $300 million. Elio made a pathetic $154 million at the box office, making it the 25th highest grossing Pixar movie of all time, 2 spots higher than the 2012 3D re-release of Finding Nemo. If you want to know more about the 3D cinema scourge, watch my Dread video. If you saw the thumbnail to this video, then you know the Despot's pick for the worst movie of 2025.
I sure did. I was waiting for it.
We can't have a little theater. Karen iPhone.
What's worse than being caught cheating on your wife at a Coldplay concert? Coldplay's last album.
Yes, great, Karen iPhone. Get on with the intro.
What mistake did the CEO make at the Coldplay concert? He didn't play it cool.
Karen iPhone, would you for fuck's sake just hit the drum?
Snow White, fairest one of all.
No. Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations. A movie critic trying to find problems in Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations is like a fish trying to find water in the ocean. A major theme that runs throughout SW7CA is femininity being subsumed by feminism. Rachel Zegler can't even do her fucking job and clean up without engaging in passive-aggressive
This is Peter Dinklage's fault if you think about it.
Contemptuous she is, that she has to do a day's work scowling into the camera and complaining about how she's too good for this kind of menial labor. She should be ruling the kingdom and the cleaning up should be left to, I don't know, migrants or slaves or whatever, people that don't matter. It doesn't take the movie 1 minute to explain that communism is awesome, actually.
The bounty of the land belonged to all who tended it.
No. If I own a farm and I hire you to work on my farm, you are tending that land, but you do not own the bounty of that land. I own that bounty because it's my land, and I'm the one who is carrying all the financial risk because I spent $500,000 on a combine harvester. You get the hourly wage you agreed to work for and carry 0 risk. Even if I fail, you still get paid. Don't like it? Buy your own fucking farm, but don't assert ownership to my land and a
people were thinking Disney was going to stop live-action movies after Snow White, then Lilo and Stitch happened and did well, and now they're going to do Tangled next. Now, not only are we making movies from the 90s, you guys, and before then, but now we're remaking movies from the fucking 2010s.
Claim to the rewards of my risk. Naturally, the story is set in the kingdom of downtown LA, which was also the setting for Damsel, The Witcher, Rings of Power, The Sandman, The Wheel of Time, and Shadow and Bone. The first song is one of those wretched Disney original Broadway knockoffs. It's awful. Gal Gadot shows up to confirm that the meme was right all along.
Magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
You serious?
Gal Gadot is the only part of this movie I enjoy for 3 reasons. 1, she's hot. 2, she looks like a dominatrix. And 3, her acting is so bad that it's actually entertaining to watch.
What did you say? She turned the farmers into soldiers loyal only to her.
No, see, this is where the world building falls apart. Mao tried this in The Great Leap Forward. He conscripted all the farmers as laborers and forced them to waste time forging worthless pig iron. This led to the worst man-made famine in history, in which more than 50 million Chinese died. But fuck all that, because communism is awesome, actually. After Snow White runs off into the woods and crashes at the dwarves' cottage, the viewer is first subjected to the sight of the abominations. I'll skip all the colourful adjectives and get straight to the point. These are either the worst or second worst CGI creations of all time. The only CGI
Peter
that can rival
Dinklage.
SW7CA's abominations for sheer uncanny valley nightmare vision.
So I'm sure he'll talk about it, but the 7 dwarves in this movie were initially supposed to be 7 DI hires, and when that fell through because other remakes were bombing, and people criticized the casting, like Peter Dinklage, and was like, why aren't you hiring little people for the roles? You get it, bud? They decided to spite everyone involved by making 7 equally ugly CGI abominations, and still not hiring little people.
Visuals is cats. While I was watching Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations in the cinema, I started laughing out loud during the opening dwarves sequence because these things are so visually abominable that it's almost hard to believe this is real. But it is real. Disney spent $300 million to make this happen. I personally find Dopey to be the most horrifying. Hi-Ho has been Broadwayified to make it unlistenable and now features the following lyrics. The highest high lie I know is when we dig up rocks this big and so my smile starts to grow, I glow. Oh, and Dopey has also been updated for a modern audience. He is no longer a comic figure because you're not allowed to laugh anymore. A fact this Karen of a movie makes sure to remind you of.
Just because his name is Dopey doesn't mean he's actually a dope.
In the real movie, Dopey was full of life and energy.
That's so cucked. Like they couldn't, they didn't have the balls to commit to renaming the character because that would affect merchandising. Well, we can't rename him because the audience is familiar with the fact that he is named Dopey. Oh, but we still have to do good, so let's go ahead and say, oh, well, he's just because he's named Dopey doesn't mean he's just because he's named Dent, just because they're called Dent doesn't mean they're retarded.
Doesn't mean he's actually a dope.
In the
it's so cowardly. They should have just committed. If you were gonna go the whole mile, if you wanna kick the audience's ass, don't stop with your boot touching their cheeks. You get it?
Real movie, Dopey was full of life and energy. A good lad who knew how to have a good time.
No, I agree. The CGI dwarves are better than the 7D I hires, but still, it's still not great.
He's a lifeless squib who mopes around in a cloud of self-pity. He's a boring, strangely serious introvert who eventually comes out of his shell in what is supposed to be an inspiring moment. Disney not only purged dwarf actors from this production as part of their update for a modern audience, they got rid of the only character with a mental disability and replaced him with a tedious, shy bitch. He's not Dopey anymore, he's Mopey. A slapstick sequence ends with a bowl of
Mopey is pretty good. That's pretty good. Don't do that and say, oh, Dopey was secretly like mental retardation representation. No one saw Dopey as that. That's just him trying to be catty to Disney. That's some petty.
On Mopey's head, and instead of laughing it off with the boys like any normal man with a half-decent sense of humor would, Mopey mopes off to sit and mope like a whingy wee sod. Rachel Zegler heads off to commiserate with him, and this is what I like to call a toilet break moment. A scene which is so obviously going to be boring as fuck that I get up to go take a piss because I know I won't be missing anything. Gal Gadot gets a solo number, and this is by far the best part of the movie. Not because of the song, the song's shite. She turns her bad acting up to 11 with cringy facial expressions, ridiculous, clunky gestures, and she clearly doesn't care. She's decided that she's going to chew the scenery so viciously that it ends up looking like a random frame from Star Trek Section 31, and it's beautiful to behold. Also, she's hot. Women aren't allowed to do housework anymore because feminism, so Rachel Zegler tells the dwarves to clean their own shit up.
You clean those cobwebs.
He'll use the broom.
Now, I know what you're thinking. The dwarves give Rachel Zegler room and board, indeed safe haven from her pursuers. In the actual Snow White movie, Snow White repaid the dwarves by cooking and cleaning. So what does this
I think people forget about that part.
Do to earn her keep? Well, there's no right answer to that question because the question itself is incorrect. It's like this. A modern woman asserts that she deserves nothing less than a man who is at least 6 foot tall, earns at least 6 figures, has an 8-inch cock, a house, obviously, and not some shitty mortgage deal, a fully paid off house.
Hey, Kat Burnell was fine with less.
And a six-pack.
So it's not entirely true.
And he has to be under 35. Now, if you respond with, okay, so you're asking for a top 1% guy, what do you bring to the relationship? She'll just stare at you in bewilderment, like you've got 3 heads. Like, what are you even talking about? She brings herself to the relationship? Duh! What else would she bring? The movie then explains that banditry is acceptable because late-stage capitalism.
Those rebels are nothing but thieves. They're actually a band of erstwhile actors whose sustenance was made unstable by the Queen's greedy economic policies, which forced them into a liminal space where ethics and motives are ill-defined.
Shamelessly hammy political messaging masquerading as cute,
I didn't like.
The writers couldn't be bollocks making an argument for their politics or fusing it subtly into the story because that would require effort. So they just pick the most upvoted Reddit comment that day and shove it into a random character's mouth. Karen iPhone, what do you think? I think the mass immigration currently being inflicted on Ireland
You thought the same thing,
constitutes nothing less than the cultural genocide, economic subjugation, and physical displacement of the Irish people. An excellent point, Karen iPhone. Well said. Disney wants to make it very clear that they won't be doing the outdated knight in shining armor trope. They subtly communicate this with the following line.
You must have mistaken me for a knight in shining armor.
In order to pad the runtime, Disney
Very
insert
cool.
the 7
Very
married
cool.
men, women, non-binary individuals, and persons transitioning between gender identities. The bandit subplot is the worst part of the plot. The entire sequence from when Rachel Zegler runs into some guy to when Gal comes back is ball-achingly boring. The song Princess Problems is dreadful. The worst in the movie. The duet between Rachel Zegler and some guy is a tranquilizer in the key of D major. The bandits themselves are all one-note caricatures.
I am the Rebel Quig, master of the crossbow.
So a bunch of shit happens, then Gal poisons Rachel Zegler, she gets woken up by True Love's simp, then she girl bosses her way to the throne. Men aren't allowed to kill women anymore, so the dwarves can't chase the witch off a cliff, as in the real movie. Instead, Gal smashes the mirror and is consumed by it, which was no doubt intended as a setup for a sequel, in which it would be revealed that Gal is still alive within the mirror and is trying to manipulate those that come into contact with the mirror so she can escape it and return to power. The movie ends with one more wretched Disney Broadway number. Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations is everything wrong with modern Hollywood movies. Desecration of a beloved old movie with a sneering update for a modern audience. Corporate feminism crushing the femininity out of the original character. Garbage new songs, garbage versions of old songs. An insufferable lead actress who knows fuck all about anything, but who still presumes to lecture everyone within earshot, replacing fun with finger-wagging, naggy Karen lecturing.
It was lucky,
Just
but I
because his
still
name
messed
is
up.
Dopey doesn't mean he's actually a dope.
Far-left political messaging, hypocrisy. Communism is awesome, but also we spent $300 million on this piece of shit, so come spend $87 at the movie theater to watch it. Inclusion is so important here at Disney, but also fuck dwarf actors, they're not allowed to be in this movie. DEI casting, bloat. Let's double the size of the cast by adding 7 married men, women, non-binary individuals, and persons transitioning between gender identities. A massively spiraling budget that doesn't show up on screen. Abominations cost $300 million, and the movie still manages to look like shit. Tacky costumes that look like they were ordered on Amazon and just came out of the packaging.
Kingdom Hearts is Snow White better? I was thinking about
yellow
it.
filter, junky green screen backdrops, actors moving out of sync with the Abominations, elementary school play level action, girl boss taking command of her kingdom because she don't need no man.
That was pretty fun, because again, like Birth by Sleep was one of the first games, if not literally the first game, because it was literally the first game that I ever streamed. And the Snow White world was done, I think it was done tastefully. All they do is retell the story of the 1920s movie. Except Terra plays the role of the huntsman, and Ventus inadvertently helps Snow White get poisoned because he gives the apple to the old hag, which is just the queen but disguised, as you all know. And oh yeah, he also escorts Snow White, and they defeat the giant tree unversed. And Aqua's the one that breaks the spell. Aqua is the prince. I mean, the prince is still there, but he just like shows up for one cutscene and then kisses the lady. I would say, like, even in the source material, the prince is like a nothing character. It still doesn't excuse what they did in this movie, however.
And the script somehow contriving to have the queen defeat herself because men aren't allowed to defeat women anymore, no matter the circumstances. Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations is the textbook example of a movie no one asked for and no one wanted, but which ended up in theaters anyway because Hollywood don't give a fuck what audiences want. They care about social engineering, which is why Hollywood is in a state of collapse. The reaction to Snow White and the 7 CGI Abominations was immediate and brutal. The movie was savaged. After Snow White tanked, you could see the shills retreat to the last lines of defense in real time. Disney invited paid shill access media critics to the premiere, gave them strict instructions to write up positive reviews, and when these positive reviews hit the internet, the Disney shill Childem launched Operation Sorry Chuds. It turns out the movie is actually pretty good, apparently. That lasted about 5 minutes, but then people who hadn't been bribed by Disney saw the movie, and, well, to quote my own out-of-the-theater reaction, it's one of the worst movies Disney has ever made. This was a reaction that was broadly shared. Even The Guardian called SW7CA exhaustingly awful. After they had definitively lost the argument, the last few pro-Disney fanatics, still unable to give up on their lost cause, clasped their copium to their chests, staggered to the last pathetic little ditch when their defenses had been completely overrun, and croaked out, "It's just a kids movie, bro. Are you seriously criticizing a kids movie, bro?" As if children are undeserving of real entertainment. And in any case,
I hate that
SW7CA
Kids do
is
deserve
not
better.
exclusively a kids movie. The movie is made in the model of all Disney live action abominations. Nostalgia slop aimed at a family market. Due to extensive reshoots, Disney spent between $400 and $500 million on production and marketing costs. The movie made $205 million at the box office, equating to an at least $300 million loss for Disney. The fallout from Abomination's failure was significant. Disney cancelled their remake of Tangled, and Rachel Zegler's career was dead overnight. Of the 4 movies Zegler had starred in prior to...
He says cancelled, but I remember seeing a tweet from the official Disney account literally a few days ago announcing who the lead actors would be for the Tangled remake. So we are a few weeks late to the video. It seems the Tangled remake is not cancelled, actually. But you know what is cancelled? This bitch's career!
Abominations, 3 had flopped. Snow White was her make-or-break moment, and when it bombed, it took what was left of Zegler's career down with it. Disney threw Zegler under the bus. Leaks from one of the Abominations producers revealed that Zegler had been a migraine for Disney. They couldn't keep her off social media and couldn't keep her from running her mouth about politics. After the Snow White disaster, Zegler retreated to Broadway. She recently starred in a production of Evita, which flopped. Of the 13 movies I discussed in this video, 12 flopped. Some of them bombed so completely that they equated to a 90% plus loss on investment. Only Jurassic World Abortion made money. Audiences have signaled repeatedly to Hollywood that they don't want this shite anymore. No one asked for Snow White to be updated for a modern audience. No one begged Disney to turn Predator into
no one asked for any live-action remakes from Disney.
Infested slop, or to make an animated allegory for a little boy's homosexual awakening. Audiences were sick of kitty cape shit bollocks 2 years ago, and they are exhausted by girl boss slop. Star Trek fans were not clamoring for yet another Alex Kurtzman production, and who the fuck thought a gay porn movie that also features a travel vlog would be a $120 million hit, which is what Queer needed to break even. All that said, audiences did want an Ice Cube stars at a computer monitor version of War of the Worlds. Thank God we finally got that. I was beginning to fear it would never happen in my lifetime. The 13 movies examined in this video cost a combined total of $2,150 million. I want to finish this video with a personal anecdote. From the ages of 16 to 22, I played keyboard in a band called Gladiolus. For a while, we played a song I wrote called In the Valley, a whiny little teenage angst number that was so cringe I won't even tell you what it was about. We played the song at a handful of gigs and noticed that the energy level and engagement of the crowd dropped significantly while we were performing the song. One day, I walked into band practice and the singer turned to me and said, "Jared, we're dropping In the Valley. It's shite." I looked up from my keyboard, my 3 brothers in music waiting for my response. "Okay," I said, and we never played that song again. Please let me know the worst movies you saw in 2025 in the comments. And if you enjoyed this video, check out my worst movies of 2024 video. Thanks for watching, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year.
Well, there you go, the worst movies of 2025. That was pretty good. You know, some of those you disagreed with, some of those you had questions about. Sometimes his commentary and skits got a little bit too much, but I still like it overall. He's the channel that I watch for movie reviews. Movie reviews that I don't necessarily need because I don't watch movies like that anymore. I'm gonna mess it up again. Why would you put a star here? I didn't even know most of those that came out. Well, that's why they flopped. How can you have a gazillion dollars of marketing budget and you still don't know the movie came out? Alright, I'm gonna get a refill of something to drink, and then I know the daily wrap is out, and I kind of want to see how this Repsian encounter went, because I had it, I did watch it, at least one of you did not watch it. Alright, Luigi, chill out for like 2 seconds. A quick BRB, and then I'll watch the rep. Oh, big ups, Big Rocket Man Turbo HA Remix. You caught me unawares while I was getting root beer. Better than Critical Drinker, at least. I've never seen anything that Critical Drinker has ever put out. Back to the sub box. It really is the new entertainment format, watching someone else suffer for you. True. Surprised! First Arc Raiders co-op! RimWorld Normal Run is a challenge? The Daily Wrap, January 1st, 2026. But plug that in over here.
Good evening, everyone. DSP here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was
Hello,
Sunday,
everyone.
the 11th of January, 2026. A great return streaming day.
Allow me to
It was a
explain.
great one. I was so happy to
It was
come
so
back from my
great.
day off and have such
I'm
great
such a
vibes,
winner, guys.
Have some great positivity going on. You know, coming off the
The
really
winning
high
is
high of
endless.
what we had on Friday with the awful Code Violet, but everyone loving my coverage of it.
Yeah,
And
so you wanna
then
continue it.
Street Fighter 6 returning.
Worst game of
Today
all
felt
time,
great.
worst
Let's
game you
talk
ever played,
all
17
about
years
it.
of
So,
content, but he'll
first off,
totally
this
play
morning
it
I did a
more
big
if you
to
want.
return
Give him
podcast,
feedback.
And of course, we talked about the big fun and success that we had on Friday. And then we talked about some game news, including that there's going to be a new Xbox Direct coming up later this month. And we took a first look at this game called Crimson
He said he had gaming news, and the gaming news is that Xbox will have gaming news at a point in time in the immediate far-flung future.
Desert that appears to be a unique single-player RPG, but it looks like it had MMO elements, and it just sounds
MMO
to me
elements?
on paper like a game that just might be too good to be true. Like, it sounds like it has so many good, cool things you would want in a game. I have to question how it's possible that this game has all of them. You know what I'm saying?
It's preemptive
like, how
setup.
can you be a jack of all trades?
Preemptive
Is it
setup
good
for
at
the
any of them,
playthrough
or is it just
failing,
gonna be
game
like
getting
throwing
dropped.
everything and the kitchen sink at you? Give it a look on the podcast today. It was a good segment. In general, I think the podcast was a good one, and it had chill vibes, and everyone was having a great time, and it was a nice.
The game probably has hot ladies. We can't play it. Probably.
After the podcast, we
One of the
jumped into
games he was
Arc
looking at
Raiders.
today,
All right, you
looking
might
at a
say,
trailer
well,
for one of
how
the games
did
today.
Arc
One of the games
Raiders
he
do
looked at
right off
had
the
hot
bat,
women in
like
it.
early on in the week doing it. Keep in mind, the reason we did Arc Raiders so early was actually because we had played Code Violet on Friday. It sucked. It's basically unplayable. And I decided to say, well, we're not going to play it any further until maybe they patch it or update it.
But
that's what happened. We're just not playing it anymore right now. So I needed something on the fly to adjust to, and that was Arc Raiders.
You said on the pre-stream you would be open to continue the playthrough.
At the beginning, I got killed by someone. Now the question is, was it a rat or was it a stream sniping troll? I'm honestly not sure. I did hide my drop.
Oh, I saw this part. He was so paranoid about this. It's very funny to watch.
And killed me.
He's paranoid.
I ended up losing a rare gun, the LMG.
He sees trolls everywhere.
I lost it right off the bat today, and I'm like, man, that sucks. Obviously, that was a great weapon, but I mean, that's the name of the game in Arc Raiders. You're not going to get upset because that's how it's played. Sometimes someone gets the drop on you. Sometimes they're going to get your stuff, and there's not much that can be done. You just got to move forward and not be all wimpy about it, right? So I reapplied myself. I kept playing. I ended up having a couple really good runs after that, where no, I wasn't stream sniped, and instead I was getting some decent loot and good progress. Then, right in the middle of my stream, YouTuber Repsian, who had also been on my stream Friday night when I was playing Street Fighter 6.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that curious?
Do you want to, do a co-op? Can you, I'll send you an invite. Well, I'll send you a DM on X, and then you send me your code, whatever.
Gotta have a check mark if you want to play with this dude. Many such cases. I'm sorry, Matt TV. Maybe Matt TV has a check mark on Kick. I haven't bothered to look. Ain't that kind of weird, though? Matt TV, the disrespect. How many times has he rated Matt TV and Bumblebee, whatever, and he's never played with either one of them?
Whatever it's called, their network code or whatever in the game, and let's see if we can do a quick
game together. If that comes off as bad Repsian, he should have seen what he was up to in 2016.
Certainly, I haven't
and said a couple of it, like it wasn't just the socks, but he would also oil up his feet and sell pictures and videos of that. I didn't know videos existed of any of these activities, but Anne, you make me angry, Anne. Anne went to sleep already, but he knows the deep lore on Repsian.
Any co-op in this game yet? I don't even know what it's like. Let's give it a go. So I did. I sent him the invite. We actually teamed up for a game. It was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes long. And he actually did a tour of Stellamontis with me. He basically walked around and said, hey, look, in Stellamontis,
it was one match, and within the first 5 minutes, you were already asking how much money and views he makes on his videos, and you were confused as to why he does not stream this game, because to you, everything is money.
Secret here, here's a secret here, and here's how you can find good stuff with runs in the Stellamontis map. And I was like, wow. Thanks. I'm appreciative of that because I didn't know about that. He actually showed me all this stuff in the assembly area that I never even knew was there, like a hidden weapons case and stuff. The bummer was he gave me all this stuff, like he gave me some items and stuff, and I put them in my pouches, the safe pouches. Then we took down a bastion, but got attacked by other people who were basically poaching the bastion loot, and I got killed. So I kept some of the epic items, but I ended up dying. Like, damn, I had a lot of good loot. I could have done better, but it sucks. What can you do? That's the name of the game, right? My last run, I actually decided to go to the dam because I had a key card for the staff room in the dam. Now, I had never been in there before. I think the last time that I had been in there, someone else had already looted it. So I went there, I opened the door, and I found my first legendary item, which everyone seems to be telling me is a great item. I don't know what it's called, but I guess it's kind of like the bat hook or the bat claw from Batman, where you can zip up and grab things and pull yourself up. That sounds dope to me.
Think
so
of Batman.
Maybe we can start implementing this
Never say that again.
Forward. It'll make me even more maneuverable or whatever. I'm not sure. We'll have to give it a try because I certainly haven't tried it yet. See what it's like. So anyway, today was an epic stream of Arc Raiders. We had tons of fun. And by the way, attendance, engagement, and support, we're all good. So a great start to the week. A great podcast.
Not really surprising for Arc Raiders.
My first co-op in Arc Raiders. My first legendary. All great stuff. Everyone enjoyed it. It was a great time. So if you didn't see the Arc Raiders footage yet, check it out. It's some of the best so far. Okay? Now
Here's my question. Without looking at the video uploads, does he shout out Repsian in the title and the description? Let me answer this question for me. I think he's nice enough to shout him out in the title. Does he shout him out in the description? This is DSP Gaming, after all, with so many subs. Sure would be cool if we can shout out Repsian. Ann tells me he's fallen off. DSP does co-op with Repsian? Yes, really. Okay, but you didn't do Repsian's at. He names Repsian, but doesn't do Repsian's at. I can add a user. This is footage of Arc Raiders on PC with live commentary. And then generic membership bag, then generic tip bag. There is no link to any of Repsian's content. If you did not know about Repsian, you would not have an ability to go find out about Repsian. At least from this video alone, you would have to do your own research. The video assumes that you must already know who Repsian is because he's so white-hot popular.
Tonight, the late night stream was RimWorld. And tonight, to be honest, I was a little nervous about how it was going to go. Because number one, this is stream number 4, right? And when you're playing a game like RimWorld, which, yes, it has a cult following and everything, but it just doesn't really appeal to a mainstream audience like someone who'd be coming by for a AAA game. It's not that kind of game, right? So I was wondering,
quit all the
now
AAA games
tonight
now.
we're doing a new run in RimWorld. We're actually going to be taking out our
no Shadow or Link
colony.
Pam.
3 new colonists, harder difficulty, which means more hazards and things going on. How would it go? Would people actually show up for it and like it? Or would people say, it's kind of boring now? I don't know. I'll be honest, attendance was kind of down tonight. We didn't even have 200 viewers on YouTube.
I thought he was going to say that
the
attendance
YouTube,
was good.
We didn't even have 200 viewers, okay? But engagement was quite good. People were talking with me about the game all night, trying to help me, because I remembered a lot of the stuff initially to do, but there was a few things I remembered kind of out of sequence. So people gave me some advice on that and were like, hey, do this instead, do that. Okay, so I did it, and honestly, it kind of worked out because people were helping me. Like, I feel like if people didn't help me like that, I probably wouldn't have done as well. But because people were actively giving me advice, again, it worked out. So the good news is we got a lot of the initial stuff done. I even said to everyone by the end of the night,
How about money?
Man, I feel like in 2 hours tonight, I did 5 hours of progress for my first run. And my first run was only 6 hours long. Okay? The problem was we had a critical problem at the end of the night. I don't want to spoil, but we had a horrible disaster at the very tail end of the stream.
We didn't hit the goal.
And this has now put my survivors in a very precarious position. The next stream, which is actually going to be Wednesday night. I actually don't know how things are now going to go as a result of what just happened. So we're in a very unique position. We're going to see what happens when I play it again on Wednesday and go from there. But I just want to say, by the end of the night, support was also great. So once again, this is the 4th straight stream of RimWorld. People are showing up, engaging, and supporting. The only thing is that attendance is getting a little bit lower. And I'm a little nervous that maybe every time I play RimWorld, we'll get a little less, we'll get a little less, we'll get a little less.
20 minutes extra,
by
the way?
I do. And like I told everyone, this is the kind of game that I feel
getting a little nervous. Not a lot of nervous, just a little nervous.
Once I start feeling comfortable with the initial setups and things like that, it's going to be a more chill experience.
I'm not all the nervous. I'm just some nervous.
I'm playing this game and I'm feeling nervous about it because I don't really know what to do yet, in what order, and I know I'm making mistakes that I could avoid, but I think we'll get better.
Doesn't know what to do yet and what order to do it in. Goes back to that autism he was talking about during his daily grind. So I got to plan everything out. I'm already thinking about what I'm going to do, while I'm there, where am I going to go. I'm thinking about what I'm going to eat. Okay, we have these restaurants near us. If we want to eat, we don't necessarily have to eat there. If we could choose, to cook at home, or we could make turkey burgers, or this and that. Even that extends to a game that does not directly tell him what he should be doing at all times. I'm nervous.
And I know I'm making mistakes that I could avoid, but I think we'll get better. I don't know about this current group because of what happened, the disaster that happened at the end of this first stream with this group. I don't know if we're going to be able to continue with them for too much longer. But again, if I keep going back and getting that initial setup done faster and everything, it's going to get better over time. So let's see how it goes. I hope you guys will come back on Wednesday night. Check out the videos tonight. So all day long, good vibes, great engagement, great support. Can't complain. Absolutely great day.
Third green star here is
what a great
well
start
hidden.
to the new week. Okay, so let's talk about tomorrow, Monday, the 12th of January. There will not be a level 1 podcast in the morning, but there will be a chill hangout session. So if you want to just hang out with me for 30-40 minutes, come by in the morning around noon Pacific time. We will begin with Claire Obscure Expedition 33. We're in the most challenging part of the game.
That's a guaranteed no coffers.
We are currently in the Endless Challenge Tower. We are only 4 stages away from beating it. Probably that'll take an hour or two because from what I'm to understand, it's getting harder and harder the further in that you go. The end stages are actually quite tough. And apparently, the boss at the end of the Endless Challenge Tower is the second toughest in the game. Okay? So that's first.
Okay.
Then
All
after
right.
that, we're going to go to the final dungeon, which is apparently is called Renoir's Drafts. And there, we're going to take on whatever this dungeon has to throw at us, and then finally get to the super boss Simon, who's the end game of this game. So I thought we were going to do all that in one stream, but we'll probably make great progress. If you like Claire Obscure, this is the time to hang out on the stream. Come by if you can make it and engage
Elden
and support
Dingers,
the stream.
heed
Yes,
the
it is
call.
absolutely true that Claire Obscure is the game that is doing the worst for me when it comes to attendance, engagement, and support.
Thanks,
We're getting
Asmongold.
low amount of attendance, okay engagement, and support's all over the place. We've had some streams that were great and some streams that were slow. The last one was just okay. Obviously, I would love for it to do better because we're in the end game. I'm basically telling you guys I want to see this to the end. I want to get to Simon and beat him because people have hyped this up so much. I don't know. You know, I need people to show up for it. So if you can come tomorrow, please come, engage, support, get me rallied.
I'm stressed.
For this endgame challenge, okay?
He's
Tomorrow
nervous.
night,
He's
on the late stream,
paranoid.
we're
He's
doing
stressed.
A new game. It's called Quarantine Zone: The Last Check. It's from Devolver Digital. It is an
Devolver.
indie game for sure, but it's actually slightly better than I would argue when you take a look at current indie games. What it is a game that you are at a checkpoint. A zombie apocalypse has broken out. You're responsible for screening people coming into the checkpoint. You have to look for signs of infection, like are they bitten? Do they have scratches? Are their eyes bloodshot? Are they coughing, etc.?
Are they
And then you
snorting?
judge from
Do
those
they have
symptoms
jowls?
Whether or not you think that they're clean.
Are they
whether or not you
greasy?
think
Are
that
they
they're a
oily?
zombie,
Are they flabby?
Or whether you think that they should be put in quarantine for
Are they
observation.
dented?
Okay, so not only that, but
Are
as
they
you play
tipping?
further, apparently from what I'm to understand, the game becomes more of like a base camp simulator. So it has elements of MMOs, it has elements of sim games, but it also has this almost Papers, Please-like gameplay loop. I'm excited to try it. I told you guys this year, this is the kind of game that I would like to play more of and test with you guys. This may end up being a fun playthrough. This may end up only being one stream. I don't know, but if you're interested in a brand new game and the fact that this year I'm willing to try new games all the time, come on by tomorrow night. This is the perfect example
Let's
of it.
come
That we're going to be doing
on by.
new stuff more frequently on the streams rather than the same old games every time. Let's go. Let's try Quarantine Zone: The Last Check together tomorrow night. Come hang out with me. All right? Everyone, thank you for an absolutely outstanding streaming day. I had a great time. I can't wait to do it all again tomorrow with newer games. Well, I should say different games and another refreshed attitude. Thank you guys. Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
What does he mean by
Peace out.
refreshed attitude? Then hard cut. Hard cut to like no music. Still not clicking that Gaijin Goomba video. Oh, I already see the first one. I don't know, he got the Rimworld money, he got the Repsian collab. It was gonna be a nothing burger wrap from the get-go. Oh my lord. No! Wow. How did the game expect me to do that? Right. Oh my god, there's another one up there. How did I expect you to get that one? Why are they all in the first area? How lazy were they getting? It's only World 4. I had an idea. We're gonna triple jump it. No, come on. No! What? What? How? Why? Oh my god, depth perception. It's Reggie's fault. There's a sick motherfucker out there named Reggie. And my battery's still low. I never plugged it in. Alright, number 1 of 3. I see what Zerpachi was talking about. These are starting to get a little bit more annoying to track down. I mean, like, even the ones that are just, like, blatantly at the beginning, but you gotta get, like, the perfect jump to reach them. I'll get to like, let's say, maybe in between the 180 and 190. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like either we'll be through with this world or halfway through before I call it. You can't be up to 6 a.m. every night. Big ups, Koi Zoomers. So you're traversing the Swollen Galaxy. I guess Swollen Streets guide the viewers, huh? If the Swollen Streets are in space, sure. Big ups, Koi Zoomers. I'm over here wrangling green stars in the post-game of Super Mario Galaxy 2. I finally finished Mario Galaxy 1 with both Mario and Luigi and got the 2 bonus stars for doing so. So now it's time to do the same for Galaxy 2. Which is, essentially the post-game is, play Marco Polo with a bunch of green stars. You can't... I thought you could ground pound those. Or at least bop them on the head. And so, Luigi's quest begins for 120 green stars. It's just like, come on. That's ridiculous. I guess I gotta get closer to it. Long jumping is not an option. Probably is an option, but my long jumps are trash. I'm scared. No! That's my tea pancake mix. That was close. That was close. I really thought I was gonna be off. The swollen Milky Way, you know it, brother. But many of these green stars are just like triple jump to it, backflip to it. So many of them seem to be long jump into like a pit of death for it. Some of them are cleverly hidden. Some of them are just right in the first area of the level. that is a big Luigi moment. Yeah, I saw you were playing Mario Party. You seem afraid to tell me that. You seem afraid to tell me who won. I feel like if you won, you would not be in any rush to tell me who the winner was. You did win. I don't believe you. I don't believe this. I don't know, I take you for the boastful type. I think that would have been your announcement message here. Dingus, I am here on the Swollen Streets. I'm here with my megaphone announcing that I am the victor of Mario Party 2 Western Land, and Ellers was in the closet crying because he lost. It was pretty fucked one-sided. Yeah, because you're the one with the you're the one with the Mario Party obsession, so you know all the tricks. You know all the secrets, you know all the strategies, and these homies over here just want to play a game of Mario Party with the pals, and you're like, oh my god, I gotta know life everything. I gotta fuck everybody over. I'm able to discern this, because this is also how I play Mario Party. The people I play Mario Party with call me Worm Tongue, because I'm always trying to fleece people and trick them and get into their head. If you want to be good at Mario Party, you just gotta Jedi mind trick everybody. Okay, I'm gonna assume the third one is gonna be right there. It's kind of a lazy place to put it. Look at these Koopas. Ow! How do you want me to get it? Alright, the drill. That was close. That was not close. I thought that was you, Dingus. Yeah, you fucking said it before I finished saying it myself. I'm ruining all the friendships in Mario Party. If you want to see, like... oh, I guess you just triple jump. I thought you had to jump on the backs of the Koopas. If you want to see real friendships get tested in Mario Party, watch any Mario Party in which Shroom and Saru are participating. Real talk, I thought I would get fucked over and the fuck party forged me in the party. The fucked party forged me in the fires. I was forged the Mario fuck party of my past. It built me into something more. Now, if you're feeling reinvigorated and inspired by that rousing number, you too can follow Corzoomers right here. I knew him from a long time ago in the past, and I didn't even know it. And thank you for the 10 stream streak.
Yo, fucking Ruby is cracked. That's crazy. Yo, Unworthy, do you see how that fucking Baby Mario is playing? That Baby Mario is playing a different game right now. They're playing a different game. That reaction time from horn to fucking to horn for fucking shell. That shit was insane. That was so well clocked. That shit fucking got.
All right, there you go. Dude, the Great Star is like right here. They're always at the start of the level. It's like they knew this was gonna be a grind. Okay. Well, we just hover jump to that? Wait. Aw, fuck you. I'm sorry! I was gonna dismount jump and I ran out of time. I'd almost say let's do that without Yoshi, but you kind of need him to obscure. Oh wait, no, I'm not. No, stop. No, it's not an L. Watch. It's actually harder to do that with Yoshi. Right, I didn't see the other one, but I assume it's going to require me to complete 70% of the level before it exposes itself. These easy stars seem a little pointless. It's just there for padding. Let's be honest. Let's call it out for what it is. What the hell was Nintendo thinking, man? It'd be one thing if it was like extra missions. Now, to be fair, if this was Mario World, Yoshi would have been able to jump on that guy. But no, it really is just a form of padding. A bit much, and I think most fans who have played Galaxy 2 seem to agree. I don't know what I was doing there. I should have tongued the fruit. Why did I not tongue the fruit? Alright, that's what I have to do. I hear it. I hear it. I hear it, chat. That's it? Oh yeah, that one wasn't too bad. always thought of this as like a smaller galaxy. Alright, I don't already see it, which means this is already concerning. But I hear it. I can hear it, and that's what matters. Nice little kitchen, though. You know, with the one shelf. Wait! I think I got even closer to it. Okay, there's totally a way out of here. Or not. Damn. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Well, we have 180. That's halfway there. We're halfway there! Oh yeah, right. I wanted to put on the Momology video. I completely forgot. Well, I got Phil in my ear, but it's the wrong video. Year-old game journalist gets totally grilled in Arc Raiders against the young generation. Is that so?
I love it, and you know, it's that stuff's positive, and there's other stuff that's positive behind the scenes, but the fact that I might lose my fucking house over something that I have nothing whatsoever
I just lost battery.
control over or to do with.
Alright, I guess I gotta get my charger now.
So, how do I get over there? Oh man, I'm in a different area and it's very confusing. Is there a bridge or something? Oh, this way. Okay, here we go. Look at this glitch. That's weird. So is there ground here or not? There is not. There's a texture floating above my head. That's interesting. I saw a human over there running around, by the way. But that's no good, right? Can we go down and then across? Oh, hello there.
I make sure to get those batteries swollen with juice energy. These soul trees can't run dry, dingus.
I'm good too.
I do tend to neglect charging my controllers. It's not my fault. I'm not the problem. I'm not the one.
I can't understand you. Your mic's chopping up a little bit.
It's so choppy.
Is that better?
That's a little better.
This sounds like that son.
Yeah, that's better. I said I'm on a free loadout, so if you need
okay, it doesn't sound like that son anymore.
Or whatever else, I just picked them up. I don't need anything, but I can drop it to you if you want it.
It sounds like a
I'm
fake
good.
gamer
I'm
that
just,
Ubisoft
just
would have in their
basically
E3
doing
conferences.
a free drop myself or a free raid myself.
This guy
not
taking his
looking
game
for
way
anything
too seriously.
particularly. So, I'm good.
All right, brother. All right, boss.
All right, brother, boss. All right, brother.
All right, so now, do we trust that guy, right? That's part of the game. You don't know if these people are telling the truth or not.
Even Phil was kind of weirded out by that guy.
Anyone recognize his name? I didn't. I've
He's
recognized
paranoid.
certain people's names before.
That guy was way too overtly friendly.
Stream snipe, but didn't recognize that guy.
He thinks
So
that's a
maybe that
40-year-old
guy's just
boomer detractor.
A legit guy. I don't know. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled to see
He
if
was
he ends
too
up coming
sussy.
up behind me or something. Oh, here we go. Who's this?
Mushrooms off that tree or not?
See, now this guy's more
he's talking to
believable.
me.
That first guy,
He's talking to that other guy.
I can see why
You
Phil would
talking
be
to me?
paranoid. That
I
first
don't
guy
have
was
any
kind of
mushrooms.
weird. This guy, though,
See you, bro.
listen to the post-nasal drip.
Maybe he was talking to that other guy, right?
That guy's
I think he was
legit.
talking to that other guy. Maybe that guy offered to get him mushrooms too. So what's going on with that? It's interesting, huh? Phil's Eskimo brother became the top tipper by tipping $4.20. It says, when I reached the 100-day stream streak, when you smoke weed for DSP tries, I recommend some OG Kush. Well, there you go. I mean, we're not doing that, but thank you for the tip.
Why not? What a Puritan.
Someone's in here. Oh, there's a turret. Who's this? Oh, okay. Apparently this guy wants to attack me. I don't even know who this guy is. We got a rat over here.
Who is he, boss man? Got a rat, you guys.
Well, I'm dead. The drone got me, not him. Yeah.
I remember the casino heartfelt recommendation that he should get high.
Is this the guy who got me right here?
Would make him 2% more bearable. He's paranoid. He's insane. He's nervous. He thinks everyone's out to get him.
Got to revive. I would appreciate
Infamous.
it. I'm downed over here, and a rat got me. Keep your eyes peeled because there's a rat around. I don't know who it is.
The rats won't leave him alone.
There's a guy right here. I don't know who's who. I guess that was the rat. So now that guy's got to pay attention. Damn. That was a wild one. Like, I don't
Nice
even think
using
that was
the
a
melee
troll.
music,
I think
though.
that guy was just going around trying to kill people. So now you got to wonder what happened to the other person. Did the other person get him? Also, thank you to Shocks for a 1313 super chat. He says, you should have ended the thief, ha ha ha. Again, that guy really wasn't a thief. He had been fighting that turret first. I just happened to wander upon it while he was trying to finish it. And then he rightfully should have gotten that loot. But you're right, I could have killed him. I mean, that's part of the game. Is that I could have just murdered the guy and taken it anyway, but I would have kind of felt bad about myself if I did that, I think. And then that kid Pulley did a $2 super chat and said, yeah, that was the core that you needed. You're right. That's the Sentinel core. But is it really worth it if you just kill other people to get what you want in life? Is it worth it to step on other people to get ahead? That's literally what I've been trying to get away from.
If it could confirm.
With content creation. I'm not going to do
Yeah,
it.
make it about yourself.
Feels. I'm a better person than that. I'll earn all of my loot fair and square.
Why make it about yourself, though?
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll
Say
split the
there.
part.
Context for next clip, DSP invites a member to his party and gets hard carried. I like how he
Okay.
just gets described as a member.
Here's what I'll do. I'll split the part. Let me see if the stupid thing updated yet, so I can maybe send Repsy in my code or whatever and go from there. But I have another hour coming on stream, okay, everybody?
I'm like fairly certain that Mamology knows who Repsian is too. That's hilarious that he's only described as just a member. Like, just another dent. No better, no different than the other ones.
Cool. Let me see if this works or not, or if this thing's all screwed up. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitter or X just doesn't work. I really wouldn't be surprised if they didn't, it's not fixed. It's just
Yeah,
endless
his Twitter's
loading. That's
bugged or
amazing.
whatever. That's
I
why
can't
he can't
access
see
my
anybody's
DMs
replies.
on my gaming PC. It just doesn't work. All right, let me try this again. So this was in the menu. Hold on. Okay, I think I just sent him.
I mean, Ellen did change the DMs to be like encrypted or something. You gotta set a passcode.
I don't
That's
know
probably
if
just
he'll
that
be
he's
able
too
to add me
dumb to
any
set that
list
up
or not
right.
using said ID. I don't know how it actually works, to be honest. It did work. All right.
Yeah,
So hold on,
Vegas,
before we do
literally,
anything, I
yeah.
gotta pee.
Actually, yes.
Let me go use the
I know,
bathroom,
right?
And we'll come back. If you guys want me to play a
You
game
hear
of
that start.
Repsy and I try, I don't know how it's gonna work. I got voice chat and everything, so I should be able to hear him. But we'll see. I gotta pee. I'll be right back, everybody, okay? I'll do one game. How do we do it? How do we do it, Repsy? I've never done this before. Do you send an invite? Do I send an invite? I don't know if I've turned off invites, so I don't know how it works exactly. Hit the little plus button. Hit the little plus button.
The little plus button.
Oh boy. Oh. Okay. We're gonna do a run.
Thought he
Here
was
we
saying
are.
Repsy and
Well,
was
look at our avatars look
confused.
exactly like
Phil
us,
will
right?
never play
Like
with
a spitting
Repsy.
image.
How would I get up there?
Very nice. All right, let me start recording here. By the way, can we even talk to each other? Like when we're in this party? I have no clue how this works. I have my mic enabled, but it used to be like press B to talk, but I don't know if you talk when you're in a party. How does it work in this game? Yeah, this is only one round. We're doing one round with Repsy.
Remember when Sean Rankin tried to hunt Phil on his side? Lumix tried it too, but Phil is just a different beast from
I don't know if there's
Wings.
a way to fix that.
Yeah, the team talk key I think is Z, but you're on controller, so I don't know what that would be for you.
Listen to this guy.
I press Z and nothing
I
happened.
thought I heard the
I don't know what
nerdiest
is on
voice
controller
ever.
either. Is there a way to figure this out? Let's see. System. Toggle to talk, open mic, push to talk, toggle to talk, open
I
mic.
heard you first.
Because I did open mic. Yeah, I opened the mic and now it seems to work. Okay. No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah,
Cool.
that works.
I am confused as
Yeah, let's
to
leave open mic. Now you
what
can
they
hear
want
me.
for this
Cool.
one.
The only thing is I don't know if that will translate in game when we're in a party. If people may
Fall
be able to hear us.
toward it?
Interesting.
I don't know. You're party
Oh.
leader. Do whatever you want.
Yeah,
On the
okay, that's
part
what they
that
want.
I'm gonna hide. I gotta hide because we got stream snipers bad. It's pretty bad. So hold on a second here. All right.
No, I get it
The
now,
chaos
Zerpatchy. I thought it was
begins.
another triple jump.
We're doing Stella Montis. This is a crazy map.
Yeah,
Just know
that's
we're probably gonna die.
mean.
Nah, we're good. Don't worry.
This is a crazy PvP map.
It's a crazy PvP map, you guys.
I see what you're saying because PvP. Usually I play solo, so it's usually pretty chill.
Look,
I'm just
he
gonna
deepens
follow
his
you 'cause you
voice.
obviously know
He
better than
deepens
me.
his voice to sound more
What's the best,
chill.
course of action
That's
here?
so weird.
Whoa.
Listen to him right now.
Thank you,
Listen
guitar
to
player,
how
for
he
the super chat.
sounds.
He says, glad to see the return of co-op. It's my first game I'm attempting co-op.
I'm so chill,
In this
bro.
anyway.
I'm so cool, man. I'm just another one of the guys.
Ooh, I got the Exodus module right here. Wow, you were right.
Yeah, this stack. Here's this one. Here's that.
They were right.
You need that for another quest.
Geiger count. I think I found that already. I might not have though. Thank you. I think I have
No.
that though. Let's put that in here.
The ground
Some
pound
room top
and lag.
floor.
There's a light bulb in that. You need that for another quest.
We're here. Yep, I've seen this before. Zip line. Really? Going up here?
Like land on here.
Okay.
You turn forward. There you go. Look at that.
Nice. Oh, look at that.
He acknowledged deepening his voice too, so it is intentional. It's on purpose.
Gotta go back up now. Crap. How do I get back up? That sucks.
Hey,
He
Redrick.
jumped and he totally didn't grab it.
You're
Like,
here
I
before
was
the stream
right on it,
ends.
too.
Oh, you're not that far off.
In order to grab onto it and clamber, you have to hit the
Okay, you have to keep hitting it. Got it. All right. This away. Yeah. Nice.
There you go. Look at
Nicely done. Oh yeah, gun case. Cool.
That's all there was.
Thank you.
Ah, second try. I got it.
Something always spawns.
I was jumping off the wrong edge.
Another renegade. I actually don't need it. I have a renegade, but if you don't need it, I guess I'll take it.
Keep it. I'm rich in this game. 25 mil.
No, we never got the
Damn.
return of Shin
Is
Phil.
this good for content for you? Like, did your streams do well in
Okay,
this?
this is what I was talking about. So he's live with another content creator, infamous YouTuber Repsian. Repsian is a drama tuber, not a gaming YouTuber. But because he's playing with him, he assumes that he must stream the game to his audience, and he streams games, and he must get lots of views and shit, and lots of donos. Probably it has an audience that he can get, seems he may be able to get a little something out of, and this and that. Now, like, I get it. Cross-pollination, the collabs of the century. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. I share my neck of the woods with your neck of the woods, and maybe there's a little crossover that happens in between, and everyone benefits, and it's pretty cool. Sadly, Phil did not wait even 5 minutes into their epic collab of the century to show his hand, the trick up his sleeve, and reveal what he was truly concerned about the entire time.
No, I don't stream this game.
See? The guy doesn't stream.
25 mil rate.
Damn. This is good for content for you? Like, do your streams do well in this?
No, I don't stream this game.
Oh, you don't stream this? Really?
Now he's gonna lecture Rebsian on streaming the game and how it's silly of him not to stream the game because everything in his mind always goes back to money. And also listen to how he explicitly says money to Rebsian when describing Rebsian's revenue. When it comes to himself, and him, he will always say words like support. Basically, any synonym for money under the sun that isn't just money.
Now, if we go over here, we're going medical. Also, these things also get really good loot sometimes.
Assuming the clipping flutes that part.
Oh crap! Turret!
You don't stream this game? Why? Wow. Why?
This asshole. Yeah. Oh god. I didn't see him. He's on my foot. And I walked right into it. Oh no! Of course. Of course.
I wonder what he's looking for.
Oh god. Gotta get the cover here. Oh, there he is. So he's trapped in there now, huh?
Yeah, that's what you gotta do with those bastards.
Nope, nothing on him, but got the XP. Another one, jeez. A lot of them around here. Oh, nice. Berletta? I have it, but...
Why does Phil have to pretend to have fun? The force is always wild. He's definitely afraid of dead air.
Damn.
It was like the Yappuccino segment from that video we were watching before you showed up. There's gonna be talking at all times, or he fears the audience will grow bored and turn on their phone and go to TikTok.
Who the hell was that? This is a stream sniper, huh?
Yeah, total frame sniper.
Oh, another Exodus module. Well, thanks for the Exodus module, asshole. Take this stuff.
Why is he talking like that?
Uh-oh. Here we go. There we fucking go. He got me, he got me, he got me.
Oh, the first one was in the balloon. That's silly.
I knew that was gonna happen. Yeah, I'm done. What are you gonna do? I put some stuff in my safe pockets, right?
What are you gonna do, brother?
Why can't he just be himself?
They got us, but that's what happens with the Bastion fights, right? They're always coming after you like that. He's gonna try to oh no! Oh jeez, that was close. That was a good roll.
Oh jeez, Morty.
Yeah, that's about like, I think 25,000, 30,000.
Yeah, not bad at all. So like I said,
anyways, I gotta go to work, man. If you play this game more often, I'll definitely help you off.
I play it like 2-3 times a week, depending. So
Yeah,
we'll see.
yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I play like 2 or 3 times a week, man.
See you later. Playing with a guy like that, I'll learn a lot, right? That's the whole idea. The guy's an expert. He's played over 200 hours, and he's showing me all these secret areas. I'm like, damn. Some idiot, just some troll on stream goes, imagine clapping for yourself. How is someone supposed to clap for me? I'm streaming on the internet, you fucking moron. I would never hear it. If anyone's gonna clap, it has to be me. I'm the only person in this room in front of the microphone, you complete fucking dunce.
Why would you...
Wow.
The Nintendo Switch 2 does not have a system seller. Fuck off, Dean. Why would he even do that? Why would he even say that? Why clap? That's the thing. Who do you think you are, Worski? No wonder he thought Worski was his soulmate. What did he mean by that? They're just saying it's kind of silly that you're clapping for your own achievement when in real life, other people clap for you when you do an achievement. What do you mean? Like, oh, how no one would be able to hear it but me? That's the same thing. The fucking denotation versus connotation thing. The semantical thing of saying, oh, taking it to the literal extreme. Ignoring the hyperbole just to fucking shit on whoever was shit-talking. It's so fucking petty. Like, really, like you didn't understand what that guy meant. Yeah, I'm so sure. The infamous KS, thank you. The 10-bit cheer. Sorry, Dingus, you stopped talking for 24 seconds. I am now going to go gift galaxies on TikTok. Oh, that is what the big donos are called on TikTok, huh? I need some galaxies for Mario Galaxy. It's so lame, though. Like, come on, Phil. It's the same shit as raise your hand, I can't see your hand, put your hand down shit. That old fucking boomer smart aleck ass. Boomer Facebook, boomer dad logic, fucking smart ass. Get out of here. I'm glad Homology included that. But he actually missed some of what I wanted to talk about. There were segments in there in which he was really grilling Rebzion on, you know, his stream, his content. He was lecturing Rebzion on why doesn't he stream the game. Like, if you're a YouTube creator, why don't you stream literally everything like he does? It doesn't make any sense to me. And Rebzion just had to explain. It's like, bro, I'm not a full-time YouTuber. It's like, I do shit. I gotta work, man. I got 50-hour work weeks and all that. And look, this won't be a full happening for Rebzion because he's a drama YouTuber. Like, me and Ann know that there's a reason that he's there. He takes some delight in watching DSP gameplay. Is it like a long-term way to fuck with Phil? Probably no. He's just there to get his drive-by yucks. As Phil said, he was there on the Friday Night Fight stream. Now he's here playing Arc Raiders with the guy. This is just kind of like his fascination of the now. No different than how Asmongold treated Phil. But you know, it's just Rebzion is a drama tuber, so he knows what's going on. They tried to get Phil paranoid by saying that he was doing that Rebzion was doing a drama documentary on Phil. And he got kind of weird, fearing that might be the case. Rebzion is only here to play with him, both in the game and play his heart. Yeah, Ann was talking about it. Excuse me, Ann was talking about it, and mentioned that after the Onision stuff, he hasn't really had anything else blow up since. But good morning, Higher God. Hello, hello. Look at this big B bitch. Rebzion teasing Phil? It could be it. That could be the case. Could be that he just wants a gaming buddy. Maybe he really does have the Secret Phil documentary in the works. Either way, the end result is Phil like aggressively trying to leech off another potential business partner. He's like semi-aware of Rebzion because he's, as he admitted, he certainly has heard of the name in his 17-year content legacy. He's not gone through the channels to actually look up what kind of person Rebzion is and what kind of content he makes. So yeah. He just assumes that Rebzion is a popular YouTuber that hasn't fallen off, even though he has fallen off. And look, surely he must have some viewers worth poaching, right? And it's a dirty business, it really is. Because as a creator, I can understand the desire to want to reach out and make new friends and grow and expand. It's in the name, expand on. Look, I get it. But there's a process to it, right? It goes back to what I said earlier. I scratch your back and you scratch mine. It's not just about doing something and then literally immediately 5 seconds in you ask how much money they make. You pocket watch the person you're playing a fucking game with and then asking about their views. It's so weird. How much money do you make? Like, what are your views looking like? You don't stream this game? Wow, that's so weird. If you stream the game, you would make so much money. That's not what it's about. It's about playing the game and having fun. Why are you immediately grilling a potential, what you see as a potential business partner, about how much they fucking make on their streams that they don't do because they have a 50-hour work week and they're a drama YouTuber obsessed with drama? Wah! That thing you don't like. Oh, but if drama YouTubers have viewers to give you, potential new whales, you have no problem collabing with drama tubers. It's so nonsensical. You should be doing it for the love of the game, the love of networking, putting yourself out there, interacting on the internet, the uppercase I internet, in the realm known as social media. It shouldn't be about you. There's no I in team. It should be about we. You can't get stolen without getting help and being social. I mean, it feels like if there was a golden rule for collabing with other creators, that would be number 1, 2, and 3. You don't go in and then immediately start being weird about, this is a guy he's never talked to. He's never, ever talked to this person before, done anything with them. Gets on the call, knows vaguely that they are a YouTuber who might have some prominence because he heard about them forever ago and they're still here, just like how he is still here. So surely that must mean they have viewers to give them. So you get on the person, you get on the call, you never talked to him before. How much money do you make? What's your viewership like? Do you stream this game? How many viewers do you get streaming this game? Oh, you don't stream this game? Why don't you stream this game? I stream this game and I get lots of money. It's so icky. It's weird. I don't get it, you guys. Imagine if I went into Koizumer's chat right now and we played Mario Party, and while we were playing Mario Party with lag because Nintendo Online is evil and has lots of lag, imagine if I said, Koizumers, so how much money do you regularly get while playing Mario Party? What's the viewership like? What's the ad revenue like for the Mario Party collabs? Dingus, what's your WT like? Oh yeah, let me tell you how to pull that out. God damn it, that was such a good... That could have been a one and done. The green star is right there. It's just one of those things. Not only is it a golden rule of streaming, it's just a golden rule in general. You just don't... That's not a line you want to cross or think about ever. I don't think about how much UNF makes from this, or Coggers, if Coggers ever went back to streaming. It's just kind of like, why? Why do you care? What do you want out of this interaction? Do you want me for me and my ass? Or do you want, something else? What are you in this for? It's like, you don't want me for my cheeks. You want me for my sugar daddy. But that's quite actually what it is, as applied to the realm of prostitution. Oh my god, Kai is still awake. That's the kind of stuff you talk about behind the scenes with friends where you're bouncing around ideas? Oh no. I know, I'm supposed to get the spring power-up. I do not want the spring power-up. This is doable without the spring power-up, I assure you. Yeah, got any whales I can steal? Oh wait, no, this isn't the spring power-up. Yeah, that comes later. Damn. That didn't destroy the chops. They actually want me to do it like this, huh? Lock in. No! Hey Matt, how often do you report, and how often does that affect revenue? Well, Mundane Matt's revenue is dependent on how much he makes doing Uber Eats. And so he used to doing audits on shit. He doesn't understand this is not what people talk about during live streams. It's because he does it. He's always weird when he's interacts socially with other human-style creatures. Fuck. That's why I will never not want Phil to interact with people, because it always makes for interesting clips. Finally hooked up my DAC amp again. Now I can hear Dingus in 8K. Whoa, buddy. How does this benefit me as a viewer on the Kai stream, though? There won't even be a Kai stream tomorrow either. Kai is rage quitting streams because he has to go buy school supplies or something. Oh yeah, Mundane Matt's book. The free book? Wasn't it free? Remember Baked Alaska's book about meme magic and how Trump won the presidency? It doesn't, other than I can hear things better. Well, this is bad. This means my vocal fry will be even more prominent. It is? Ah! Can't help myself, you guys. I can hear the tremble in your voice right now. The visual aid imagery of my Adam's apple bobbing, trembling in fear, as you explain to me, how much better my voice sounds, but actually it sounds worse, because the more quality you add to me, the worse it gets. Visual, audio, or otherwise. Why can't we go back to crazy Tumblrism shit and fucking other things? Bring back the Kurt Eichenwald series? Oh, poor Kurt Eichenwald. That guy won't survive Ellen's Twitter. Too many flashing gifts, and Ellen won't do a thing about it. Yeah, CRP's book, Wilshire Boulevard. So, Triple P had a copy, but he lost it, and he's not a tech man, so it's on one of his old laptops that are now broken. Rakeda had a copy and won't release it, and JF Garepi had a copy, but he mashed his potato and refuses to. We don't even have confirmation for real that he actually has the copy. He just says he has it, but he says he'll give it away for a gazillion dollars in crypto, and nobody has stepped up to take the offer. I don't think he actually has the crypto. I hear it. Where is it? It's getting further away. This is concerning. Oh, that poor little Octumba. Amberlynn had to dress like a piggy? That'll be something fun for Sav to cover. Dude, this isn't cool. I still hear it. I'm not schizo. I'm not. Oh, it's up there. How would you know to go there? Oh, wait. Remember the book being called a plagiarism? Like you just copy-pasted some obscure book? PvP said it had a scene where Coach Red Pill went to the furry convention and shot up all the furries, and he was hailed a hero? Is this true? This can't be true. Coach Red Pill did not go to the furry con and eviscerate all the furries. I swear to God, Triple P got a review copy and reviewed the book on a old video, and he mentions, and he'll still bring it up to this day on the casino. There is a scene in which Coach Red Pill goes to a furry convention and kills all the furries to save his bitch that they kidnapped. They kidnapped his lady, and he had to go save her at the furry con. You wish? No, it's real! Triple P explained it very thoroughly in a way that you can't make up. And you're saying a Wiggle that it was plagiarized? I can believe that. Because you know when he probably wrote the book, remember that old news article? Remember the news article about the furry convention that got gassed, that Medicare made fun of? CRP was a big Medicare fan back then. He probably saw the stream in which Medicare covered that story and then proceeded to incorporate it in his book, but leveled it up by 1,000, turned the knob over to 11, and instead of a story about the furries gassing themselves, it became a story about Coach Red Pill gassing and, well, not gassing, but like murdering all the furries. CRP is truly a wild fucking guy. I think there was another scene of him going through some fucking Rocky-like montage of training that girl, the way he talked about it. The only scene I remember is the FurryCon scene. You remember? Jim, it is art. You are an artist, Jim. And then he hated Jim. And then made a video about Jim. And then made a video about Josh. And then he went to the Ukraine. And then he died and became a martyr. And then Tucker was demanding Biden. Tucker demanded Biden to explain and give the whereabouts of Gonzalo Lira. Our fucking martyr, Gonzalo Lira. Our hero. Hey, Kamui. Yeah, the hero of our people. The unsung hero. The paladin. Gonzalo Lira. Why does this keep happening? Did the casino cover Your Movie Sucks of the first time? No, to my knowledge. In my knowledge, it's pretty vast, because I've seen every episode. That's a shame, because that guy's fucking weird. He wants to fuck dogs and cats and shit. And he's really obsessed with Scar from The Lion King. I really wish they didn't bring back the spring power-up. That shit should have stayed in Galaxy 1. Oh, there it is. Look, mira, mira, mira. Lion King is Phil's favorite movie. This is true. This is actually true. That's why he got a sealed copy of the SNES version of The Lion King. And for some reason, he still hasn't sold it. Also, like he hasn't sold his 3DS with a capture card installed. He's one of the few people in this world with a 3DS installed that has a capture card and does nothing with it. It's not even modded. He just had the HDMI port installed into it. It's not even a modded 3DS. It just has the HDMI port installed. Piss me the fuck off. He won't even mod it. The CRP drone shots in the office? How could I forget? I always remember the video where he describes Worski as 4 things, which I cannot repeat because they all go against Toss. Andy Worski is 4 things. Andy Worski is a... Andy Worski is a... Andy Worski is a... And Andy Worski is a... Yeah! Yeah! My bot Phil's 3DS, which he would never sell. Would I use it as a historical item or use it? Both. I would certainly show it off on stream. And brag. And boast. But then I would actually use it. That's why it pains me so much. Is that 3DSs are getting more and more expensive. It is actually getting more expensive to get a 3DS because of the piracy aspect of it. Obviously, what else would it be? And he has one of the few 3DSs with a capture card installed. Now there are still services you can use to mod your own 3DS and get a capture card installed. Even so, it's just the principle. There's so many good 3DS games that he could play in HD, and he chooses not to. Is that why Jim kept doing yaw? Yeah, that's where it comes from, because CRP would always go yaw! Yaw! Silly Kai, thinking you know sector lore. You don't know why CRP goes yaw? Then Kai would be like, I don't want to hear it from you, Dinger. I know what you're about. And then some random anecdote that doesn't have anything to do with what I just talked about. I don't know sector lore, I only watch Jim. You and so many other people. One day I fear Phil will become self-aware. He will make merch that encapsulates that shit we clowned him for. Make True Bank and you'll see his merch in Spencer's. Oh, that's true. That's another little thing that I bring up from time to time, Jay Frosty. Coach Red Pill did work on a game. He has many books. He does have 1 credit in a game. It's Soldier of Fortune, released for PS2 in 2001, I think. And I think what happened is he did write the script because a developer recommended him to write the game. But whatever he wrote was fucking nonsense, and they trashed it, and then got another writer. But he still received a writer's credit, but I think he's listed among other writers. He was not the primary writer. I watched him, so that means you know about Rub-a-Dub-Dub, Ross, and other shit. Oh yeah, Kai's like obsessed with Medicare. He has like the gym shrine in his room. You have the hat? Yeah, you have the hat. I don't even have the hat. Not to tune in as deep as you all anymore. But oh shit, man, I can recount some stuff at least. Really, most aside from the devs like Mr. Gonzalo Lira, most of the primary characters are more or less still where they were when you fell off of it. Yoshi, what are we doing? Dismount. I think it was actually Jim that got me into detracting the guy. Oh, I'm sure Phil. Jim used to do detracting content of Phil way back when. There's like a 7-hour compilation or whatever of all Medicare's Jim segments. But not Medicare's Phil segments. Medicare's Phil segments that survived. I had to escape Dingus. I was reborn. Somehow the sector found me through you. Wow. No, look. It's just that little bit of serendipity. I was saying maybe the dead internet theory really is true, and it's just a couple dozen of us, and occasionally our paths intersect and we have no idea because we changed the username. Yeah, Jim did the Battlefront restream, and some Grand Theft Auto restreams, and just other little content here and there, A-logging. we do a little bit of A-logging here and there. Taking some pot shots at Phil. As would many creators on the internet at the time. As was the standard. Thank you, Orions_belt, for the positive style follow. Remember when Jim went in on Phil about the Falcon? The fucking escort, the well in Africa, and the sun's coming back when it was just a legit scam couple? Yeah. Phil still can't fully thank the detractors for what they did for exposing the scam couple. He'll never give them full credit. Even when people, like, during these many interviews that he did recently over the past couple of years, even when they tell him to his face that the detractors helped him in that regard, there always has to be an asterisk to it. They actually saved him, which is wild. Well, that's the thing. Okay, I know there's one up there. Where's the other one? Which one of you is a chuckster? Throw me. Look, it's Guy from Other Game. Oh yeah, I gotta get the spiny eggs. Hey, big ups to Ryan, welcome in. I would say, going back to the topic, the fact that they saved them, that the detractors helped him out, and his inability to appreciate that, it probably stems from the fact that he knows it started as an initiative to find out about if there really was an escort, but then, in the end, it turned into the scam couple just ended up being evil. So the motivation then became, go after the people that's trying to ruin the fun of detracting Phil by fucking with Phil. You know, because people in that sector, they don't like wings. No one likes an actual A-log. I disagree with JF being where he was before. He's the only one who did the murdering thing for real. Well, of course not JF. He's sad for two reasons. But yeah, I think the reason why he can't give him due diligence, it's because he thinks it came from a place of malice, and perhaps there is a little bit of truth of that. But ultimately, they did do the right thing? Question mark? I mean, of course they did. They ran those guys off the internet. Yeah, he won't thank the trolls for getting rid of Derek either. Can I dismount? What happened to Derek? Triple P and Josh Moon of the Kiwi Farms pressed him into disowning him by talking about his playlist full of little girls. Now, Phil did ban him, but it took about 30 minutes of them pressing him about having someone like that in his community for him to finally step up, put on his cojones, and ban the guy. It's like the Sons of Kojima shit. Yes, they fucked with Phil, but Fred Fucks was also a corrupt asshole in his own right during all that too. So at the end, the Detractors decided to stomp out the darker circles. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Like they not well directly one-to-one, but like a similar enough situation that I get the comparison. It was like those guys were trying to step on the fun of like just fucking with Phil. In the case of the couple, they were trying to fleece Phil when it's like, what the fuck? Ah! And then, of course, they were locals in their own right because they were doing all this weird sex shit. So it was like an added incentive to kind of investigate and get out the truth of the matter. But Phil, for Phil, it's probably like a scorn lover shit because it was born out of a desire to know more about Phil's personal life that led to it. So even if the right thing happened in the end, the initial motivation and intention is what rubs him the wrong way. So we can't give him the duty. It would be him saying, "Thanks for helping me out as you tried to look into my personal life." Seeing the DMs and how Phil easily reeled in PvP, how PvP easily reeled in Phil by mentioning Detractors. He has obviously hates trolls more than anything. Of course, that was right. They're fucking with my livelihood. You get it? You understand? Okay, do I just have to get all the silver stars again? I forget how to even get over there. Can I move this? I feel like I can, but I cannot necessarily move it to where I want it to be. What a shame. You have to look this one up. He's cheating! It's a too bad, so sad scenario. I mean, also if it wasn't for the mentling, then Phil wouldn't have bounced back. Some of the weird quality of life changes he has, though, is kind of forged by the fucking, in my honest opinion. Yeah, it's kind of like a... It's not, I can't even say symbiotic, it's a parasitic relationship. But like, both sides are parasitic to each other. God damn it. Gaming is always slightly off-center. Dingus is my favorite parasite? No, you're my favorite parasite. What did he do? You really don't know? He harassed porn stars and had playlists on his YouTube of real human little girls, multiple playlists of real human little girls that he was not related to in any way. He was weird and righteously condemned. Also, he worked at a Toys R Us, so that's like already Mamma Mia. And he was just really Coomer brained. Like, disgustingly though. Disgustingly so. Damn, I thought that would unlock a launch star to the top of the tower. It's very unfortunate. Derek was one bad phone call away from being a true state case. They needed to be stamped out. That's like... look, as a fellow content creator, that's a case scenario where, yeah, you really needed to step in on that shit, minute one. Za wanted to know the lore on Dave, so I had to give him the quick rundown on it. How did you explain it? DSP didn't know he was a PDF or just turn a blind eye. Many people point to the fact that DSP used to follow Derek on Twitter, and then after a time, quietly unfollowed Derek. A lot of the things that Derek had on his Twitter are more or less the things you would expect from me saying what I just said. A lot of porn, like a lot of porn. Oh, okay, you don't know anything about DSP lore, that's fine. Sometimes it's better not to know. I had a moment like the meme of the drinking coffee, watching from far and saying, "Couldn't be me! Did you clean that shit up, Phil?" Then I walked back inside my apartment. Hey, Dogsplain. Just gave him the Kino arc, the Asmon arc, and the Derek arc. What did Za say? We need the Za take, the Za opinion. Did Za break out the knife? Stay away from me, Phil. Stay away from me, Derek. Surely the game does not actually expect me to move this little ball thing all the way over there, right? I'm getting very concerned as it actually is kind of moving. Microscopically. Yeah, even, dude, even, like, I can't even really say regardless, because it's just not something you can ignore. Beside that, Derek still regularly broke the rules of the chat regardless, and if it was anybody else, that shit would have gotten him banned ages ago. He was annoying in the chat. He broke the rules of the chat. He didn't respect the rules of the chat. He didn't respect anyone else. He never talked or communicated with anybody else in the chat. He talked as though Phil was the only person there in the room, and he was just annoying all around. If it was any other regular, he would have gotten finger wagged ages ago. Wanted to know what makes the guy do what he does. If it's just stupid, actual stupidity, and or actual malice. What did you say? What was the Kai response? Did you say actual stupidity or malice? Yeah, Kurt got banned for racism, and it was righteous, even if that guy is still around. So why did Derek IP get a free pass? You said it was both. Yeah, I think I would have said a little bit of both too, because there are times when you'll see it in the Discord leaks from a while back, where Phil is just like, "Oh my god, really? No way. I don't have enough air." That seems possible. Why does that seem possible? No, there are times when Phil is self-aware and will blatantly say that he's playing dumb in order to get something long-term. This is so... Why? Yeah, he's fully aware of everything happening at all times. I just play dumb sometimes, you guys. He said that. Derek was there to echo chamber, leech and drain the orbiting opportunities. The problem was Derek was trying to play shadow chess with inappropriate pieces, but was blatantly doing it. Just Phil played fucking blind to keep the heat off. Yeah, because he didn't want to be attached to that stink. But like, he tries to use the argument of like, "Oh, I can't control what my audience does," but it was just so blatant. He was breaking the rules, regardless of that behavior. But I hate to say regardless, because it's gonna make people think that I'm trying to like brush aside that, but I'm not. But even if you were to brush aside it and say, "Oh, regardless of that, he doesn't bring it into the streams," he still broke many rules anyway. It's clear that there was favoritism involved. He's a pedophile and rightfully deserved to get the boot. Sometimes you just gotta put the pants on, the cojones, the boots, pull yourself up by the leg straps there, and take charge of your community there, bud. And it's such an easy W. This is the thing. It's such an easy win for him. Why did he have to be pressed for 30 minutes into like before fully going through with it? Like when you do it that way, it seems like, you know, you were really sweeping for it. I'm sad for two reasons. The stink was there, took his house guest, yelling clean the house for Phil to go, oh shit, maybe I should clean that piss shit in the middle of the living room, huh? And when it happened, when you look at that call-out stream, oh, did he turn a blind eye? Or did he not know? Did he really not know? He fucking knew. The reaction was so immediate when they finally brought up Derek. He like put his hands in the air. He was like, listen. Like he had the whole spiel planned. And you know what the spiel was going to be too? Oh, I can't control what my audience does. The trolls, this was an actual argument. He argued the trolls would not have known about this if they didn't go looking for it. As if to say, it would be better for all of us if we didn't know Derek had playlists of real human-style little girls on the YouTubes. It would have been better if that was all under wraps, according to what Phil was trying to imply there. The only reason you guys know about this is because you stalk my fucking viewers. Okay, I don't give a shit. It resulted in a fucking creep getting outed. Yeah, no, Dogsplain has been, he's been around forever. Dogsplain knows. They told him about Derek numerous times. There was no blind eye. Every time DSP had to verify it was Derek, he would have to have seen the playlist of little girls if it was a real Derek. Oh, yeah, when making sure if it was like a fake Derek or something. Yeah, because YouTube took away the ability to click on a name without extensions. YouTube took the ability to click on a name and go directly to the channel. But if you're the streamer, you can still do that. So Phil has verified fake Derek's before, so clicking on a real Derek name would potentially pull up the homepage, and I don't know if Derek had that shit on the homepage. There's a chance it could be hidden under the playlist tab. I don't know how the page was set up, but you're right. If it was on the homepage, then Phil would have saw it when he opened it up. It's another way of saying, hey, but did anybody get hurt? The answer was yes, bruh. Fucking nut up and clean house. It was really that. What it really came down to, Corey Zoomers, was not wanting to stink on it. And then he pretty much was quite honest with Worski, PvP, and Josh when he said, well, I can't do it because it would give the trolls a win, because the trolls have been talking about this. This has been their narrative for years. So I can't give them a win. DSP told him to hide the playlist? Now that, I haven't heard of that before. Mamma mia. Why, Derek? Surely not. That would really be like that would really be, Phil, what did you know and when did you know it? And when did you start sweeping for it? Oh man. Look, I get it. I get what I meant to do. But damn if this one's not annoying. The whole situation was so dumb because actively ignoring it was making it worse for him. Honestly, it would have been a huge W if he acknowledged and acted like legitimately looking like a decent-ass human being. Yeah. I mean, the haters were gonna hate anyways and still give him shit for taking so long. But to the average normie, that was something you could play off as an easy win and be like, Dark Side Phil. You know how LTG sometimes gets praised on social media because like, oh my god, he's so fucking funny. Lol. I can sweep for the ugliness of LTG because he's so fucking funny, guys. That would have been a win. Darkside Phil finds out about a predator, even though he always knew about the predator. But the narrative would be that he just found out about the predator and then gets rid of the predator on fight. Frame 1, felt stem. Even some of his dents didn't like Derek. Look, most of them did not like Derek. He was the fucking jester, thinking he was the main character. Yeah, they all hated him. I don't even know why I said most of them. Derek had no friends in that chat. Honestly, it's crazy to go from a timeline where that dude was just in the chat every day to now, like, we could go entire months without Derek so much as getting a mention. That dude just fell off the face of the earth. He's probably in some other lady Styles chat right now, harassing her. Some porn stars chat. And there's always a speculation of, oh, Derek is still there. Oh, he's on a sock account and DSP told him to change his name. My opinion on that is the same opinion that I've given in the past about it. I don't think Derek can masquerade word for shit. And if he did, there would be no way for him to really hide it for long. He would slip up. Derek has a certain way of talking because he's weird and Canadian. It would expose itself before long. Alright, this one is not happening. I'm sure the guy who made the birthday video liked him. Nah, that was also a troll. For fuck's sake! Only iced coffee. Only iced coffee. Only iced coffee looks like Anne. Blastoise 91. Derek isn't here because if it's a sock Phil isn't calling him by his name. It was always a name fetish for him. Yes. It's so weird. I made the comment about this the last time Derek was brought up in the stream. I think it was the last time that he was brought up. But I had said, what was really in it for Derek at the end of the day? Because you think if it was really solely, exclusively about Phil and enjoying Phil's stream and content, Derek would come back under a different name. Now, he would have sucked at disguising himself, but he would have come back. He would have came back at least once, but he never did. He never. There were so many jokes about like Derek was Phil's son and shit. It was like there was like speculation that it was maybe as a transactional relationship. Maybe Phil was babysitting. The parents were paying him. These are all duty theories, but I'm like trying to set the stage here. Like before Derek was fully removed, it was believed that Phil was Derek's entire life, or at least a large part of it, when not harassing porn stars. But Derek never came back after getting ousted. I still believe he is fully gone. But the thing about it is, that really confuses me, is how easy it was for Derek to move on. Like, no attempt whatsoever was made to come back. He never really said anything on it, never really spoke on it. Never saw him in another Phil chat ever again. Just kind of accepted the ban and moved on. So my question at the time was how transactional was it really at the end of the day? Was it really that he just liked having a streamer, any streamer, say his name, and it didn't even have to be Phil? I loved her in Giant Dinguses. He has other porn stars, he doesn't need this one. Yeah, that's the thing, right? For so long, it was treated as though what Phil and Derek had was something special. But for Derek, there it is, right there. For Derek, it might have just been like a fucking Tuesday every time he showed up there, you know? Probably had like 10 other tabs open of porn star streams that he was way more interested in than Phil's. I don't know. Just something that I think about in this post-Derek world, where it's actually fucked up if you think about it. But the way Phil reacted, the way he was hung up about having to ban him, the 30-minute shit, Phil actually appreciated Derek way more than Derek appreciated Phil. What'd you even think about that? It's true! Unrelated, but based on socks, I remember there was a huge-ass sock account theory for like 2 years during the Ralph and Andy Twilight days that Tonka was behind the scenes in an account being ready by Ralph to jump on Warski in a WWE like heel turn. The inner chat was so fucking wild about that idea. I don't think that's something that I was particularly privy to. Hey, Astro. Phil. Phil, your son didn't appreciate you as much as you thought. Can I ground pound while on Yoshi? You really think that would be an option? But no, you can't. Actually, is Yoshi even in this mission? I haven't seen his egg. There are no fruits around. I do not think Yoshi is in this mission. Nah, I think the gimmick for this one is just the Piantas. Why are there no female Piantas on this planet? Some representation, bud. What a fucking sausage party. Oh, do I need the Cloud Mario? Where is it? Where's my Cloud money at? How do I know they don't identify as female? That's true. Look, the female Piantas have a distinct model. Anyway, Derek will never return. Jade, however, Jade is forever. The prominence and rising up of Jade in this post-Derek world. He was the true main character the whole time. Derek was just the bigger attention whore. Unless he's just lurking, we don't know. Derek don't fucking lurk. Jade basically replaced... Yeah, he did! Even though they both existed at the same time. I don't think Derek and Jade have ever had any kind of interaction, really. They're both the same kind of viewer in which they act as though they're the only ones in the chat. No, that's not fair. I guess Jade makes more of an attempt to interact with the viewers directly, but more often than not, it's just the fill-in Jade show. Is Jade Derek? No. I can confidently say that Jade is not Derek. Both have existed typing in his chat at the same time. It is factually cannot be true, and they don't type similarly either. And without saying too much, we know what they look like. Yeah, Dingus, for a hot second, there was theory going a bit regarding the initial fight Ralph was having towards Andy. That the best way before going after family and home country was getting his mortal enemy to swerve him. Sadly, Tonka is too boring. Some say Tonka is still out there doing a stream to like 2 people, and both of the people are mods. Yeah, Jade just has... There are no behavioral similarities between Jade and Derek, so while a fun theory, it just is not the case. I'm sorry, you guys. Where is the flower at? Bianca, help me out. What? Is it up here? Oh my lord. If you say Jade is Derek, you may as well also say that Phil is on a sock. Phil's got no account OPSEC anyway. Mr. Stupid One. Remember? Okay, I don't think it's above the statue. Kevin Bernstein is DSP? Kevin Bernstein is pignatized? Yeah, there's this new Kevin Bernstein meme, right? I don't know anything about it. I mean, I know who Kevin Bernstein is, but now he's the talk of the town. Thank you for the lurk him. Is that did that Beyonce just despawn? See, I know I can't jump on the clouds until I have the cloud power up. But where is it, you guys? Better not be in one of these fucking rocks, I swear to God. How about we just accept that Kevin is schizophrenic and move on? That guy's got issues. Obviously, you gotta get the cloud, correct? Is it down here? Man, this is when I really start getting filtered by these. Oh my god. All I had to do was play the level normally! Oh my god, but here's the annoying part. Damn. I'm already out of cloud. I can't touch the water. Don't worry, I got this. Miyamoto, this shit is ridiculous. What were you thinking? Why would you do this? What's the easiest way to ferry it over there? There's another flower on the top of that tower. There's no real easy way to get back to the ground. This is so dumb. Why would you do this? Hey, G-Million. Having issues as part of being a DSP den? Yeah, just look at what was already known about Ripsian. No! I don't even think I could do it now. I wasted one cloud on just that. Oh my lord. What? I actually have to give it to them. What were they thinking? They fucked it up. Wait. I can move the lily pads. I don't even think I knew about this when I played the level normally. Okay. Here's how we can still win. They didn't fuck it up. They just didn't explain the mechanic. Or maybe they did, but I ignored the Pianta who said it. Because it's 3 in the morning. Okay, see, now it makes sense. No. Okay. As I was about to say, now it makes sense because it seems like that star is planted so high up that you would need all 3 clouds. So doing it the way I would have done it would have expunged at least 1 cloud. I would not have been able to reach it. Why do I do this to myself? I have no words. That was the worst one so far. I miss El Piantissimo. Yeah, the funniest thing about that guy is that he's just a Zelda character with a mask on. Hey, we're reusing assets. All right, 189. Do we get one more and just rage quit, get the next 50 another night? So tomorrow's gonna be casino, but I'm gonna get home late because I got stuff I gotta do. I think we just leave Surfshine for another night. Look, I mean, we got a sizable amount tonight, right? Got about 70 stars, another 50 to go. It's your mailman LARPing on vacation. You just have a little bit of fun. All right, now we're gonna drop that beat. Dun, 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 dun. If it wasn't for Yoshi's Island's final boss, this probably would be the Bowser theme for me and most people. Oops. I already hear it. I already hear it. I already hear it. Do it for Wings, do it for Pearl, do it for the Dimensional. I can't be streaming every fucking night to 6 in the morning, consumers. I think you know this as well as I. It's over here. Wait! The damage boost. I was gonna do a whole triple jump setup and shit. It wasn't even needed. The triple jump setup. Did DSP remove the Josh and Kino versus Phil stream? Wasn't that one of the ones where Phil agreed not to stream it from his end? Maybe because he knew that shit was gonna come out about it. Not with that attitude he says after burning out streaming 8+ hours 5 days a week. Look guys, I just don't treat it as a business, alright? Yeah, I believe it was, for certain, it was an episode of Mad at the Internet, which he recorded and put up. I can't remember if it was one that Phil booted up for. Now that I think about it, I don't think that it was. Makes me think that he kind of knew what was going to be brought up, you know? How much money do you make streaming like this? What's your revenue with non-6-hour plus streams applied? Okay, let me tell you why it won't work for you, dingus. No, but the full version of that Arc Raider stream with Repzion is really just that. Why don't you stream this? Oh, it's because I work 50-hour work weeks, Phil. You know, this isn't my main. YouTube's not my main thing. Not like you. Like, oh, okay. I'm streaming this with me and my viewers, and it's going very cool right now. Like, what are your views like? How many views do you get? Why aren't you streaming this? You know, so you can then promote and say, I'm playing with Darkside Phil, who you can check out here at DSP Space Gaming. You can make a lot of money on this, don't you know? Believe I hear it? Beyond obnoxious hiding spot. How? Did a triple jump reach it? Not even a triple jump. It has to be a backflip. Golem, you didn't even get all of these. Hey, Silent Assassin. Does Repzion even have an audience anymore? No, Ann was here earlier and red pilled us. He doesn't have an audience anymore. He fell off, you guys. Loki, I thought he rebranded to ZSP Space Game like he's space now. I forgot you were adding a space to the name. That's what people joke about. Because on Kick, he's known as DSP Gaming Real, all caps, because of course, as soon as Kick became a platform, someone stole his name and sat on it. So he had to call himself DSP Gaming Real, all caps. So now trolls come into his stream with names like Cat, Phil's wife is fat, Cat's fat, Real, and shit. For example. And to further demean him, he is now referred to as DSP Space Gaming because his name has a space in it. Oops. Wait. Do we get on top of the Womp and then long jump from the Womp? Zarpashi, why are you laughing? Wait a minute. Oh, okay. I overthought it. How are you supposed to know to do that? How would you have known? Thank you. Pretty cool. He's sleepy. Jeez, it's kind of early. I called her a she. It's a girl character. I forgot. It's kind of early, isn't it? I feel so sleepy. Well, our spoils 191. We couldn't make it to 200. These stars are fucking bullshit, man. And they're just gonna get harder. triple jump off that wall you were backflipping to get it that way too? That's what I'm thinking, because you have the regular backflip, it's alright, but the triple jump is the highest jump you can do. So I was thinking, yeah, something like that, triple jump instead of the backflip. You already got a higher base height than with the backflip, and then maybe from that spin jump into it. Why am I discussing this as if it's a whole thing, as Arlo would say. Here's what we got left. I gotta describe this setup like I'm a fucking speedrunner. We got 1 in Surfshine, and then 3. Count them 3. How dare they even put green stars in the bonus world? Like, fuck you. Actually. Slurs and middle fingers and all. Why? Why are there green stars in the Boss Rush Galaxy? It doesn't make any sense, you guys. And then I'm still gonna get hit with Grandmaster Galaxy at the end of it all. But, ladies and germs, that's it. That's about as much as I can take. Promptly, I must now go gently into that good night. I got a long day ahead of me, man. It's a Monday. On that Monday grind. Is it the week of the male streamer types? I have been rating ladies for the past, I don't know how many streams. We love and appreciate all types of genders and identities. Two days ago, before Splatoon, it was a guy. That was a coincidence. Oh well. Listen to the Donkey Kong music. Let me pull up the Streamlabs. Oh yeah, the Earthbound guy. Yeah, he ended up being pretty cool. You just gotta listen to your heart. And listen to the recommended sidebar. Okay, Streamlabs pulled up. And we have successfully roosted. Thank you guys for stopping by, for being positive, for doing the things like viewing, and I don't have anything else, so we're just gonna rage quit. That's it. We're just gonna rage quit. It's just gonna call it quits. We're gonna rage quit on everything, life included. Pablo, take it away. Pablo, you're supposed to play the music. It's nice. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by! I gotta charge my controller, bud. Oh man, what a stream, what a stream. At least it wasn't 10 hours. We gotta stop with the 10-hour streams. Yesterday was nice, because it was like 3 hours, and then I was able to go to bed at a reasonable hour, you know, after anime. But anime didn't even last, what, like 2 or 3 hours? The anime guys, can we be honest? The anime was trash. It was slop. It was lame. Very lame. Nobody liked it. I don't think we're picking up any of those shows for the regularly scheduled programming. I was quite underwhelmed. I honestly, it was like a blur. I forget what we even watched. We had like 2 isekais. There were shows that I missed, but I wasn't too interested in rewatching what I missed, so I didn't ask to rewatch it. There was a detective show that just completely fell flat on its face. Too much exposition. Too much setup. I didn't like it. And it seemed like, of the shows, with the premise. It was kind of goofy enough that maybe it would appeal. I didn't like it. There was some ding slop. Anne tried to hook me with some ding slop about this invisible man and this blind woman. I didn't like it. I think I've had enough of shows where it's like a fell for it again award, where you think it's gonna be a certain show, but then it just ends up being quirky segments, like not quirky non sequiturs, because it's an adaptation of a Fort Coma. Like the original source material was a Fort Coma or something, like short chapters or something, and then it gets adapted and it's elongated into like 3 10-minute stories. I'm kind of done with shows that trick the audience like that. I think it was a web series, I think. Yeah, and it shows. The Maid Show was drama slop. It's kind of like how much drama torture could you possibly have in a series? Boggles the mind. The Blind Lady and the Invisible Guy Detective. I think that's what it was, if we're thinking of the same thing. It was supposed to be Ding Slop, but it just did not appeal to me. The real Ding Slop aired today, and it's getting translated. And then we'll put that on, and that'll be what I consume. The real Ding Slop madness. Alright, let's see. Thank you, Anne. Raid with a party of 32. Pop-Tart, the tier 1 for 13 months. UNF, raid with a party of 2. Sangers, Nicked Night, raid with a party of 28. Infamous KSD, 10-bit cheer. And Ryan's _ belt for the follow. Thank you, guys. Hey, is anybody awake? What the fuck are we doing? Okay, Shroom is playing Alan Wake Remastered. How is Shroom is still awake? Oh my god, he's 9 hours in. This is, I don't know how much longer he's gonna keep going. He's doing what basically I have been doing the past few days. I don't know how much longer he's gonna stay up. How's it, Donger still? I'm gonna go to bed! I'm going to bed right now! I got a battle if you're open to rating a Yakuza stream, but I won't force it. Now I'll come to a determination. You know, you get the feeling it's like, oh, well, that's like the go-to choice. But, you know, when you get rated at like the 11th hour and you feel an incentive to go another hour, but the inner machinations of your persons may not be hardwired to go one more hour. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna force that on Shroom. Okay, we have alternative options. Been a while since I've stopped by to see lovely Montana. She's a lovely person. You'll like her. She's playing Silent Hill 1. Going for I believe, the no damage route. Yeah, no saves and no damage. Going for the PB. Oh, she just got back from a BRB. And the stream is not 9 hours in. So I won't feel bad about forcing her to go for 5 more hours. But, bye-bye, adios, Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, if we did, in fact, see you. And if we did, wait, adios, bye-bye, maybe time. If I can't even say my thing. Adios, bye-bye, maybe time. If we see you, we see you. If we didn't see you, we didn't see you. But if we did see you, if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. I'm so fucking washed. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, too, see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. I drink tea, Halligan. That doesn't redeem that. Half the redeems don't work on this screen. Is that the raid message? Fuck it. That's the raid message. I'm too dead. I can't think of one. Bye-bye.